I would now like to invite the dear Vidyarthis of Anadi Foundation to please come up and do the Vedic chanting for all of us to really have a wonderful sacred start for today's day. Vidyarthis of Anadi Foundation, please do give them applause as they come in.
कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजम् ब्रह्मणाम् ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् ॐ श्रीमहागणपतये नमः। प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामविद्रावतु वाग्देव्यै नमः। ॐ भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनोभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः। स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। ॐ नमस्ते गणपतये त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं तत्त्वमसि त्वमेव केवलं कर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं धर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं हर्तासि त्वमेव सर्वं खल्विदं ब्रह्मासि त्वं साक्षादात्मासि नित्यं ऋतं वच्मि सत्यं वच्मि अवत्वं माम् अववक्तारम् अवश्रोतारम् अवधातारम् अवधातारम् अवानूचानमवशिष्यम् अवपश्चात्तात् अवपुरस्तात् अवोत्तरात्तात् अवदक्षिणात्तात् अवचोर्ध्वात्तात् अवधरात्तात् सर्वतो मां पाहि पाहि समन्तात्। त्वं वाङ्मयस्त्वं चिन्मयः त्वं आनन्दमयस्त्वं ब्रह्ममयः त्वं सच्चिदानन्दाद्वितीयोऽसि त्वं प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वं ज्ञानमयो विज्ञानमयोऽसि सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तो जायते सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तस्तिष्ठति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयिलयमेष्यति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि प्रत्येति त्वं भूमिरापो नलो निलो नभः त्वं चत्वारि वाग्बधानि त्वं गुणत्रयातीतः त्वं देहत्रयातीतः त्वं कालत्रयातीतः त्वं मूलाधारे स्थितोऽसि नित्यं त्वं शक्तित्रयात्मकः त्वां योगिनो ध्यायन्ति नित्यं त्वं ब्रह्मा त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वम् इन्द्रस्त्वम् अग्निस्त्वं वायुस्त्वं सूर्यस्त्वं चन्द्रमास्त्वं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवस्वरो गणादीन् पूर्वमुच्चार्य वर्णादीन् तदनन्तरम् अनुस्वारः परतरः अर्धेन्दुलसितं तारेण रुद्धम् एतत्तव मनुस्वरूपम् गकारः पूर्वरूपम् अकारो मध्यमरूपम् अनुस्वारश्चाञ्चरूपम् बिन्दुरुत्तररूपम् नादः सन्धानम् सगुम्भितात् सन्धिः सैषा गणेशविद्या गणकऋषिः नृचद्गायत्री छन्दः गणपतिर्देवता ॐ गणपतये नमः। एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्तिः प्रचोदयात्। एकदन्तं चतुर्हस्तं पाशमङ्कुशधारिणं ऋतं च वरदं हस्ते बिभ्राणं मूषकध्वजं रक्तं लम्बोदरं शूर्पकर्णकं रक्तवाससं रक्तगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं रक्तपुष्पैः सुपूजितं भक्तानुकम्पिनं देवं जगत्कारणमच्युतम् आविर्भूतं च सृष्ट्यादो प्रकृतेः पुरुषात् परं एवं ध्यायति यो नित्यं स योगी योगिनाम्बरः नमो व्रातपतये नमो गणपतये नमः प्रमथपतये नमस्ते सुलम्बोदराजीकदन्ताय विघ्नविनाशिने शिवसुताय श्रीवरदमूर्तये नमो नमः ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः.
Thank you. We now invite Sri Shankar Narayananji to please do the invocation for us.
Hello. அருள் வடிவே பரம்பொருள் வடிவே ஆனந்தமே அருளே பொருளே புகழே அருள் வடிவே பரம்பொருள் வடிவே ஆனந்தமே அருளே பொருளே புகழே அவன் அன்றி வேறோர் அணுவசையாதே அவன் அன்றி வேறோர் அணுவசையாதே அருந்தவமேலோர் நூல் பிழையாதே வருவதை நீதான் அறிந்திடுவாயே வழித்துணை நீயே காத்திடுவாயே நினைவில் நிறைந்திட நிதமுனை தோடுவேன் நீதினி ஜோதினி நெறிமுறை அருள்வாய் அருள் வடிவே பரம்பொருள் வடிவே துணை என்று சேர்ந்தால் கணை தொடுத்தாரே துணை என்று சேர்ந்தால் கணை தொடுத்தாரே அனைத்துரும்பானேன் ஆதரித்தாயே உனை அன்றி வேறோர் துணை இங்கு வேண்டேன் கருணையில்லாதார் தோழமை வேண்டேன் மனஇருள் மறைந்திட தினமுனை பணிந்தேன் மாசில்லா மாமணி மனங்கனிந்த அருள்வாய் அருள் வடிவே பரம்பொருள் வடிவே ஆனந்தமே அருளே பொருளே புகழே ஆனந்தமே அருளே பொருளே புகழே.
We request Major General Dr. Bipin Bakshi ji to kindly felicitate all our dignitaries. Padma Shri awardee Dr. R.V. Ramani ji, Srimati Nandini Rangaswamy ji, Dr. J.S. Bhuvaneshwaran ji, Srimati Sangeeta Warrier ji, Srimati Vaishnavi Krishnan ji, Having begun the morning today on an auspicious note, we now enter into the first session for today. Our morning begins with a powerful reflection on strategic strength and national resilience. We have Major General Dr. Bipin Bakshi, a decorated officer, a thought leader, and a very, very inspiring speaker over here. Sir. Yes. We welcome Major General Dr. Bipin Bakshi, a decorated officer, a thought leader, and an inspiring speaker, offering insights into India's evolving defense paradigm, from preparedness to proactive strength. He will be delivering his keynote address on the topic Cold Start to Dynamic Responses, India's New Normal.
Check, please. Yeah, can you hear me? Check. Okay. Very good morning. Thank you very much to the organizers, especially Shifali, Jagannath. It's really an honor to be here. And as some people were mentioning yesterday, I find Coimbatore is a very welcoming city. I've really felt at home here. And many people did ask me, so you must have been to Wellington. Well, I have been to Wellington not once, not twice, but 3 times, because I not only came to study as a military student in Wellington, I was first a child studying here because my father was a military student. So, and 3rd time I got my children to study in Lovedale, so I came as a parent. So I've been here as a child, as a military student, and as a parent. But it was always passing through Coimbatore, but this time I'm here and really happy to be here. And I'm here with this topic. As an author, it has been an author's journey. I happen to have done some work on the Pathankot operation 2016, and I am now in the process of writing a book on the 2025 event, including Op Sindoor. So that is what brings me here as an author. And as I was mentioning, I earlier wrote the story about the Pathankot attack. This is a graphic novel. I have put it outside. I will talk about this today. And as we go along, I am now in the process of writing a book on Op Sindoor. There are 4 of us, as mentioned here. One is an air marshal. He's looking at the air and nuclear. I have a diplomat, Ambassador Trigunath, and an Army AD officer, Brigadier Bhargav. So 4 of us are bringing you this new production, Red Lines Redrawn. India's Operation Sindoor and the New Normal. This is not the cover. This is just a flyer. The cover is yet to be designed. So that is what brings me here. So in the evening yesterday, General Khandare gave you a long background of what has been happening in the subcontinent, particularly in the India-Pakistan context. So in my book, I am more focusing on post-89, when the Kashmir issue began. And you know the parliament attack, you know Akshardham, you know Mumbai 2008, and as I mentioned, Pathankot 2016 is the one for which we had the NSG operation, and this tome came out, the graphic novel. What was again mentioned in yesterday's talk, just before the Pathankot attack. Now, just to recap, what happened in Pathankot in January 2016 was a terrorist attack on the air station. We had foreign aircraft We had just a few technicians from various countries. It was a very important strategic base at the time. The aim of the terrorists was to cause major damage to the airbase. When the NSG operation took place, we were able to stop the entire plan of the terrorists. But while this was being planned, we had a new government. We had PM Modi. He was on his way back from Afghanistan, and he did an outreach. In December 15, 25th December, as was being mentioned yesterday, and just while he was doing this new outreach to try and bring peace into the subcontinent, this diabolical plan was being hatched to attack the Pathankot airbase. And thereafter, as I mentioned, what you're seeing here is an article in The Week magazine where the making of this whole story was covered. And what I'm holding in my hand is, of course, the same graphic novel. Now, to give you a small feel about what is in this comic, I'm not going to open it, but using a few stills from this, we have made a small video. Very short one. Sound, please. I'll play it again. Yes.
In the early hours of 1st Jan 2016, the Energy Counter-Terrorist Task Force was briefed about the situation in Pathankot. They geared up, readied the equipment, and were in full form to respond to the call of duty. NSG drones and the IAF Mi-35 helicopters successfully located the terrorists, and the counter-terrorist operations were launched. The effective tactics adopted by the task force inflicted heavy casualties on the terrorists. This was the time when Braveheart, Lieutenant Colonel Niranjan, and his bomb technicians were set in motion. The elite bomb disposal squad of the Black Cat commandos who put their lives on the line every day, the people who walked towards the bomb. The challenge was to neutralize unexploded grenades spread across the thick foliage area. All the and exacting procedures were followed by Lieutenant Colonel Niranjan with utmost skill and patience. He effectively neutralized the booby trap IEDs attached to two of the bodies. While defusing the IED on the body of the third terrorist, a concealed booby trap grenade got activated. Niranjan signaled to his team to step back and bore the brunt of the explosion. He sustained severe multiple injuries which led to his martyrdom while protecting the rest of his team. For his gallant act and exemplary leadership skills, Lieutenant Colonel Niranjan was awarded with the Shaurya Chakra and cremated with full military honors.
So the story of the operation, as well as this Braveheart, who is from south, from Bangalore, and he laid down his life in this operation. The story is brought about in this particular comic, which I have made. But the question is, how did I come to write this whole story? So I will explain that. I was myself in the NSG in 2016. I was there at the IG training. And when this debacle took place, I will not say debacle, I mean, for us, I am myself from the Corps of Engineers. Losing an officer is a big thing. So when this happened, at the same time, we were making a new auditorium in the NSG campus. And that happens to be named Niranjan, because I had taken up this case, because since this was a new operation, and we were actually in the process of naming some of our assets with the names of some of our martyrs of NSG. So it was a question of thing happening at a time and place, and so this is what the Niranjan Auditorium came about. Now when the inauguration happened, I had made a request that the family of Niranjan should be there for the inauguration. So that is what happened. Minister Rajvardhan Rathore came to inaugurate. And what you're seeing behind me with a blue cap is an Air Force officer, Sharat, who is the real brother of Niranjan. And of course, his parents are in front. There is a bust of the martyr I have put inside. And during the function, inside, we presented a photo of Niranjan Auditorium to the parents. So with this interaction with the parents which was happening, I got inspired and I said, I must bring the story to the world. And that is how the making of this story. And as I was discussing with the compeers yesterday and today, when an author writes, and in fact Shefali madam was being spoken about, it is a form of seva. I mean, I am not writing it for myself. I am writing it for you and for the people, to bring to the world a story. So that is what an author does. So that is, so much about 2016 operation. And little did we know that a few months later would be Uri 2016. It was thereafter followed by the surgical strikes, which was, mentioned yesterday by General Khandare. There were a couple of more things which happened soon thereafter, much smaller ones, no less painful, Nagrota 16, Sanjuvan 18. All the incidents are covered in my book, incidentally, in very brief form, just to give the background. And then, as was mentioned, Pulwama 2019, after which we did the Balakot strikes. Now we had almost 6 years of comparative lower key action till 2025. Yes, in 2017 and once, 2023 and 24, there were small attacks at Riyasi and one more for the Amarnath pilgrims. But only 2 cases of pilgrim attacks, smaller ones, were there. There was no other major operation till 2025 Pahalgam. And we know we lost 26 innocent lives. And these visuals are known to you. And thereafter, I had got into the process of writing a book on it. But I would like to explain here, and which is explained in my book, with the permission of the authorities. I've had a number of meetings. We are now into a new military doctrine, whereas earlier we had a policy of deterrence by denial. There are various ways you can deter. So I am very strong. I build a lot of muscles and I stand. So just by looking at me, I hope nobody will attack me. So this is deterrence by denial, because I am strong. But that may not be good enough. Somebody may still come and poke you from behind and you don't know. So we had this policy for long. It was defensive. 16 onwards, we have shifted to a policy of punitive deterrence. You harm me and I will harm you. If it is a small prick, I will give you a small prick, but you will not get away. So it is a new policy which we have. Prior to this, we had the Sundarji doctrine. I will talk about it. And a little later, we had the cold start doctrine. You may not be knowing too much about it, but I will just very, very briefly explain that for a long time, we had the Sundarji doctrine, where we spoke about using very big military formations which will make deep thrusts into Pakistan. We were capable of doing 3, but we would hold 1 back and launch with 2 and keep 1 in reserve, waiting for any action from the Pakistani side. But our thrusts would be strong and deep. That was the basic concept. But from 2004 onwards, we decided to change for a number of reasons, which General Vijay mentioned in his book. Instead of having 1 or 2 very deep thrusts, we would have multiple shallow thrusts. I will explain why it happened so. But first, the Sundarji doctrine was explained, as I explained. We had a very strong defensive posture, for which there were 7 corps, and 2 to 3 strike corps would be held back, and these would be brought forward to unleash the lethal punch. The problem was that it would take over 2 to 3 weeks to deploy this major punch, because they were held back in central India. They would take time to reach, and by the time they reach in the emerging satellite environment, they would be picked up. So that was one of the problems with them. The second problem was that the strong defensive line which we had on the border, that strong defensive line did not have its inherent offensive capability. The defensive line was only defensive. So if you say today something has happened, tomorrow you launch cold start, it was not possible. Because our defensive line was only defensive in nature. It did not have any inherent offensive capability. So these are the number of reasons why we had to change. So as I was mentioning, We went in for the cold start offensive, where we said we will have 8 to 10 limited ones, capture 10 to 15 kilometers of territory, and remaining within the nuclear threshold. Why is this important? Because nuclear happened now, in between. It came in 98. So only after that, you are facing a nuclear problem. If you go too deep, you are likely to have a nuclear response. So you don't want to trigger a nuclear response. So this is what the problem was. As I mentioned in General Vij's book, which is there in front of you, this has also come out this year only, he has explained why we had to change from the Sundarji doctrine to the cold start. He's explained in a full chapter. He has given out 3 reasons. One is the J&K thing. This happened in 89-90. When Sundarji doctrine was designed, the Kashmir problem was not there. Now we are having 1,000 cuts doctrine being executed from 89 onwards. Secondly, he said the nuclear problem. It happened in 98. This was not there when the Sundarji doctrine was designed. And lastly, what I already mentioned, that the defensive line is not capable of just getting up and hitting. At the drop of a hat, we should be able to say, okay, go. But no, we have to wait for the strike code to come. So this is the 3 reasons, as per General Vij, why we changed and went in for the cold start. And why the cold start has now been changed to a dynamic response military doctrine, because as you know, when the Bombay attack happened, cold start was in vogue, but we did not launch cold start. In fact, the Pakistanis are saying, we have defeated your cold start. Because even the cold start, or whatever doctrine we were having, it envisages a large amount of military manpower, hardware, crossing the border in 8 to 10 places and capturing small amount of territory. And until we activate it in a full manner, we did not have any other option. Now we have other options. So that is why we have a dynamic response military doctrine. It has got a full range of options. And if you look at Joint Doctrine of the Armed Forces 2017, which has been published, it is post-Uri surgical strike. So surgical strikes had happened, and then we enunciated that surgical strikes will be part of our credible deterrence posture through punitive destruction and disruption in a nuclear environment. So we have started stating so, but we have not publicly declared it. In the process of writing my book, I've had a number of consultations, and I'm happy to say it is coming in my book, and I have the permission to quote that we are now with a new doctrine called the Dynamic Response Military Doctrine. And sitting here in this Lit Fest is the first time this has been announced. You heard about the new normal. It is mentioned. I will talk about it a little bit. We have a firm control of the escalation matrix. This was mentioned yesterday by General Khandare, that there is a concept of an escalation ladder. We know what are we going to do, what are the likely responses, and against each likely response, what is our counter? So we maintain dominance at all times, and most importantly, the conflict termination strategy. We have all that under control. We don't accept somebody else's defined threshold, that this is my red line. In fact, in the Pakistan's nuclear policy, we have a no first use policy, they don't. They say, if you cross our red lines, we will use the nuke. And they have articulated in a vague way what are their red lines. And one of them was, if that the integrity of the nation is under threat, then we will use the nuke. So they could interpret it anyway. But we don't want to wait for their interpretation. Now we decide. And we are going to remain within the threshold, and we will be able to. And as I mentioned, I have discussed it with the military authorities. We had a number of meetings. While I cannot quote an individual person, but I have got the written permission to publish this in my book, so I can tell you it is public knowledge now. This video just exemplifies our new military doctrine. Volume, please. So this is Uri 2016. the surgical strikes. The Air Force Balakot strike. And now 2025. Some of this was mentioned yesterday too. I will talk about this funeral. What you... Thank you. Thank you. You are clapping for the armed forces, not for me. Thank you. Thank you, sir. As I mentioned, I will talk about this funeral. This is one of the biggest hits which we achieved on that night. On the very first night, 6th night, 7th morning, it was explained yesterday, we hit 9 terrorist camps, 9 terrorist facilities and their headquarters, Muridke and other places. We achieved a big success here. And if you see on 8th morning during the briefing, our Foreign Secretary, Vikram Mishri, he was holding a photograph to the international media. A state funeral is being given to these terrorists. Pakistani flag is put on those coffins. Senior officers from the police, the army, and the politicians are there to attend and to mourn the loss. He says, you may be doing this in your country, it doesn't make sense in our country to mourn the loss of a terrorist. So this is what this funeral is about, and this is the kind of proof, and as what General Khandar was mentioning, we have been able to gather a whole lot of proof to show that we succeeded in what we wanted to do. So just a couple of things more. So now we are into the dynamic response military doctrine, and as I was mentioning just now, it has been adopted. It has not been publicly announced. We don't need to. In fact, we don't have a publicly declared national security strategy. Some countries do. That is a debate about it. But we do have various ways which we handle our national security, and this is one of them. And I'm extremely fortunate that having personally met the CDS and personally met a number of officers from Air Force and Army, we have exchanged information with the Navy too as a part of our book. We have been given permission to publish this. What is it about? You heard it. Decisive retaliation. If anything happens, we will hit back. We don't distinguish between the sponsors of terror and the terrorists themselves. This is a warning for the future. So far, whenever we had a terrorist issue, we would only strike back on the terrorist. Now we have announced that we will not distinguish. You are sponsoring terrorism, you are having terrorist camps, they have been announced, and everyone knows it. Next time, we will not distinguish. So please be aware. And the third is that we don't tolerate nuclear blackmail. While they have the capability, we have degraded certain part of it. We have hit their command and control centers. A lot has happened during Op Sindoor. But we have not destroyed their nukes. But we are confident that we can carry out our operations despite being under the nuclear umbrella. And we have established that there is space between conventional war, nuclear war, and subconventional war. There is still space. Remember one thing, we are able to now execute military operations without declaration of war. Sindoor was not a war. Gaza may be a war, but what happened between Iran and Israel again was not a war. So the definitions of war is now changing, and we have adapted, we are ready, and we are capable of executing operations without even declaring war. There have been a number of criticisms. One of the criticisms is that when you have announced that whenever you are hit by terrorist strike, we will hit back. So you have bound yourself. This is a criticism. It is not a valid criticism. We are not going to launch operations at the drop of a hat. It is not going to be a knee-jerk reaction. It will be proportionate. It will be a decision taken at the time by the politico-military hierarchy, and the response will be done at a time and place of our choosing. It's not going to be a knee-jerk reaction, so there's, this criticism, I feel, is not founded. We have a controlled escalation system, I mentioned earlier, and most importantly, the termination of conflict. There are so many conflicts going around in the world, and some of them have been going on for long. You look at Ukraine, you look at Gaza, but you hear what our air chief says. The world has to learn from us how to swiftly start and swiftly terminate a conflict. And one of the first speakers was mentioning how to link the Coimbatore Lit Fest with a particular theme, and how does it all link to my book. As I landed in Coimbatore on Friday evening, the Chief of Army Staff signed the foreword. And it reached me on Saturday, while I was here. Sorry? Yeah, next. Surely. So this is the book, Red Lines Redrawn, Operation Sindhu, the India News Normal. There are 4 of us here. We're bringing out various analysis and dimensions and decoding the clutter. And we have, of course, a number of recommendations, which the Chief also has touched upon. He has commended us for our depth and vision. It's a timely contribution, he says. And it's an outstanding, this is from his foreword, a compelling narrative. It's coming soon to our book stands. Now, before I end, I would like to quote from Ramdhari Singh Dinkar, a poem, Shakti or Shama. This was also quoted incidentally by the CDS recently. Sahanshilta Shama Daya ko, Sahanshilta Shama दया को तभी पूजता जग है, बल का दर्प चमकता जिसके पीछे जब जगमग है. I will just translate this. It says, tolerance, forgiveness and clemency are respected by the world only when behind you is standing a strong sword of power. So that is the quote. बल का दर्प जमकता उसके पीछे जब जगमग है. So this is the last stanza of a very interesting poem. It is not only that the armed forces are the power. All of you are the power of the nation. The people who are working in commerce, who are teaching, who are writing, who are doing any form of activity, the power of the nation. The comprehensive power of the nation has to be strong. Only then we can achieve peace. With that, I would like to end my discourse, and I'm open to questions.
Hello,
Yes,
check,
sir.
check. Yeah, very good morning, Major General. And we had a very inspiring session with you and an eye-opener. See, my question is, see, now that after all these operations last 1.5 decades or so, see, we have strengthened, say, our Pakistan border with Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, etc. But I started feeling that, see, there could be a sitting duck in the northeast sector, see, from the Bangladesh, where, see, there has been a lot of intrusion happening, especially last 4-5 years. So using that, see, could there be a major attack, by the enemy, from the territory? Can you
Yes,
throw
northeast-
some light on that?
Northeast and
Thank
East,
you.
It is very much a threat. Recently, there is a lot to which I can cover. It is there in the book also. Mr. Munir went to Tampa, and he has given a speech there in a closed-door session with about 100-150 Pakistani diaspora, but there were people who took the word out. It has been published in media. He made 2 statements there, Mr. Munir. One is, he said, remember, we are a nuclear nation. If we go down, we will take half the world with us. This statement has been made by Field Marshal Munir in Tampa on American soil. And it came in Indian media, many media. How can you go and say this? Second thing he said was, next time we will start from the east. Exactly what you're saying. I correlated this to a statement by his DG ISPR, wherein he said the same thing, that we will strike in the east. India also needs to know that we can strike anywhere. So obviously, when he is so strongly checkmated on the Indo-Pakistan western border, he will look for other, other places. I will not say Northeast is vulnerable. We have strong forces there. We have air defense. In fact, as I was mentioning about my father, at a point of time, he was commanding a radar station which was looking from Calcutta towards Bangladesh. And once or twice, I would go and see the kind of coverage we have. So we have good coverage. It's not that it's not going to be a cakewalk for anybody. But yes, I understand your concern. And don't worry, the apex people are looking at it very closely, sir. We'll come to AVM Kumar after this. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Who are our other enemies, sir? Like when you say that somebody from Pakistan going and making statement in Tampa, and now we see a new strategy of terrorism which is cropping up, especially destabilizing the country by a provocation of the so-called Gen X. And
yes.
What's exactly, now why I'm telling, we know, sir, there are certain known enemies. The known enemies are known enemies. But I think we seem to be having a lot of shadow boxing areas.
I think what you are asking is already answered yesterday by Jan Khandare in his talk, but I will again repeat. And there is a session immediately after lunch where I think Shefali Madam and Mrs. Sengupta and one or two others are talking about this, the power of social media to have aggressive, outrage. To create an outrage, look at fault lines and, create instability. So, incidentally, my PhD is in information warfare. So, these are issues which are there and I have covered them in the book too. As General Khandare mentioned, Pakistan, we know for long. China, at a point of time, when we were young, 1954, Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, they are our neighbor. They are a big neighbor. Whether we have, how we deal with them, whether they are friends, they are frenemies, they are contestation, conflict, but they are there to stay. So these two we know. We have the half channel inside 2.5. We have the distant foes, Turkey, who was supposed to be our friend. We sent them a parafield ambulance when they had an earthquake. The Indian military went there. And they earned so much of goodwill. We helped them when they had an earthquake. And here they were supplying drones to Pakistan, which were being targeted onto us. Incidentally, since I was just discussing, Turkey has said that, no, we didn't do anything. So, you don't have to trust whatever you hear without research. So, in my book, I have not targeted Turkey at all. There's no direct evidence. So your basic question was multiple enemies. Looking at USA, as you know, they say, when you're looking at USA, it is very dangerous to have USA as an enemy, but to have USA as a friend is fatal. This is a famous statement. So, but the point is, it is not about USA or India, Pakistan. Every country will look at its own interest. And the concept of strategic autonomy, I can tell you about 2 years back, there was a strong pressure from international forum, including USA, that why is India not aligning with the USA? What is this strategic autonomy? You have our transport aircraft, you got our Chinooks, we have so many agreements, we are in the Quad together. Why don't you just come onto the bandwagon? And we kept on resisting. And today, people like you are saying, yes, why are we, so close to USA? So the question is, no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. What was mentioned yesterday, and I think we have time, right? I finished very early. You have to understand the difference between a strategic partnership and an alliance. These are loosely used terms. People think, oh, we've had so much of good relations. Mr. Modi has gone and addressed the joint houses of USA. He's had a joint session with the upper and lower house together in one place, and he addressed the joint session. It was a huge thing. But they are not our ally. If you have an alliance like what NATO is, like Warsaw Pact was, it means they will fight your battle and you will fight their battle. Which means if China takes Taiwan, Indian troops will be fighting in Taiwan against China. If we send our forces to Taiwan to fight against China, what is going to happen to our borders? How can we fight China on behalf of USA, leaving our border undefended? So there is a lot of difference between partnerships and alliances. We have strategic partnerships, we have issue-based cooperation, that's all fine. Ultimately, it is each man for himself. In fact, in my book, what the ambassador has written at the end of a beautiful analysis, he said, Akla chalo re. Some people are Bengali here, I think will understand. Akla chalo re. You can't rely on anyone. Just a minute, yeah.
Good morning, General. Before I ask you the question, I would like to congratulate General Kandare yesterday. I heard your speech in full, an excellent presentation, but I had to leave after your talk because there was a wedding reception at 7 o'clock I had to reach. So thank you. As an Air Force officer, I am very proud to see a fantastic presentation given by you yesterday. That too, it was extempo. Coming to General today, you gave a fantastic presentation again, but I thought one thing which has happened in the last maybe a decade plus is the emphasis on jointmanship among the three services and the theatre command concept which has come up. This you are not mentioned because this is also something which has happened, which has changed the entire method in which we are waging war. So your words.
So while you have said it has happened, it is a process. It has not yet happened. It is in the process. Now, recently this question was asked in the Manekshaw Center, in the Republic TV event, to Air Marshal Bhaduria, ex-Army Chief, and Manoj Pandey, Bhaduria ex-Air Chief and Manoj Pandey, ex-Army Chief, were both on the panel, and they were asked a similar question. Ultimately, both of them said, look, the logic of setting up theatre commands is unshakable. It has to come. How it comes and when it comes was not, ultimately finalized. But the first part, what you started with, jointmanship, jointness, integration, that has made a very big, much progress in the last few years, especially since the establishment of the CDS. The very fact that you have a CDS today. Sir has worked in DIA, I have worked in Defense Intelligence, and at a point of time, there was a naval officer, a very senior person, who said, we were having headquarter IDS for good about 15 years before we got a CDS. So you have the three services and you have headquarter IDS, Integrated Defense Staff. It was headed by a 3-star, not by a 4-star, for 15 years or a little less than 15 years. And we worked in that. The problem was that since you did not have a CDS, a headmaster, as quoted, the other three services would always look at us as just one more headquarter. So the naval officer in a conference said, "Sir, ये अभी बंद करो, ये नहीं चलेगा, एक headmaster चाहिए." we need the CDS, and the CDS has come. Now things are moving in a much better direction. During Op Sindoor, as you're aware, all three services put in together. As written in my book, sir, the first night, there were 9 targets. You are all aware that on 6th night we hit 9 targets. Can anyone, especially the children, tell me, out of those 9 targets, how many were hit by Army, how many by Air Force, and was the Navy involved? Anyone? Any child? 9 targets on the first night, we hit 9 terrorist camps. Yeah, take a guess. and Army hit 2. Yes, you're right. But your figures are slightly ulta. Army hit 7. Air Force hit 2. Navy was on standby. This is known. What is not known is, among the 7 which Army hit, Navy was used in 2 of them. Jointmanship, sir. It is not that the Army was unable to hit those particular 2. We were looking at a range which was slightly more than what we had hit before, and we did not want to bring the Air Force in at a place which is so close to the border. And then the Navy said, look, we have something, can we try it? So we did a trial and we found it a very good option. So the Navy gave us something and we used it in 2 targets in parallel with the Army. And I can quote in the conversation when I asked the CDS, sir, did it hit? He says, both hit. So we also hit and the Navy also hit in those 2 targets. Balance, 5 targets were purely Army, 2 were mix of Army and Navy, and 2 were pure Air Force. So that is jointmanship, sir.
Sir.
Yes, please.
So one question, sir. Sir, after 2014, sir, after our Prime Minister took charge, what difference has it made to the defense, sir? Sir, we wanted you to highlight that very emphatically, sir.
Okay, next is it right here, but wait. If you put the camera off, then I will speak. But I can tell you, things have started moving in a much faster manner, much better manner, and we feel happy. And as what General Khandare said, and if you look, very recently, General Ghai, the Director General Military Operations, who came and announced that I got a call for the ceasefire, not a ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities. As he mentioned that this is what we donned uniform for, we are so happy to be part of it. So, yeah, things are going very good. Yeah, there's a child raising his hand somewhere there first. Yeah, black shirt. Okay, sir, Panditji.
Let him pass.
Okay, let him go. Give him a mic, please. You start speaking, yeah.
We are from the CAR school. We are honored to hear you speak. I had a question. After the Gen Z revolution in Nepal, the new Prime Minister installed has repeatedly emphasized her willingness to have good relationships with India. While the reasons she gave was, she studied in the Banaras Hindu University and she got to know the facilities over there and she was very happy with the Indian people. But also, one more fact was that her husband was one of the perpetrators involved in the hijacking of an Indian plane which landed in, in the end landed in Nepal. And the friends of her husband, his colleagues, some of them even ended up getting jail time from the Indian government. So I would just like to ask, what are your views on the future relations of Nepal and India?
I haven't looked at Nepal so closely, but we are brothers. We have so many Gorkhas from them in our army. They are free to work in India. Their entire citizens are free to work in India and they can join the Indian army without any NOC from anyone. So I'm sure the relationship with Nepal will remain good. I'm not very clear on this particular aspect which you touched upon.
Thank you,
Sirji.
General Bakshi, namaste. Congratulations for forthcoming book, Operation Sindoor and India New Normal. And I have one request. If you can, from India, if you can put Bharat, it will be much better. That is my request. Second thing, my question and attention is that in 1913, Bipin Chandra Pal wrote a big article, Politics and an Empire, which was published in 1916 book. He told and warned us, our real threat will not come from Europe and America. Our real threat will come from the China. I quote, the 400 million Chinese are the only people under the sun who can hold us down by sheer superior physical force. 1913. And then he told and this China will align with Pan-Islamism, In 1913, that time there was no China, no Marxist China, and there was no Pakistan, and even all those what you have seen. but we as a country, we ignored that warning 1913. And what is our preparedness in terms, you see, for us as a country, China and Pakistan, Bangladesh should not be our challenger. Our main challenger is China. How we are positioning ourselves, our security in context of China?
Thank you, sir. You brought a historical context. As was mentioned yesterday, I think about the 62 war, General Khandare was mentioning. Please do not take 1962 as any template. The Indian Air Force combat power was not used in 62. Our forces were deployed in areas at very short notice without equipment. I can tell you, sir, when our people had been deployed in high altitude at 16, 17,000 feet, dal nahi galti hai. Your dal does not cook without pressure cookers. And our men fought there without pressure cookers because there was no pressure cookers in the Indian Army at that time. Because we had not prepared ourselves for high altitude war. We went in jungle boots into snow terrain. So 1962 is not at all a template. Today's army is far, far, far superior to what kind of performance we had there. And as was mentioned yesterday, 62 was a bad example. Next time around, sir, they will face a very, very different Indian army and Indian military. But we are not resting on any laurels of our experiences. We are being prepared day by day. I myself served, sir, for about 14 years in the mountains. I have made roads and bunkers as far as Bumla. In fact, since you mentioned China, as you're aware, they came into Tawang and they made a road. Within about 30 days, they made a road from the Tibetan plateau up to Tawang. 1962, when the battle ended, they withdrew. You're aware? Whatever they captured, they relinquished and they went back. We permitted that road to collapse, sir. The road from Bumla, which today is a beautiful border hut, the road coming in from Bumla, for the last 5 kilometers, we allowed it to collapse. In 1988, I was ordered to reopen that road. The first Indian dozer going to Bumla, I sat on it and I went and I reopened that road, sir. And guess what? Why did we not make the roads to the border from 62 to 87? Again, the question which is linked to what somebody else said. There was a fear, if we build roads to the China border, the Chinese will come down and attack on that and they will capture India. So we have to fight on the border with last 5 to 8 to 10 kilometers walking or with our supplies coming on mules. In any case, we would walk. It was a standard thing that when you induct to the border, you have to walk. The last 2 days is walking. And we didn't make the road. So 1988, I reopened that road. Plus, I made 8 kilometers new road in that sector. And now we are much better poised. Thanks. Sorry, please. You remember? Yes.
Yeah. To answer the gentleman who asked the question, what changed after 2014? General Bakshi, I don't think it's okay for him to answer, but I will answer, and you can broadcast it. Okay, I was in defense manufacturing. You need not know what. I don't want to tell you. But it's a very large defense manufacturing facility which supplied critical parts for missiles which took part in Op Sindoor. Okay. If you know what it is, you know what it is. I was in development from 2008 to 2014. Okay, we supplied, let's say, X quantity only between 2008, 9 and 14. From 2014 December to 2023, we supplied something like 120 times Okay? 120 times. That's what we supplied. So does that answer your question? That's what changed.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
There's one more question. We'll just take one last question. Yes.
Good morning, sir. I'm Krishnan, retired seafarer. Today there's a concept of my enemy's enemy is my friend. It's going about all over. What's our stand?
My enemy's enemy is my friend. This is the oldest teaching of Kautilya from the Rajamandala. Vijigisu, Shatru, Hari Shatru. It's a very old concept, but we don't necessarily see it very closely being followed today. In fact, what was being mentioned yesterday's topics was that Arthashastra has been studied even in China, and they are studying Arthashastra as well as Sun Tzu. Incidentally, Arthashastra is also studied in Pakistan in their staff college. So these are common things. I mean, are you hinting at something very specific? Well, I would not say that the enemy's enemy concept applies to Afghanistan. Afghanistan has always been our friend. In fact, I can quote that I was doing a defense intelligence course in London, and I was speaking to an Afghan, and he says, we are very good friends with India. We just don't want this little piece of territory in between. This should be removed. Yeah, there's one child who wants to ask. I think we can permit him. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. In the UNGA in September, Dr. Jayashankar mentioned that regarding Afghanistan, Pakistan, China, that if we have to, we can fight all three at once. Like, not completely. Indirectly, he stated that when he was questioned about how can India be so firm that no matter what challenges they face, they can react properly. So, is it possible that instead of fighting all of the three countries is it possible to fight all the three countries at once with the forces we have today? And if so, then how can the citizens also contribute?
Very interesting. So I am happy to see so much of consciousness in the children. You are listening to the senior, the senior functionaries. You are looking at the geopolitical situation. So what you are talking about, we call it Sino-Pak collusion. China and Pakistan colluding to fight against us. In a Sino-Pak collusivity scenario, we are looking at two fronts together, and that was what General Khandare also mentioned yesterday. At the same time, they will be trying to incite unrest within India. So that is the half front. So 2.5 front, we have been preparing for this for the past 10 years. So yes, we are looking at it closely, but now I will give you my personal view, not the army view, not the think tank's view. Incidentally, for 3 years, I was in a military think tank called Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. I was the Deputy Director General heading the military center. So even that, I will say, put it aside, my personal view, China will never take assistance of Pakistan in a India-China conflict. I'll say again, China will not look for the assistance of Pakistan in a India-China conflict. If it comes to China, we will be able to hold off Pakistan and tackle China alone. If it is a Pakistan conflict, yes, there will be some indirect assistance from China, which we saw in Sindoor. Their missiles and their satellite equipment was being guided, so indirect assistance. Why? In history later, would China like to say that to deal with India, China needed Pakistan's help? Would they ever like to say that? It will be a biggest shame for them that if China needs Pakistan in a India-China conflict. So that will not happen in my opinion. So primarily, we are preparing for one front at a time. If push comes to shove, we can handle both fronts together. More important, the last part what you asked is the half front, we need your help. You are our eyes and ears. You need to be cautious. You need to report things. Be our eyes and ears and try and tackle that half front. And support us. And support the soldier. And as was being mentioned, when we are on the borders, I have walked in places which are minus 30, minus 40. I have walked through artillery fire. I have walked through machine gun fire. The person walking just in front of me got shot through his ribs. We had to spend the whole night to pull him out, put him in a chopper in the morning, and happily he was saved. I have walked through all this thinking that people like you are there behind me. So just give us the support and trust us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir. We request Air Vice Marshal Vijay Kumar sir and General Kandare to please felicitate General Bakshi. We also request you to please add on to General Bakshi's words with your thoughts and reflections. There's a small announcement that we would like to make. Two cars by the number TN38CT6509 and KA22ME5813. I'll just read it out again. TN38CT6509 and KA22ME5813. I think we have parked in a no parking zone, so you might have to relocate your cars. So kindly. Oh, okay. Sorry, sir.
Namaskaram. I just wanted to add a few things to what General Bakshi so very well covered. And I can understand from the kind of questions from various age groups which come. So what I am adding is to just support what General Bakshi has said. Now the first point about an attack coming from Bangladesh side, we want it to come. We will widen the Siliguri corridor by many kilometers. And I'm saying this from my personal experience. I commanded a brigade in Siliguri corridor. So we have forces ready. Like yesterday I told you, we have plans made well in advance. It's only a trigger that we look at so that the culpability of that in international arena will be of somebody else. The second point I wanted to make a mention, conspirators are many. This is the job of the citizens to understand. When Doklam was happening, when China was getting into Doklam, and incidentally, please understand, what China did was not on Indian soil, it was on Bhutan soil. India, as a good friend of Bhutan, General Rawat was the chief at that time. I remember in that meeting which we had, and I was the Director General Defense Intelligence Agency, I told him, sir, if we don't react now, Bhutan will never have faith in us. And General Rawat immediately pushed troops into that territory after informing Bhutan that we are there for your help, provided you have a spinal cord and say, India is not the aggressor, China is the aggressor. That's what happened. But here you have to also understand, and this happened in 2017 in June, August, this was a 73-day standoff, after which China backed off. And this is where the civil-military coordination takes place. For 73 days, the military kept on standing firm, and then at that time, Foreign Secretary was Dr. Jaishankar, and he very clearly told us, we were in that core group, about 10 of us, and he said, just don't worry, China will back off because there is a BRICS meeting which is about to be held, and China cannot afford to attend that when this standoff is going on. So this is how things happen at the national level. But what is more concerning around this time is, how do things happen on the external front and on the internal front? When this Doklam standoff was happening, you can please go and check in Google, exactly at the same time, in the same area of North Bengal bordering Sikkim, there was a Gorkhaland agitation which was going on. How does that get triggered? Obviously, there are people who are working for China. So we have to be very vigilant. When Galwan or when Doklam was happening, there was also, and it happened even in 62, 65, 71, that is the time the labor unions led by a particular party aligned to China giving threat of a strike in ordnance factories. So you've got to keep your eyes and ears open. So all of you, yesterday you asked me, you asked General Bakshi, and what citizens can do. See, everyone cannot wear military uniform. But every citizen is a soldier and every soldier is a citizen. Nepal, how do we visualize Nepal? Nepal, very correct, General Bakshi says, we have brotherly relationship. At the same time, we cannot be careless. So we are also watching, because China has now a huge influence in Nepal. So we are very vigilant to see what kind of damage can be caused, and that is where again the internal watchful eye, whether he's an illegal immigrant from Bangladesh, from Rohingya, from Myanmar, or whether he's an honest guy coming from Nepal, we have to be very vigilant, and that is where the citizens are the eyes and ears of a nation. 1.4 billion population means 2.8 billion eyes and ears, provided you do your job. The point about Gen Z, you know, BBC is most troubled because Indian Gen Z is not reacting to its provocation. Again, that enemy, what I said, potential enemy, undisclosed enemy, is not sitting on your border, but is sitting somewhere else. So Gen Z, I think we must compliment in India, at least till now, that they are not falling prey. On the contrary, they are questioning the Gen Z in Nepal as to how could they behave so irresponsibly. The issue of enemy's enemy has always been true, and I think when you see the Mandal theory, it is concentric circles which are self-explanatory, where the neighbor's neighbor, if it was understood so many years ago, I think we should have a lot of faith in what our forefathers have said. And very correctly, General Bakshi has said, you know, in my interaction with a number of people from Afghanistan, they have echoed the same sentiment which General Bakshi said. They always say, ये कौन है पाकिस्तान जो बीच में आ गया? You are our neighbor. Pakistan is nobody's neighbor. So that is something which, what is the improvement since 2014? When was CDS appointed? Who appointed CDS? From the walls of Red Fort, when Prime Minister Modi says CDS will be appointed, there was a draft speech which was given to Prime Minister Modi by a bureaucrat. He had not written CDS in that. He had written something else. Prime Minister Modi with his own hand cut it, put CDS, announced. You know, appointing the CDS alone would not have helped. So this government did something which even the military had not asked. Creation of a Department of Military Affairs, giving financial powers to the CDS. Otherwise, he would have been yet one more military officer with one more star here, but he wouldn't have had financial power. So the revenue expenditure now is with DMA, and the CDS has the powers of a secretary. So I think if that can be understood well, I can only quote one small example. There was a court case against the military, and I was appearing in Supreme Court for the military. I think I'll ignore the bell. So when I used to go there, and Justice Thakur was the Chief Justice, and he would look at us. I was a Major General then, two Major Generals and a Brigadier, we used to appear in that case, and he looked at us every hearing we were there. And he said, what frivolous cases are being filed against the military, and such senior officers have to waste time on such frivolous cases. Where are the bureaucrats? So he said, they are not here. He said, next hearing, the bureaucrat has to be here. Can you imagine such a thing happening earlier? The justice also, you know, we have a lot of cribs about judiciary, but here was a very honest person who said, get the defense secretary here. It's a different matter that the defense secretary applied for casual leave and went away. But all the same, such things have happened, and we had to produce a particular file where the previous defense minister, I am taking the name, Mr. Antony, should have signed somewhere. We had to look at about 200 files to look for a signature. Yeah, so that is exactly the point I'm making. And here you get Manohar Parrikar, and you had George Fernandez equally capable. They would, in their own handwriting, write one page as to why that decision is being taken. You know that when Swamiji yesterday mentioned, what can you and I do? At least support good political leaders so that the destiny of the country can also change. One point which very clearly the citizens can do, and that is in information warfare. Please be strong information warriors. Information warriors are not to be paid employees of the government. Honest citizen, committed citizen, patriot citizen will fight an information war where anything good about the nation should be propagated. Anything bad for the nation should be stopped immediately. That's all that we need you to do. I want to mention some things which the media does not do properly. Like there was a function, or there was a discussion on media, and one of the most prominent bad media lady, she said, soldiers are meant to die. I think this is atrocious. I think this is a human right violation of my dignity. And particularly so, when they say that soldiers are meant to die, I am sure karma will catch up and we'll soon see that person somewhere.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your reflections and
we keep pressure and we keep things boiling, then it's easy to control people because they're in a state of fear. So this is something that social media does very well. It tells us that the world is constantly at a tipping point, that there is unrest, that you are not safe, and that nothing good is certain. So in this manner, we keep, especially youngsters and children who are looking to find identity, are looking to ground themselves, that it keeps them in a space where they are not comfortable. And that is how you can control young minds, by telling them something unbelievably sad is going to happen, that they are constantly at risk. And I think social media, especially post-COVID, has played a very vital role in keeping the world at, at a position of unrest. Now, the other aspect is also anger sells, right? Nothing, a pretty picture does not sell. And we have moved from a point of where you have an opinion makes you an activist. Opinions we all have. We've always had opinions and we're allowed to have opinions. But where that becomes dangerous is when your opinion carries value. And if everybody thinks that their opinion carries value and gives them the power to change the future, or at least change one person's future, if not many, then that's a very dangerous tool to have. So I think especially with youngsters now, the one thing that we have to keep in mind, and we have to keep communicating with them, is that the world is not, it's all not doom and gloom. The world is a wonderful place. We're making wonderful strides. There's so much development happening. So if you turn down the noise a little bit, you will be able to see the right that is happening, the good that is happening. And if our attention is drawn to that, then I think we can very happily, without any difficulty. I am saying this as somebody who's not grown up with social media. So people who've not grown up with social media know exactly where to place it. You can use it for entertainment, not for involvement. So I think if we are able to communicate that with our children, to keep it at entertainment and not become involved, then definitely I think our children are much safer and they will not be triggered.
That's very well put. I was reading a book by a writer called Rutger Bregman called Humankind, which is basically exactly what you're talking about, that we are constantly being drip fed this idea that human beings are like awful people. And the world is coming to an end, everything is bad, the environment is going down the drain, our politicians are corrupt and venal, anybody in authority is not to be trusted, and so on. Whereas if we look at history, that is not the case. And the fact that human beings as a species have survived and progressed over thousands and thousands of years flies in the face of that. My next question is to you, Priyamji. What do you think, because this whole trigger mechanism of social media giving validity to some kind of deep-seated anger or some kind of deep-seated mistrust, all negative emotions. I'm having mental health problems. I think the environment is doing really badly. I think the people in power are not listening to what I'm saying. All of it, negative impulses being triggered on social media. How do you think this entire industry of negativity can be handled?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. This is such an important discussion. So I will comment on this based on the experiences that I see and deal with at work. And that is that how did the outrage industry become an industry, right? It became an industry, let's look at political influencers, okay, or voices that are able to destabilize nations, okay? politicians, political parties, are actually the cause for making these anonymous voices, giving them that power. With power comes money, with money comes numbers, because they are able to feed their opinions in the algorithm, and that kind of repeats over and over and over. It works for political leadership and political parties because they're then in the news all the time, and that triggers more opinions, etc. But once these voices grow big, when they have the numbers on their side, they don't need the money from the politicians anymore. The algorithm and the apps give them the money. So then they're out of control. They go rogue. They start feeling this false sense of authority where they think that they are the voices that not only can comment on political realities, but they will decide how society should operate. They will decide how countries should function. They will decide which countries our country should attack. So this is how the industry sort of becomes this very dangerous circular system. So I think for the youth here, we have to understand that the algorithm is feeding into itself. That is not reality. That is not the news that is really happening. That is what the news that they want you to see. I think that differentiation we must make.
That's very well put. In fact, I want to go to Abhijit Jogji at this point, because there is this whole industry of victimhood. And we find that much of the activism that you are talking about derives its lifeblood from a feeling of victimhood. That I am the victim, whatever kind of victim I may be, caste, it may be religion, it may be mental health, whatever. But you have to be a victim in order to be attractive or have a voice. If you are not a victim, you cannot have a voice. And I will take 1 second to say this, because as a woman journalist, I'm often asked, oh, it must have been really difficult for you, and I would say, no, actually it is not. In the newsroom, a woman's voice is the same as a man's, and people are disappointed. How come you're not a victim? So I want to ask you, what is the superstructure from where this entire trend draws its strength?
I think we are talking about outrage as an industry. And when something evolves to the level of industry, they have to follow certain rules and certain ideas. And we have to figure out what are the ideas and what are the rules that this industry is following. Because this industry, we have to understand, has been mastered by woke lobby, or what we call as wokeism. And we always see that the we have so much ability to lie and so much hypocrisy. Basically, to be able to lie so much, you must be able to justify those lies to yourself. That is the first criterion. And to do that, you need a doctrine that removes guilt from lying. And wokeism has achieved exactly that by having a doctrine of critical theory. So what is critical theory? Critical theory is a confluence of three ideologies. First is, of course, Marxism. Second is pansexualism, about which we will not talk just now. And third is postmodernism. So what postmodernism believes is that there is nothing like objective truth or objective reality. So once you agree to that, once you accept that idea that there is nothing like objective truth, it's all subjective. So they say that it is moral relativism. So there are no objective parameters to decide what is moral and what is immoral. That is their belief. So what they do is they draw a line of morality.
and you are on the right side of that line only if you agree 100% to their ideology. And if you don't do that, then you are on the wrong side of that line. And in that case, you don't remain only an ideological opponent, but you become a bad and evil person. And such a person, then you can do anything to destroy and annihilate such person. It's not only acceptable, but it is desirable. And that is how then lying is nothing. Even they can get away with murder because they have decided that annihilating an evil person is something that I must do. It is a moral act that I am doing. So critical theory is probably the Quran of wokeism. And then there is something which is, we can call it as hadith of wokeism. It is Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. So he has come up with 13 rules which have created the toolkit of this lobby. And I mean, if you go through those rules, you will realize that actually he has created a school of thought that anything is kosher as long as you are attacking non-woke people. And that is how this entire industry functions. If you give me a minute, I'll just tell you a couple of rules which Alinsky has written. There are 13 rules. Rule number 1 says, power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. So this enables them to punch above their weight all the time. You will realize that actually they have no strength, but they punch so much above their weight that people get scared to take them on. So everything comes from these rules. And not that every woke person has read Saul Alinsky, but their entire indoctrination is so much based on these rules that knowingly or unknowingly they follow these rules. Just one more rule I will tell you. You will immediately be able to connect. Maybe a couple of them more. Ridicule is man's most potent weapon. So you will see all stand-up comedians are all on the side of the woke lobby. Keep pressure on, he says. And the most important one, he says, pick a target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. So he says that whether that person deserves to be targeted or not is not important. Because he says that intangible ideas like fascism and things like that people don't understand. So you give it a face. You say that this person, symbolizes fascism. And then attack that person. So exactly what they have done with our beloved Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, is this, that they have personalized Modi as an evil person. And they attack him. And then facts and truth doesn't matter because they have already believed that there is nothing like fact and there is nothing like objective reality.
Yeah, that's what makes a potential New York mayoral candidate to say he is the last surviving Muslim out of Gujarat. Don't let facts come in the way of a good story. So coming back to you, Aishwarya, what Abhijitji was talking about is very, very interesting. This whole structure of wokeness and what it is doing. Can you talk about how education can make some kind of a dent? Because you see, what happens is, and this I see in a lot of young people who I talk to, is that there is an inherent they find it cool to take on people in positions of authority. It's cool. It's cool to say, I am taking on people in positions of power. And the first people in positions of authority they encounter outside of their homes are the people they encounter in schools and colleges. So how do you, handle that? That these institutions are not your adversaries, for heaven's sake, and you don't have to constantly make yourself the hero victim of your own story.
So I think one of the best ways to counter wokeism is to ask the person to define it. I think that is the hardest thing for most people to do, is to define wokeism. Because it's a theory of questions and no answers. So you question everything, answer nothing. And the most difficult aspect of it is there is no second layer of thinking or finer detail. Everything is on the surface. Because on the surface, everything is sand. You can move it around very quickly. But the more you speak to people, you'll find that they get very agitated. I'm not talking only about children. I'm also talking about, a lot of, I think more than children, not so much in India and abroad, I think it's college goers, right? So I think it's, in universities where, you're defining thought and you're trying to figure deeper aspects of yourself or what you're learning. And the purpose of education is to ask questions with the intention of coming to an answer. The purpose of wokeism is to leave you with the question and no answers, right? And so this is where I feel when we are countering it, the only way to counter it is to keep asking them to go into detail. You please define it for me. See, I understand that there is a lot of things in life, we are not at a point where there is clear and concise definition. It does not mean there is no definition, right? We are evolving on definition, perhaps, but there certainly is answer and definition. And one of the ways I find with children and young adults is that we ask them to define. Please give me an explanation. We are in conversation, give me an explanation for your choice, for your thought, for your opinion. And I think everything is possible. Like in our country, thankfully, there is still dialogue, which I'm very grateful for. We're a country that can still dialogue because we're a social country, right? America, dialogue is considered offensive, right? Because we're so insular and we're so singular that anybody who comes to you with dialogue, you're immediately, why are you preaching to me or why are you talking to me? But in our country, the beauty of it is that we have dialogue. And as long as we have dialogue, we can solve anything. So, and I think the greatest counter to it is that it is still at a point of inception. We're at the first few years, which itself is a little bit staggering to think about. But we are at the inception of this concept. And if we are able to curb it by definition, by clarity of thought, and by extremely precise critical thinking skills and questions, I think we can easily have young adults and children be able to understand themselves and be clear, which is the whole point of growing up, is to have clarity.
Yeah, so, that's a very important point because I'm going to go to you right now because, see, the thing is a lot of the people who wear Che Guevara t-shirts don't know that he was a bloodthirsty maniac. A lot of the people who, a lot of the queers who are shouting Palestine, Palestine don't know that they'd probably be stoned to death if they were in that part of the geography. So coming to you, there is an entire superstructure who are of adults. This is an established superstructure that magnifies those voices. I'll give you an example. There was a recent story by a very, very well-known foreign news agency about bemoaning the fact that India's Gen Z are not rising up in revolt and anarchy. And why are they not rising up? And this is by a very well-known international news agency. Now, you have structures like these, organizations like these, who are magnifying those voices, right? And making it seem like this is something wrong with our young people because they are not causing anarchy in the country. How is that to be tackled?
Thank you. The superstructure, thank you for bringing it up because this is so important and often overlooked by society because we don't fully understand it because it operates behind the scenes. I want to give a case study of to better explain this structure. So when farmers' protests had erupted in India, we saw that international celebrities voiced outrage. Rihanna had tweeted what is happening in India, and many, Mia Khalifa and all kinds of international popular figures started to voice outrage on social media. Now we look a little bit, so on investigating, we realized that there was a PR agency that was involved, and these people and their teams were paid millions of dollars for each tweet and each post. Now, now the anchors of the farmers' protests were from Punjab and that part of the country. Now, to instigate that, those Indians, we had Canadian poets who write on romance and sexual relationships, having, taking, live video sessions, because now they have the numbers, they have these millions of followers. They started doing live sessions from Canada and talking about basically instigating more and more people to get involved in protesting. That happened with CAA also. There you go, that happened with CAA also. So this is an industry, and then when you realize who funded that PR agency is when you realize the motives behind the different groups that want to destabilize. So when young people tweet, they don't understand that they are being tracked. They are being tracked by people who want to use them. They are being tracked by governments who want to protect their own nations. Each social media interaction leaves an imprint, and you're going to be tracked. I think everybody needs to understand this and be responsible in their communication in social media. And in terms of this super shadow, industry, the last point that I want to make is that in terms of designing outrage, I think there is a way to crack it also, and that is follow the money.
Yeah, you wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, actually, what she says is right, that after all, it is all about money. When we are talking about industry, that means there has to be some raw material. Somebody has to pay for that raw material. So finally, everything boils down to money. And where does this money come from? I think we have to figure out, because everything is not happening automatically. People are not just waking up and they're not starting to post and things like that. Outrage is manufactured, as I said, and it is backed by big money. Where does this money come from? That we have to figure out. And I think we have to go back a little. There is something called as regime change operation, which United States specializes in. And earlier, this regime change used to happen with the help of CIA. And it used to be bloody. It used to create bad blood. And the image of United States as a protector of liberalism and democracy used to get damaged. So they changed their strategy sometime in the mid-1980s. And they created something which is called as National Endowment for Democracy. So they said that now what we'll do is there are certain frustrated people in every country. So we will feed them. We will give them awards like Magsaysay Award and things like that. We will finance them, fund them, and we will make them create anarchy in their country. And by promoting anarchy, we will finally achieve our target of regime change. So there are certain regime change experts in United States. So we are talking about Americans' deep state. In the first answer, I talked about cultural Marxism or wokeism. So we have to understand that this is an alliance between two big, powerful forces in the world, American deep state and wokeism or cultural Marxism. And hand in hand, they are trying to destabilize and destroy the countries that they find inconvenient. And that is where this entire manufacturing of outrage is engineered. So first thing to remember is nothing is happening on its own. Everything is being planned, strategized, and executed. So if you have to counter it, you have to also do equal amount of planning and strategizing. That is what we have to remember.
Thank you. That was a lot of clarity, because I would like to bring to your attention what happened in the early 1970s. You know, the Naxal movement, and how the Chinese influence there, was the reason behind their ideological brainwashing. So I want to come back to you, Aishwarya, at this point, because you know we are talking about how outrage industries. There's a manufacturing unit behind it, a global manufacturing unit, and we have examples like, say, a very good example. I was talking to my daughter just yesterday. Somebody like Malala Yousafzai, for instance. She is a Nobel laureate, but what has she done? It's not very clear to me, apart from getting very tragically shot for wanting to go to school. Since then, what has she done? I mean, she's sitting in the UK. She's not in her country of birth. She's not really, you know, taking on those forces who attacked her in the first place. She's wearing designer clothes and appearing in Jimmy Fallon and all these talk shows. So, yet she's considered a very, you know, very potent symbol of for the younger generations. So, choosing who you are looking up to, how do we do that? How, as an educationist, what are your views?
So I think when we think about activists, there are activists by choice of circumstances that have happened to you. You are seen as you know, somebody who represents either, you know, a misdeed or represents light and the fight or whatever it might be. And that is by default because of circumstances that have happened to you. She's a prime example of that. That she was very sadly a victim of the circumstances around her, which like echoed out to people that women were not allowed to get educated and they would rather kill a woman than have her educated, right? And I mean, by grace, she survived. And her entire, I think, idea is the fact that she survived, right? But beyond that, she's not somebody that has a voice. Yes, she represents a tragic point in history, and she must be recognized for that, being a representation of what could happen if we allow forces to control the narrative, that is, you know, deny a voice. But beyond that, she doesn't really have a voice. So, yes,
See, I want to make a distinction between her and another figure called Kim Fook. Kim Fook was a little girl. I don't know how many of you remember. There was a very iconic picture by Nick Ut of the Vietnam War, of a little girl, a little naked girl whose clothes had been burnt off by the napalm bombing. That little girl was Kim Fook. All right. Now she was a girl in the picture. She became very famous for being, you know, caught in that horrific situation and the symbol of this horrific war that was happening. But nobody gave her a Nobel. So, you know, there are aggressors and there are aggressors, there are victims and there are victims. That's what I'm trying to say, that just being a victim, and I'm sure Kim Fook is as tragic a victim as Malala. But no one gave Kim Fook a Nobel. She wrote a book and she's now been happily forgotten. Why? Because the aggressor is not someone you want to take on.
No, I think it's also, one is, I think the fact that now we have social media has changed everything. And wherever the attention goes, we place value on that. So it is not merely just the incident or the person, it is where attention is. And the longer attention stays there, we place value on it. So I think that is one of the reasons why Malala is, and if you see, she has lived a rather a traditional life. So she cannot be considered a feminist, or other than the fact that I think her father put her in school and wanted her to get educated, if I'm not mistaken. She has lived a rather traditional life. I think she's now married and, you know, she's settled in the UK, and a very traditional marriage as well. So I think what we choose to see certain aspects and we would like to negate the rest. Whereas if you take now Greta Thunberg, which I think everybody knows, and she's activist by choice. But we no longer know what she's an activist for, because I think it's just, you know, I think it's just become something where I think there's a popular comedian that says, I think we can all agree on one thing, and that Greta is annoying. And, so activism also, I think by choice has become it's a default kind of a narrative. So it's the same narrative, you spin it around for different things. So when I say, when we're looking at activists, it used to be defined by reformer, rebel, somebody who wanted, change. So that's where it stemmed from. It's now just about drawing attention. And that's where, and it stops at that. There's nothing beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very important point, that a lot of activism stems from just drawing attention to a person. That's it. And that attention can be 5 seconds, it can be 5 hours, it can be 5 days, it can be whatever. I'm going to come to you and ask you about Abhijit ji was just talking about the deep state and the shadowy role played by the deep state in harnessing these often misguided people who are, who think they are trying to do some good or raising their voice for something. How dangerous and integrated is it? It is dangerous, it is integrated, as we have seen in Bangladesh, for instance. But the whole idea of young people rising in revolution is very romantic. People think that it is very romantic, but the reality behind that, that it is not necessarily entirely voluntary, that it is not necessarily triggered by altruistic reasons or idealism, all of that, can that narrative be handled or changed?
First, before I answer your question, I will go back to my case study because we spoke about Greta. So during the farmers' protest, the PR company that was paid for the tweets of the celebrities, Greta is a partner in that company. And one of the organizations that paid that company for the tweets, a certain Sikh association in Punjab, in which the poetess works, was the payee to that company. So it forms a loop, you just have to go deep enough to understand. So Greta runs an organization. Now we'll come to the deep state. For the deep state to destabilize. So now let's go to discussing the deep state and the history, many of us know, but at least for the younger guys here, that any country that is a pole, that wants to be a pole, that is an existing pole of the global order or aspires to be a pole of the global order, just in contemporary history knows that they are entitled to this right to protect. And that right to protect sentiment basically is an explainer for everything they do. So first of all, we need to stop calling the deep state a deep state because it is no longer shadowy. That is what the United States of America as a country wants to do. It is not like certain people in the country want to do. No, the country wants to do it. So America chose, because it was one of the big poles of the world, from the 40s, that it will decide who to protect, when to protect, and against who to protect. So it looks at countries and says, this chap is a bad chap. So bad chap means not going to align with our interests. So now we will protect that nation against this bad chap because we have decided this chap is a bad chap. Now, after the Soviet Union collapsed and, that pole of the world sort of collapsed, now we see the rise of China as another pole of the world. China also uses the same things. So sometimes in India, you don't know where the destabilization is coming from which end. So that's something that, we have to be very conscious of. We aspire to be a third pole. Okay, but the way we operate in nations is very different. It's that Vishwaguru sentiment, you know. So that's how we reach out to the youth of nations, you know, with spirituality and yoga, and, you know, it's like, okay, you have a mental problem, India will help you, you know. So, so that is how we think we can influence with our soft power, and that also is never explored before in the world, but I think it has great potential to influence. That's our deep state. Yeah.
Would you like to add something to that? What we can do to establish another pole to the duopolarity of the world?
I think one point we should remember is that the idea is to destroy the trust and faith of Indian people in its institutions, basically. Let's start with politics. I'm not taking up the case of politicians, but there is something called as alternative politics that is being promoted. So don't trust your politicians. All political parties are useless. And then there is something called as alternative politics, where it is run by so-called activists and NGOs who don't have any skin in the game. They don't have any accountability. Politicians at least have to face the electorate every 5 years. Though they are crooks, but at least they have to show their face to the voters and get their approval, and there is some accountability. These so-called activists have got no accountability. But they are being inducted, they are being shown as the face on which you should have trust. So that Sonam Wangchuk or Yogendra Yadav, these people are being promoted as the saviors of our country, which is completely, I can't use that word, but it's completely wrong. So that is something we'll have to guard against. That we are being taken for a ride, and we shouldn't allow ourselves to be taken for a ride. That is number one. And you were asking about how we can create our own third pole, is what you're saying. I think that primarily starts with becoming a very, very powerful economy, because no one will look at you as a global third pole unless you have a comparable economy, right? Like somebody yesterday was saying that America is a $37 trillion economy. China is a $18 trillion economy, whereas we are $4 trillion economy. I think she was only saying. So that is where we have to focus on right now. That don't get confused and derailed by this vile propaganda and machinations, and focus on becoming a big, powerful economy. I think that is something which we have to do. And that is where this entire discussion should finally lead to. That is what I feel.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Before we get into the questions, I'll just express my feeling about, I think all of you will share, that it is such an honor to be sitting on the same stage where great soldiers like General Khandare and General Bakshi were standing a few minutes ago. So we are really privileged. Thank you so much, sir.
Due to paucity of time, we'll just take one question. Yeah.
I have two things to ask. When you said polarism, we were talking about the power polarism, but there seemed to be a religious polarism. I feel that we cannot ignore, number one. Number two.
But that is also power.
But if you see, these two countries are not supportive of that religious polarism. So there is something, a third group which probably is supporting the religious polarism, number one. Number two is, I strongly feel that there seems to be a systematic planning of destruction of the values, what we have been thinking as values for us. So like when I remember when we were being students, younger generation, and we came up with some values. Now, I honestly feel that a person who is pursuing values is looked down by the community, looked down by their own counterfolks. I think that seems to be, this is systematically happening, having starting from, even marriage is now looking at, people are saying that it's no nonsense. Why should you get married? Like that. Why should you respect your teacher? Why should you respect your parents? I feel that there seems to be something happening that is not coming from outside. I feel it's coming from inside. I want you to, because we have been always talking about the outside issues, but I think there's a very strong inside destruction.
Sir, you can please use this.
I would first like to congratulate you on understanding what is happening. That our values are being destroyed, our culture is being destroyed. And for that, we have to understand how Marxism has changed its strategy. Very briefly, I'll tell you, it's a very big subject. But classical Marxism, which was propagated by Karl Marx, Marxism is all about conflict. Divide the society into two parts, and there should be, inflame the conflict between those two parts, and then that should lead to anarchy, violence, and destruction, is the left ideology. So the fault line that they were talking about earlier was economic fault line, that rich versus poor, or capitalists versus workers. When that didn't work, they understood that this is not going to appeal to people all over the world. So they changed their strategy and they decided that now we will destroy the culture and civilization. They said that poor people in any country don't get attracted to communism because they feel that the culture and civilization of that country is their own culture. So they said, now we must destroy this culture, and as long as we don't destroy this culture, people will not accept communist revolution. And then they started attacking the mainstream culture of their target country. So in the West, the mainstream culture is Christianity. So they have written down in 1930s that we'll empty the churches. And they have achieved that. In the West, churches are practically empty. In India, the mainstream culture is Hindu. So they are attacking Hinduism. And their methodology of doing that is to create questions and doubts in the minds of people about their own culture, about their own values, about their own traditions. And so they will create confusion in your mind. Bhram paida karna hum jisko bolte. So that kind of working they will do. So they will ask you, why should you worship Lord Ram? Because he was a patriarch. He didn't support Mata Sita when somebody charged her of something. So suddenly you have doubts in your mind. So they try to create disaffection about your own culture and about your own traditions in your mind. And that is what you are experiencing.
Thank you, Abhijitji. I have always maintained from a very young age that I have always been too poor to ever believe in Marxism. So, yeah, a quick word from you, and then we will wrap up.
No, I'm very glad that you brought up the fact that something as our ethics and our values are built. And I think one of the reasons, and I think it's a great opportunity because there are a lot of children here, is that what do we celebrate? And who do we celebrate, right? A lot of what we ignore as adults, and we are, I think, a reason why this erosion is happening is because we ignore it when people do things that are not right, and we celebrate them for when they are winning. So winning has become more important to especially youngsters than how you win. It just matters that you win, right? And I think one of the reasons why is we are raising societies that have no consequence. There is no consequence when you are doing something wrong. And we have to bring back that, right? We think correction is, we are, taking away the respectability of an individual when we correct them. But correction is required to put you on a path that is right. So I think these are two aspects. I'm very glad you asked the question. But as adults and as educators and people who are in society, I think definitely we should hold ourselves and our youth and other adults accountable for how they get, where they get, and what takes them there. And also, I think we have to bring back the, we have to have correction, we have to have, bringing our children, like telling them, guiding our children to right paths and telling them when they are down something that is wrong. So I think definitely that is required. And these are things that we must.
Thank you so much.
We'll request all of the guests to please stay back. We will be having the book launch of Shri Abhijit Jogji's book, Bharat, that is India, Reclaiming Our real identity. We will be having the book launch. We will request Srimati Anuradha Goyalji to please come forward for the book launch. Can we have a nice round of applause? I request Dr. Bhuvaneshwaran to please felicitate Nandini ji, Srimati Radhika ji to please felicitate Jog ji, Shri Madhav Rao ji to please felicitate Priyam ji, and Srimati Vaishnavi ji to please felicitate Aishwarya ji. Thank you so much. Yes, Aishwarya ji. Sincere gratitude to all our guests and speakers. It will be a working coffee. We are trying to keep pace with time. So we will move on to the next session. Also, a couple of announcements. We will just be having around 45 copies of Operation Phoenix available at the stalls. So please do grab your copy. You might also have a chance to get a signed copy. So please do, catch it while you can. Please do also check out some of the books at the Subbu bookstall. And yes, we will be moving on into the next session. Please do come. No, we are having a working coffee, so we will be moving on into the next session. The coffee is in the regular space. Yes, please do sip on it at the earliest and please come back. Yes, we are really trying to keep pace with time, so
sponsors of my latest researches on this subject. Okay, sorry. I have put this slide mainly because they were one of my latest sponsors of this subject. And now the title Bharat Meets Rome was specially given for this literary festival. But then earlier I used to call it not very differently, the East meets West. We are having a few non-picture slides, but then we'll quickly pass through them because I want you to enjoy the photographs or pictures, the sights more. It's a story, and I'm going to take you in the next 30-35 minutes on a long journey, a tour which I have done many times over in the last 20 years, a tour of the Roman trail in South India, starting from the Arabian Sea up to the Coromandel coast, starting from Muziris or Pattanam. Many of you have heard of that, the excavated site, and coming through Coimbatore, which was the hub of the trade, the Kongunadu region, the Vellalur, Budinattam, Pollachi, Sulur area, all sites in our own backyard, many of them almost a part of the Coimbatore city, and then going further eastwards to Erode, Kodumanal, Karur, and finally the coast, Kaveri, Pumpattinam, Arikamedu. And it's a long story, and we cover this journey as a tour, and most of the photographs are from the tour, and it's going to be a virtual tour, hopefully prompting you and sort of inspiring you to take the real physical tour, which we have done even under the banner of Coimbatore Intact many times, of course in the pre-pandemic era. And definitely the pandemic is gone, hopefully forever, and we can revive many of those things. And so it was mainly trade, economic exchange, but it did flow into cultural interactions and diplomatic exchanges. Believe it or not, there are references to our own Tamil Pandya kings in Latin literature of the 1st century CE in Europe. And there has been a close interaction. Augustus, the famous Roman king, sent gifts to the Pandya king, and the Pandya king reciprocated. And then, of course, to trace the history of the trade, how it all began, India's earliest contacts with the Western world was through the north, the land route. The Achaemenian rulers, Darius the Great, his invasion and later the trade between India and Central Asia, followed by Alexander's famous invasion, which is all very well known in history, and the subsequent India-Greek trade, and Greeks coming and settling down in northwestern India, which includes today's Pakistan, and having a new settlement and a new dynasty called the Indo-Greeks, and so on. And the Silk Route or the Silk Road, which is very much on the news these days, was a famous trade route. Although the name is new, it refers to a trade route which linked China with Europe, Europe with the Far East, as they say. And silk was one, but not definitely neither the main nor the exclusive commodity of trade along that route. It was one of them, but then the route came to be called Silk Route, obviously alluding to the silk from China. And that was a long trade route stretching from China through West and Central Asia and going right up to Europe. And India was very much a part of the Silk Route. One branch of the Silk Route, we believe, during the Kushan times, went upwards from North India to join the Silk Route across Central Asia and further west. And just to put it in brief, at some point of time, the Silk Route slowly began to decline. there were many reasons. One reason we keep telling students is it had to pass through a kingdom called Parthia around Central Asia. And naturally, any trade caravan, foreign caravan passing through a kingdom had to pay toll taxes. And there was some difference of opinion between the Parthian king and the foreign traders. And suddenly he turned hostile and said no foreign trader could cross his territory. And that, even if the trade did not completely decline, definitely it saw a great decrease in the quantum of the commerce, and the affected party was more the people in Europe, the Greeks and their successors, the Romans. And they were needing things from the east, especially from South Asia, the spices and other things. They could not manage without that. So necessity being the mother of invention, they quickly began to work out if they can reach India through another route, avoiding Central Asia or Parthia, and they did work it out. Puteoli or Puzzoli, which is in southern Italy, was a major port of call. And from there, they traced a new route to South Asia or India. And that was from Puteoli, they came to Alexandria, which is right in North Africa, on the northernmost part of Africa in Egypt. So ships came from Italy, or what we call the Mediterranean region, to Alexandria. From Alexandria, they unloaded the cargo, and the traders, they traveled on smaller ships or boats along the mighty river Nile, came to Central Africa, and they traveled upstream, mind you, and then they again disembarked, traveled by donkeys or camels with their cargo to one of the Red Sea ports on the eastern coast of Africa. Berenike was a famous port on this stretch, the biggest, the southernmost port on the East African coast. And Qusayr al-Qadim or Leucos Limen, both refer to the same site, another port, and so on. From these ports, they took different routes, either sailing across the coast of Arabia or straight through the Arabian Sea to either reach the upper western coast of India, Barigaza or Barukacha, where the river Narmada meets the Arabian Sea, or they came further south to one of the ports on the Malabar coast. But most of the merchandise that they needed was clustered in and around Kongunadu. So from Malabar coast, they had to come to this part of the country, the Coromandel coast. And books say that was the most challenging part of the journey. Coming all the way from Puteoli to Malabar coast was not as difficult as traveling from Malabar coast to the Coromandel coast. The reason being circumnavigation of Kanyakumari or Cape Comorin, the southernmost peninsular tip of India, was considered too dangerous for two reasons. Shallow sea, many ships often sank, we hear of shipwrecks, and more challenging were the pirates. The pirates knew that the Roman ships were loaded with gold and other precious things, so they were waiting to plunder. And so, because of these threats, till the 1st century CE or even slightly later, circumnavigation of the Cape was avoided. They took the more difficult or treacherous route of traveling from the Malabar coast to the Coromandel coast via land, climbing up the Western Ghats at different locations, including Nilgiris, and climbing down the hill on the other side. It was forested land, as you all know, tiger and elephant country, But one ancient author beautifully put it, that tigers were far more reasonable than the pirates. So they would rather face the tigers than the pirates. So braving all that, they came, and this, our region, Vellalur, Pollachi, Budinattam, Coimbatore region. Coimbatore is a new city. It didn't exist as a city then. But then all the neighboring villages were thriving. Vellalur is mentioned even in Greek and Latin literature. And we have found Roman coins in all these places. And they came here, and from here they ventured further east via Kodumanal, which is near Erode, a famous archaeological site. They even touched Vijayamangalam, and then Kodumanal. Erode didn't exist, but I'm telling you more of Erode because it's the closest city to Kodumanal. And from Kodumanal they went to Karur, and from Karur they went to Kaveri Pattinam, and further north to Arikamedu. And then some sailors and ships, they even traveled to Sri Lanka and to an extent to Southeast Asia. But mostly all the merchandise from Southeast Asia and Sri Lanka came to South India, and so South India was the terminal point of the trade mostly. And this one, today the research has progressed to that extent that we are able to know when they started, when they went back, when this whole trade started and when it ended. One round trip voyage from Puteoli to Coromandel coast and back took 1 full year, 12 months. They started around March, April from Puteoli, came to Berenike by end May or June. They had to depend on the monsoon winds which blew in the southwest direction during summer, June to August. So they had to set sail along the direction of the winds on the Arabian Sea, from the Red Sea on the East African coast to Malabar coast. And then they arrived in Kerala around September. Then they took over a month from September to cross the Western Ghats and come to our part of the country. And then they quickly finished their transactions here, trade and exchange, by mid-November. And then they had to again cross the Western Ghats, go to the Kerala ports, and go start their return voyage by December, when the relatively gentle northeast monsoon winds were blowing on the other direction, northeast, which was favorable for the ships to sail on that direction. And the same route from Malabar, they may stop at Lakkadoos or other islands on the way for rest and fuel. And then they had to go to Berenike on the Red Sea coast, and from there on donkeys and camel to the river Nile, from there on boats on the Nile to Alexandria and back to Puteoli. They'll reach Puteoli by March. And they say a sailor maybe in a career of 30 years, he would have started his career at 30 and ended at 60, something like that. He would have traveled to India 15 times. It was a very, very difficult, dangerous voyage those days. But then many lives were lost. But yet they braved all that because it was a lucrative trade. And it was a very important phase of, to quote an American scholar, Richard Daniel De Puma, an international authority on this subject, it was one of the most important multi-commodity trade routes of the ancient world, one of the best examples of globalization and early cultural cross-fertilization. So that was it. This is a map giving you the major sites in South India, which I need not elaborate, but I am going to give you visual pictures of all of them. A more close-up view of the sites. Now, what were the trade goods? It was many. Basically, the Romans wanted more things from us than what we wanted from them. So the balance of trade was definitely in favor of India. We could dictate the terms of the trade. So that's something to our credit. And they were very much wanting our spices, mainly pepper. Pepper, their food was bland, and the moment they tasted the Indian pepper, they could flavor their meat and other diet with pepper, and so the demand for pepper increased. Besides pepper, which has been called black gold, we have instances where wars were fought for pepper, and the war tribute or the booty which the winning king demanded from the defeated king in Europe was Indian pepper. So pepper was so important, it was called the black gold. And so pepper, besides other spices like cardamom, nutmegs, cloves, over 30 spices from India. And then they wanted certain other things, textiles, both cotton and silk, ivory, tortoise shell, different types of wood, teak wood, rosewood, sandalwood, ebony, and so many other such things. And they even took peacocks from India, live peacocks, not the peacock feathers or anything like that. And they say some of the peacocks from South India formed a favorite pet for the ladies of the Roman aristocracy in Rome. And that influenced Roman art. We see peacocks on the frescoes in Rome, in the paintings. Peacock was definitely not known then in that part of the world. And how come artists have featured them on the paintings in Rome? Again, it's traced to the trade with India. What did India get in return? They say India did not need anything specific, but then we were scarce on certain things, metals, especially South India. We were fond of gold and silver, as we are now also, but we did not have enough deposits of gold and silver, especially in the southern part of the country. So this was an opportunity. Economists and economic historians say India insisted that the Romans pay in gold and silver for all that they took from here. So we got from them gold, silver, copper, antimony, and such other metals, and even lead to a limited extent. And we also got from them wine. India had learnt its own wine making. Wine is mentioned in Tamil literature of the Sangam period, but they say the Roman wine was far tastier and had a better flavor than the local brands. So there was a great demand for the Roman wine, and being an imported wine, it was more expensive than the local one, and only the kings and nobles could afford it. That's clearly mentioned in a Tamil poem. So clearly, it's never mentioned in the context of a wine consumed by the farmer or the carpenter. The Roman wine was reserved for the king and those close to him. And then, of course, we got some Roman glass vessels or bowls and cups and saucers and such things. Today, we have recovered them in archaeological sites in fragmentary, broken condition. And anyway, all this is what we got from Rome. But the list is very small compared to what we gave from here. Apart from all these, I forgot one more very important thing. We gave them gemstones. They wanted garnet, quartz, many other gemstones from India, including beryl, a bluish green stone, then found only in Padiyur or Padiyur, the way you pronounce it, near Erode, and a smaller mine in Vaniyambadi, both in Tamil Nadu area. And we were the suppliers of the precious beryl, which they say at one time was more expensive than diamond to the Roman world. And today, Brazil is the world's biggest producer of beryl, but those days, America was unknown, and Padiyur or Padiyur, which has been mentioned in Greek and Latin literature as Paunata, was the chief supplier. now this was part of the tour. I just brought it to kindle your interest and maybe to whet your appetite also. What is it? It's a sponge cake modeled on the obverse or front side of the only coin of Julius Caesar ever found in South Asia, and it was found in Tirupur, right in our backyard. Because the moment I say about this topic, whether in India or even in the US, students and all others, the public, even scholars, the first question, when you talk of the Roman Empire, names which come to your mind would be Augustus, Tiberius, Nero, and of course, most important, Julius Caesar. When I say Roman coins were found in many parts of South India, the first question often asked is, was there any coin of Julius Caesar? Mostly it's a negative answer, no. The trade reached its peak under Augustus and his successors, and we believe, as per history, it reached its zenith during Tiberius, early 1st century. Julius Caesar, as you all know, ruled before them, before Augustus. But the trade began much earlier. Such a long distance, brisk trade cannot start or end overnight. It began in the 2nd century BCE, what was then called the Roman Republic. It did continue during Caesar's time. He did encourage the trade with the East, but it began to flourish more only after his death. But then for a long time, we said there's no known recorded. Many coins were lost, stolen, melted all through the history. So it's not what the coins I studied or what has been documented in books are only a fraction of the Roman coins brought to India. But then, till now, we used to say no recorded evidence, but around 20 years ago, someone discovered, it was a chance discovery in a farm near Tirupur of a Roman silver coin, and it was sent, because we all know, at least I have studied some Latin, I know a bit of Roman coins, but still I rely more on those who studied Latin and who are specialists in Roman coins in the British Museum, London, or in the US. And we sent a photograph of the coin to them, and they confirmed it's an authentic, genuine Julius Caesar's coin. And the coin was in a private collection. We tried to acquire it, but then before that, it was lost. But so all that we have is a not so good photograph of it, which I'll show you shortly, and that's the only record. It's a coin of Julius Caesar minted in Africa, which was part of the Roman Empire then. The Egypt area, Africa, was part of Rome at that time. So he minted it in Africa in 46 BCE. And all those things that you see here, let's not go too technical. They are Padariyar Chinnangal, priest symbols, like the jug and so on. And they had some religious or ecclesiastical value. And so that one side represented the royal bust, the other side had these priestly symbols. And so we designed as part of the Intact Roman Trail tour, when we start from Chennai, the tour, in the train we serve this cake. And so it's a cake modeled on a Roman coin, on Julius Caesar. This is the only photograph of the coin ever available. You know, many coins are lost. They are smuggled out. All those negative things are there. But now things are... in Nagapattinam, they discovered a hoard of Roman copper coins. A huge hoard. They were copper, of course. And they asked me to examine it. I identified it for them and requested them not to dispose it off, but to wait, and I'll make a good museum in Delhi or somewhere. Within India, you can sell it. It's not illegal, not outside. And we'll make a museum in Delhi or Chennai, purchase it from them for a fair value that the poor family in the village does get compensated. But before, they felt that they were not willing for that. So they earmarked a few coins for the person who brought me to their village and 5 coins for me, and rest of it they wouldn't even divulge what they did. And later I learned they sold it to a local dealer who melted all the coins and made a huge veneer tavalai, a hot water vessel out of the Roman coins, and they said it was a good high quality copper vessel. It was very sad. You could not argue with them or convince them that they could have got a far better thing with more publicity and mileage for their village and their family if the National Museum had purchased those coins, negotiating a fair deal instead of the local dealer. Anyway, that's how things get lost. Now, what we say, Intact and others, public awareness, heritage awareness, sensitivity, they are not wrong at all. They were afraid the police will catch them. They have discovered it in their soil. They are lucky people and they have not done anything illegal. But it was so difficult to convince the semi-literate people that police is not after them. We begin the tour. It's the river Periyar, which joins the Arabian Sea. And somewhere on this coast, the Romans first arrived. There are many ports mentioned in Tamil Sangam literature and in Latin literature, but we have not identified most of them. Pattanam has been excavated for many years now, with all the controversies that it has thrown up about its location, identification, and the authenticity of the finds discovered there. Now, most scholars do believe Pattanam was a legendary Muziris port mentioned in Tamil poems Ahananuru and other poems, and in Greek and Latin literature. So, whether that Muziris was Pattanam or slightly north or slightly south, that hardly matters. It was somewhere here. And from this is all part of the same area, Kottapuram, Pattanam, where we used to walk as part of the tour. And it is still famous for its spice market, pepper and other things. And this is a memorial pillar put up by the local ruler around 100 years ago, that he has preserved the place, which is good. There's a fort there, which is of medieval period, Portuguese times. So only the name Kottapuram, they say after Kottai or the fort. And it is a good instance. I put this photograph often. Long before Archaeological Survey of India became famous and long before government started taking interest in heritage, our local rulers, they did encourage archaeology and preservation. Whether it was the Nizam of Hyderabad or the Tanjavur Maratha king or even the native rulers of Cochin and Travancore, they did make efforts to preserve and restore old monuments. So did the Chola kings, so did even the Romans who wanted to preserve things built hundreds of years before them. So preservation is not a new thing today. Maybe their technology was different. I won't say ours is more advanced. I would say it's more different. Anyway, this is Pattanam site. A discovery of a rare Roman ceramic, which we call the terra sigillata, stamped pottery with some stamped designs on it from Pattanam. Muziris is Pattanam or somewhere close by. Now from Muziris we come eastward. This is a cave called El Cave, a very small one, where they discovered Roman coins. It is near Guruvayur, not too far from Guruvayur, between Guruvayur and Tiruchur city. And there they discovered Roman coins right from the Roman Republic 2nd century BCE up to the 2nd century CE. Coins ranging in date of around 300 years. A very long time period, one of the biggest hoards of Roman coins found in Asia, famous as the El hoard, discovered around October 29, 1945 by a banana farmer while digging his soil. Today, most of the coins, they were recovered successfully from the farmers and they are housed in the Tiruchur museum there. And also, it's the only bimetallic hoard of Roman coins in Asia. All the other hoards are either gold coins or silver, or rarely copper. This one has both silver and gold. Next, sorry. This is the museum where those coins are housed. There are a few on display. Most of them are in the reserve collection. Some Roman pottery discovered in the same area. Beads, garnet and other semi-precious stones, which were major items of trade, discovered in the archaeological sites in that area, of course strung together by the museum curator for display. Some more Roman lamps have also been discovered in India. Romans were famous for their lamps of different kinds. Some of them were made of mud or terracotta in a very artistic manner, and we have discovered fragments of such lamps in many sites in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and the biggest lamps in Arikamedu near Pondicherry. This is the Palghat Pass. The fort came later. The Palghat Fort, which you are very familiar, is of Tipu Sultan's time. But then the fort has a history to tell. Palghat Pass was one of the rare passes or breaks on the Western Ghats, which the Romans discovered that they could cross the Ghats without having to climb up and down if they could travel through that comparatively narrow corridor. And the present day town of Palghat is part of the Palghat Pass. So Palghat became an important corridor for the Romans and other foreign traders to travel from Kerala to our part of the country. And it continues to be the same vital corridor. The train route and the highway also passes from Tamil Nadu to Kerala through this region, Palghat alone. So Palghat became the hub of Roman trade throughout the period of the trade, and the heaviest clusters or concentration of Roman coins in the whole of South Asia is in and around Palghat because of the Palghat Pass and its strategic importance for travel and trade. Now to a few photographs of the coins themselves. Of course, some of the best photographs I could get are photographed in the museums abroad. That's a big story because when the colonial powers came in the medieval period, Roman coins which were discovered in Pondicherry went to the museums in Paris, Musée Guimet and even the Louvre, which was on the news for wrong reasons in the last few days. Even the Louvre has material from Arikamedu, Sutukeni and other places which were part of French India in and around Pondicherry. And Roman coins found in many places in India reached the British Museum, London. You know why. And Roman coins found in Goa, where they would have gone? They are found in museums in Portugal. So if I visit those museums, I'm able to photograph those coins found in our own backyard. Anyway, and also one more thing, the permission is more forthcoming from those museums, from our local museums. The rules here are stricter and the quality of the photograph is also better there. So unfortunately, I like to project the photographs of Roman coins found in India, but from museums abroad. Anyway, this is a Roman gold coin of Augustus found in Pudukottai in Tamil Nadu, now in the British Museum. The Pudukottai Raja, it was a native kingdom. He was very much a lover of British things. And one king even married a British princess and so on. And so this is a Roman coin found of Augustus found there, now in the museum. He gifted it to the museum. Another coin, again of Augustus, silver coin. This one is found in Budinattam, in very close to our place. Again, another coin obverse. This is of Tiberius, found in Budinattam. And now we are in Vellalur. And Vellalur is famous for many things now, but it was the hub of the Roman trade at that time. And from This is a Roman amphora piece found in this region, now again in the British Museum, a fragment. And this is a broken local pottery modeled on the Roman amphora, what we call conical jar. It's not Roman, it's Indian, but modeled on their conical amphora of Romans found in our own place. It was there in the Coimbatore Archaeological Museum. I'm not sure whether it's still there because sometimes it gets shifted to another museum. It was found in our own place, one in Avinashi and the other in Vijayamangalam. And then we are in Kodumanal, trekking the hill. You all know of the Murugan temple in Kodumanal, near Kodumanal. And of course, there are other things there. It's a major archaeological site where we have discovered a lot of things. It's almost the midpoint between the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, between Malabar coast and Coromandel coast. And we have discovered Roman coins and so many other things in Kodumanal, excavated for several decades by a team of archaeologists. Many of them, again you can feel proud, were born and brought up in Coimbatore. Just 2 minutes more, I'll be quick. This is the temple in near Kodumanal, and this is the excavated site in Kodumanal. This is a money box found in Kodumanal, made of terracotta or mud. Now in a school museum in Erode, but why I'm putting it here? When you opened the box, you had Roman coins inside. Beryl stones found in Kodumanal, now in the school museum, Kalaimagal Kalvi Nilayam School Museum, which is part of our heritage intact tour when we do the tour. A terracotta head with some Roman influences found in Erode, now in the same school museum. Karur, heavily built industrialized city, not much to see, except we have discovered some ruins on the bank of the river Amaravati, and we have discovered many Roman coins there. Arikamedu, the most important Roman site in South Asia, the biggest, the only site in South Asia to have yielded pottery bearing inscriptions in 4 languages. Tamil, the local language, not at all surprising. Old Sinhalese, the language of Sri Lanka, indicating the side's trade with that island nation. Prakrit, language of North India of the ancient times, indicating Arikamedu's contacts or interactions with the northern part of India. And of course, Latin, indicating the side's trade with Rome. All 4 language inscriptions are found here. Many of those pottery pieces are in Pondicherry Museum, but Arikamedu artifacts are found all over the world. Musegume, Louvre, British Museum, Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, Fitzwilliam in Cambridge, museums in US, and in many museums in Southeast Asia also. Some more stunning photographs of Arikamedu and the site, the harbor ruins of the ancient times, medieval period ruins but built with bricks of the Roman period, all in Arikamedu. A single brick, just to show you a close-up view. Colorful stone beads recovered from the site. So beautiful, a mother remarked when she shows this to her 3-month-old infant, he stops crying. It's so colorful. Roman medallions found in South India in a damaged condition, the reverse of the same. Again, similar such works of art. Roman glass bowls, but in fragmentary condition. We draw them in dots to show you how they look like when they were not broken. Roman terracotta lamps from Arikamedu, I have already told you. Another Roman imitation amphora. This one is from Arikamedu. What I showed you was from Coimbatore area. Somehow I put more pictures for Coimbatore because it's your region. And they came right up to Mahabalipuram and Salvankuppam, where also we have discovered many, many Roman coins and Roman artifacts. And finally, the tour also ends. They came to Mylapore, and this is the Santom Church where we end the tour. And we have discovered Roman coins in Mambalam. They say at one time, Mambalam or T Nagar in Chennai, the real estate price boomed because people thought if they buy land there and if they start digging, they may get Roman gold coins. And we have discovered Roman gold coins in Ooty also, in Nilgiris also, all over. Of course, the peak was Pollachi, Vellalur area. And this is the Madras Museum in Egmore, which all of you would have visited. Visit it once more to see the Roman coins and Roman pottery there. And now it has the credit which I keep on telling, and they have loaded that information on their website also. It's the only museum outside Europe to have the largest collection of Roman artifacts anywhere outside Europe. No other museum outside Europe has as many Roman coins and Roman objects as this museum. That's because all the discoveries in pre-independence India, when telegraph lines, railways and roads and hill stations were being built, all the Roman coins accidentally discovered in Vellalur, Palghat, the states were not there. Kerala, Karnataka was not there. Even Bangalore coins, everything went to this museum. So it's a treasure trove of Roman coins. And in many of my books on Mahabalipuram, Nilgiris and Tanjore, the Roman contacts with those respective regions have been outlined, including the one on Nilgiris when they were building the hill station right in Ooty and Bishopstown. Even while building the Nilgiri mountain railway, they have discovered a Roman coin of Claudius and Nero. Of course, the Romans, the trade continued. They went further east, but then I've already exceeded the time. That should be the theme of another talk, another day, maybe in another festival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We request Shri Abhishek ji to please felicitate Dr. Sethuraman.
Dr. Suresh Sethuraman is a Fulbright scholar and a double doctorate, and he's a senior consultant with the Archaeological Survey of India, New Delhi, and he's also the convener of Intact Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. We will now proceed to the next discussion for today. It will be a panel discussion. This dialogue in the panel invites us to look at economics not just as numbers, but as niti, the art of sustaining harmony. The panelists will explore how artha or prosperity must serve dharma or well-being, ensuring that development remains human and integral. Gives me a lot of delight and honor to invite our panelists, Shri N. Muthuramanji, Shri Sandeep Singh ji, Shri Guru Vittal ji. The moderator for this panel will be Shri Sundar Ramanji, and the topic of this panel is Economics of Vikasit Bharat, the Dharma of Artha.
Narendra Modi ji government, and they'll just for a minute just show the book and we'll distribute it. Sri Sandeep Singh is chairperson of IAM Kashipur. Muttaramanji is a vast corporate experience. He's been with CRISIL and now River Bridge Capital and also Swarajya Smart. Guru Vittalji is the cluster head of HDFC AMC, and Sundar Ramanji is insolvency and tax expert, and he's also the treasurer of Chennai Citizens Forum. Over to all of you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Pleasure to be here amongst the highly learned professionals. Been enjoying the Lit Fest since yesterday. A lot of அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Very happy to be here in this Lit Fest. It's a continuous learning since yesterday. The topic for the panel: economics of the Viksit Bharat, the Dharma of Artha. It is a well settled position that wealth must be earned through Dharma, never through Adharma. There's a saying which says, Dharmena Artha Prapyete na Adharmena Kadachara. This is not just a moral line, it's the fundamental principle of the Indian economics. Friends, you all know that India is the fastest growing the economy. We will touch the 5 trillion sooner, 10 trillion within this decade. We are going very fast in the digital inclusion, infrastructure, entrepreneurship. But here in Tamil Nadu, the paradox is sharp. A state once known well for the literacy and, of course, the industrialization. There are challenges. It faces now huge debt, declining education quality in governments, moral contradiction in fiscal policy, liquor revenue sustains welfare, temples lie neglected, and freebies replace fundamentals. The question before us is therefore simple. Can there be progress without Dharma? Can the model so claimed here, politics without spiritual balance, sustains a Viksit Bharat? I would like to start with Sandeep ji straight to put the record in place. And also I want the outcome of this panel to set a message for 2026 year.
Thank you, and thanks to the organizers.
What is therefore, to start with the foundation of the Viksit Bharat, the root of Dharma, what is according to each of you the Viksit Bharat?
Thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. And before I answer your questions, one small disclaimer. Those who would have seen me yesterday and today wearing the same t-shirt, it's not that I don't wear other clothes. It's just that I've written 2 volumes on temple economics. Second one is called A Decade for Mandir, where I call for people or Hindus to give next 10 years of your life for Mandir. Doesn't matter you are 70 years old or 10 years old. Doesn't matter you are a male or a female or rich and poor. And the smallest thing that you can do is that start visiting mandirs every day. Every Hindu does that. If 40-50 crore Hindus start visiting mandir every day, and most of the problems will be solved. So this is the message this t-shirt says. Did you go to the mandir today? And in case you want a copy of buy a copy of this t-shirt, please, I have them. Coming to I've taken care of the economics. Now to Viksit Bharat. To me, Viksit Bharat, I think, should not be measured in a $30 trillion or a $50 trillion economy. Basic idea of Viksit Bharat is that our people are going to be happy. Because barring 10, 15 countries in the world, most may or may not be able to reach that kind of economy. It doesn't mean people living in Bhutan are not happy or people living in a smaller nations are not happy. The Viksit Bharat criteria is that are people going to live happily? And there are different dimensions to measure it. Mine is that so far we have been, ancient history, if you look, we have been a rich country. But every time we created wealth, it was looted. So for me, today, Viksit Bharat means is that the wealth that we create today should remain for us and our progenies and it should not be looted again. So along with wealth, we need to create that might, the strength to protect that wealth that we are creating, which our forefathers somehow forgot. Or they did, but it was not adequate. So it doesn't mean having a very strong army and it doesn't mean having a very strong defense and defense personnel that we always had. But as a society, are we mentally strong? You know, we say we should have a war. How many of us can see a blood? And how many of us can tolerate others' blood and our own body? When you get into physical combat, you will experience that, you know. So we need a very strong mental society as well to create a strong nation so that the wealth that we generate is protected. I'll conclude this part with just 2 lines. Bharat was called Sone ki Chidiya. We are very happy we're called Sone ki Chidiya. Have you thought why it was Chidiya? Chidiya means a sparrow whom you can, whenever you want, you can squeeze and take the money out of it. We ideally should have been called Sone ka Garud. You know, that's what our history scriptures talk about. If you go today, the NSG, the equivalent of NSG in Indonesia, the biggest Muslim nation, is called Garuda Force. Their biggest military exercise with US, which is an annual event, is called Garuda. Their emblem of NSG is Garuda. So, you know, we need to understand, and everything we should not accept what we are told. Sone ki Chidiya is nothing to be proud of. It should be ashamed. Every time we created wealth, it was looted and we allowed it to be. So we should take that oath. Now onwards, it will not happen. The wealth we create is for us and our progenies.
Thanks, Sandeep ji. That's quite inspiring. Yeah, thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. See, my perspective on Viksit Bharat, as in its destiny, we are definitely going to be a multi-trillion-dollar economy. As in, it took 60 years for us to reach the first trillion, 7 years for the next 2 trillions. It'll be 4 years, 3 years, and every year we'll be adding a trillion. So, which means we will be, as in we will reach $10,000 per capita, probably 2032, 2033. Which means government will be more wealthy, each of us individuals will be more wealthy, and our institutions, including temples, will be more wealthy. So how you want that situation to be? A secular, agnostic economy that is thriving on consumption, or do you want a dharmic society at that point of time? So as individuals, what we can do? So today, everybody becomes a wealthy person. Are you happy donating it to a secular cause? As in, I'm sure there are enough cases where there is a medical need, or where there is an education need, or where there is a disabled need, and all of that. By all means, yes, that is the role of the government to take care of all that. As Hindus, can we support dharmic causes? Unfortunately, in Tamil Nadu, as in despite so many temples being wealthy, that is kind of captured by the government of the day. And where they should be spending on a Veda Parashala or a Goshala or educating the pusaris and village deities, upkeep of smaller temples, they are building marriage halls and shopping complexes and car parking and trying to generate more wealth for the executives to this thing. So where does that leave us as an individuals? If we are Viksit, as in developed economy, we should be able to choose where we want to spend, and every religion, as in Christianity has Dasama Bhagam, 1/10 of your income you are supposed to spend on the religion. Islam has Zakat, 1/8 of your revenue you are supposed to give to the religions. Here we don't have such a central authority. And wherever you are giving voluntarily also, it is not reaching the intended recipients. So as individuals, can you take more ownership in spending towards dharmic causes? I'd like to just highlight a couple of examples. There's a Hindu fund, Rahul Devan and few others have put together, as in supporting, explicitly, the name itself is Hindu fund, and supporting dharmic causes. See if you can consider something like this. There is Dharma's Foundation, another friend of mine, Dr. Ratno runs it. Name itself is Dharmansh and supports explicit Hindu causes. So my call for action for individuals when we reach that this thing where we reach that affordability is that spend for directly for Hindu causes. Yes, there are people who are striving to retrieve temples from the government clutches so that it can be put to better use. Cases running from 1991, probably in our lifetime, not sure whether it will get relief. But we cannot sit idle and then wait for the court to deliver justice. We need to redirect our resources to where it actually makes sense for dharmic causes, and that's where my call will.
Thank you, sir. I think you put it very nicely. First of all, thank you for the organizers in organizing this Lit Fest. I think I've been happy to participate in almost 4. And it was, I think, in the wonderful cause. I think you're all here, gathered out here. To me, what is Viksit Bharat? Because thankfully, I think all along in the last 2 decades of my career, I've spent only in the financial services industry by creating wealth. So to me, the topic which is given is like Dharma and Astra. So the 4 principles, what we called as Dharma, Astra and Kama, and finally the Moksha. When somebody, you know, the very purpose of human life is to achieve their moksha. So how does it happen? It happens, starts from dharma and doing the ethical duty, and the second become the spiritual wealth, or it's a material wealth is called as again the astra, and the third one is kama, which is to our industry, the industry where I worked is the completely relationship, which actually creates the holistic approach. Because to put it on the different perspective, the industry where I work or represent is the fiduciary responsibility. When I say fiduciary responsibility, acting upon others' benefit. And also, thanks to the government, thanks to the regulatory, I think they have been doing phenomenal job in bringing very interesting activities in reducing or in making the very, very transparent industry and creating wealth. To put some numbers, I think, as I told you, I'm in the financial services industry. This financial services industry, I think way back in the year 2008 or 17, to put something on the mutual fund side, to put it, the SIP numbers was somewhere around, if I'm not wrong, about 7,000 crore. And then next it becomes 7 to 14,000 crore. From 14,000 crore, now we are presently about 28,000 crore, which means if everyone contributes something on the capital market and everybody becomes, because when I say everybody, starting from the fiduciary responsibility of the asset management company, when they perform the duty, fiduciary responsibility, the apt manner, and that becomes the duty, the fantastic duty, and then followed by the thing what I actually also meant is the wealth creation, followed by the better relationship, and also ultimately achieving the purpose of life to reach the moksha, and it actually creates a financial freedom. And to put all that into my mind, the Viksit Bharat, what we're talking about in the year 2047 is certain. To also give you some more interesting number, it took India almost 60 years to create 1 trillion. And then it took India to create a 2nd trillion in next 7 years. And then the 3rd trillion, it took another 7 years. And for the 4th trillion, it took only about, if I'm not wrong, 4 years. I think we are very soon to achieve the 5 trillion. And the economic advisor of the PM government, they have said it will reach by around 7 trillion in other, I think, Sir Sandeepji really interestingly mentioned. I think we are certainly marching towards 10 and 20 and 30 in the year 2047. And the other point to also tell you, the unique investors in the investments capital market, what we talk about, given population of 144 billion, now only 5.8 crores. And what we believe in the year Viksit Bharat, and we expect the massive number of investors will become 22 crore, and which will create phenomenal wealth for all of us. Beyond creating wealth, Sandeepji also mentioned protecting of the wealth is the most important. That can happen only by way of interesting awareness and also reaching, talking to a right people for the right wealth creation. I think that reaches the wealth, the Viksit Bharat. I hope this answers.
Yes. So I think that sets right the soul of the discussion. Dharma as the compass measure to the economics, as the state which rises in the progress. So the balance sheet rises, the ledger falls when the dharmic values falls. Sandeep Singh, to take it forward, more insights on, since you have authored the book on the temple economics as well, I would like to put forth the following idea. The temple once sustained local economies, as Muthuramanji pointed out, through Annadanam, Veda Padasalas and Goshalas. Today in Tamil Nadu, the HRNC controls nearly 36,000 plus odd temples here. Yet many stands neglected, priest unpaid, tanks encroached. Is this Rajadharma? Or as the state failed Chanakya's the third sutra, Arthasya Moolam Rajyam? The duty to generate wealth for protecting Dharma. If you can dwell upon it with more on from insights from your book on more on these ideas.
Okay, so I think we need to first establish, what is temple economics. So generally, normally we look at the revenue part of the mandir and consider it to be economics. That mandir mein itna chadhawa hai, so much of money was donated, or so much of money has come from the mandir's rented properties, and that we start looking at economics. Economics is very different and revenue is different. And to give an example how a temple economics works and why we need to keep it. The modern industrial town was Detroit. That was the first modern industrial town where you got cars getting manufactured. And that's how the modern MBA originated from there, looking at the assembly line production. That city was established in 1925. In 2025, its population is 1/4. And it's considered a dying city. If you go on the internet, if you search Rust Belt of USA, you will find Detroit and the area surrounding it. The answer is very simple, that the people started manufacturing cars cheaper in Japan, Philippines, Korea, India, and the city died. And if you look at any industrial country or a continent, Europe, Russia, China, just type a ghost towns. You will have a huge list of towns which are dying or dead because replacement is getting manufactured somewhere else or a better quality product. Now you come to the other part, look for the oldest living civilization cities in the world and explain what living city is. You will get the name of Ujjainji, Kashiji, Rameshwaramji, Ayodhyaji, that's how we call them. So now this cities doesn't have an industry, but economy is an important part, as Chanakya said, it's been repeated from yesterday. So we need to understand what was the Arthik model or the economic model of it. So each such cities have their own product. There are many in my book. I've given example. I'll give you just one small example. And think of a sari's name. Banarsi, Kanjivaram, Sambalpuri, Dhakeshwari. Each sari comes where is a mandir of a Devi. And there is a reason for it. How do you differentiate saris between Sambalpuri or a Banarsi? Both are silk. It will be the design, the pattern that you see. So look at the fall. The shikhars of different region has different kind of shikhar. So Bengali saris will have those terracotta shikhars in the fall. Coming from south, so that's one way how you identify a sari. Next is that the motif that you see. So in a Banarsi sari, only those fool, patti, flower and petals will be designed which are offered to Ma Parvati, and similarly for Sambaleshwari sari. That's how ladies will, I'm sure, authenticate you, identify different saris by design. So there are several such products which came out from every temple town, and that's how they sustained it. What is a living city? So people still live in Egypt. There were people who used to live in Egypt, but they are not the same people because they cannot build another pyramid the way it was built. They cannot actually today still properly explain why it was built and how it was built. We have mandirs which are very old, 1,000 years and more than old, and we can still build similar style mandirs. We just built in Ayodhya one without a cement and an iron, which we found in Bradeshwar Mandir. So this knowledge has been passed down to us from generation after generation. Give you another example, look at a Nataraj statue, which is a huge 90-minute talk itself on Nataraj Murti. I'll just leave with you one example. It is made still today using the lost wax technology, which is considered to be 4,500-year-old only. And again, that information has been passed down to us generation after generation. So hence, we are a living city or a living civilization, and maybe the only one. And that's why I say we Indians and Hindus should have a bit of arrogance of this, that we are the only living civilization. Now, if we don't understand this, saving mandir is not only, or destroying mandir is not destroying Sanatan. It's destroying a whole civilization. If you won't have mandirs, the civilizations will not survive. So for us, that's why we say Desh and Dharma are the same. And how do you fight? See, each time, so, people say, if government leaves the mandir, who will manage it? My answer is twofold. This is the same logic British used to give. If you leave India, how will they manage them? And second, this government, whichever party, forget it, this government is only 75-year-old. Our mandirs are older than 1,000 years. They have seen people like Tipu Sultan to Aurangzeb and survived. So how did they survive? Because there is a society which stands up and fights for it. And even today, as I said, that if each Hindu starts going to mandir every day, you'll start feeling that connect. And it has huge benefits of going to mandir every day. If I get a chance, I'll speak. Now I'll remit to the economic part, is that once we start visiting the mandir every day, then you build a connect to start speaking for it, and the government will automatically have to move out of mandir. You don't need to fight in so much of court. I'm not against those people. They're doing a great job. But we start speaking for mandirs. Mandir belongs to each one of us. No one else will come to fight for our mandir. Wherever we are, we have to speak and fight for it, because it survives the civilization and not only the economics.
Maybe Muttaramaji would like to probably add a few insights to that, more particularly when the state fails to protect the dharma, can society alone reclaims it? That's number one. But also a lot of young minds here, when Sandeep ji said, did you go to mandir today? I was casually interacting with the few people here. So I would like to probably post a past type of question to you here to kindle the young minds. Which better serves dharma according to you? A 15,000 trip to Tirupati for a 3-second darshan, or lighting lamps in a small village temple for a month? Which uplifts society more? A 25,000 donation to a global NGO, or sponsoring 5 Veda Padasala students?
Yeah. Thanks, and I'll thank Anuradha ji for sparking this debate when we met last. So, so we all take, as in the sense, it has become in our part of psyche, make a trip to Tirupati, you spend probably 25,000, 30,000, 50,000. By all means, if you can afford, please go ahead and do that. But not at the cost of doing something for your local temple or the neglected temples or the smaller ones which desperately need support. And more importantly, the pujaari in a village temple or in an Agama temple, a priest definitely needs the kind of support. As in today, even in a well-run temple, the HRNC's salary for a priest is some 3,000, 4,000 rupees. How can somebody expect to maintain a livelihood with that salary? And so naturally the next generation feels that much more alien to take up that profession, and you do as in you lose the generations of continuity of traditions that are practiced in those temples. So as individuals, can we do, as in particularly more so in Tamil Nadu, where there's a hostile environment. A Deputy CM talks about eradicating Sanatana Dharma, and everywhere, as in rampant misuse of temple resources, etc. So as individuals, can we take that initiative to go and support your, support any temple of your choice directly, support the priest there, donate oil for daily lighting, daily pujas. So that, as in the sense, Sandeep ji, as in couldn't, nobody could put it better. that sustenance of that temple is essential for Bharat to remain Bharat for generations to come. And each of you, I think, should take that initiative. That's my take on this.
Guruji, since you've come from the investment, the background, the India's youth will drive the 10 trillion dream. But can they build wealth through dharma? Our traditions lacks more particularly a formal charity tax like zakat or Dasama Bhagam, which Sandeep ji was also pointing on, the earlier speaker also talking about that. Trusting the inner moral compass instead. Should entrepreneurs voluntarily commit? Of course, there are changing dynamic CSR regulations under the Companies Act though. So should entrepreneurs voluntarily commit part of their profits to dharmic causes, temples, goshalas, educations and culture as a new form of ethical capital formation?
Yes, I think what is the way you nailed it, a very important question. Yes, I would answer in this question in two parts. One, when it comes to youth is building or creating wealth. See, what actually happens is that now the very purpose of youth, the key priority for them when compared to ours about 10, 20, 30 years before and now, the priority is completely changed. What is our priority in about 20, 30 years back then and what is the current priority of the youth now is totally, there's a lot of changes. If I have to ask you a basic question to put it even in a simple and layman language, when I was out of my college days, my parents or the elders used to ask me the key 5 questions. What do you wanted to be? I used to always mention that I want to have a good job, stable income, marry and raise family, and one house, finally one car. This is the whole thing. But now if you ask this question to the current youth, you will not even have this answer, not even a percentage of the answer. The total priority has now completely changed. So to add your second question to relate it to this answer, the entrepreneurs now have to really wake awake and they should create very interesting proposals in such a way that the contribution of CSR activity and creating awareness amongst the youth and it has to be a primary part. Second most important thing is that again from the investment background, what we also always say is that our duty or our dharma is not only to do sales job. Our duty is to do lot of awareness creation, which also imbibes the entrepreneur's contribution. Let's say to put it simple, I just quote one of our funds in our HDFC Mutual Fund. We have created one interesting fund called HDFC Cancer Cure Fund that has to do with a CSR activity. Most of this investment comes to all of them. It generally comes with they generally want little more higher, more returns. But this is the one fund actually creates and the fund that actually goes back to the society. And it not only an entrepreneur, including the financial institution who has the fiduciary responsibility, we have inclined to create this aspect to also create awareness amongst the youth, also ensure the entrepreneurs also to come and be part of the one investment which can actually go back to the society. I think the view of Viksit Bharat, the view of all this government initiatives, the regulatory board, fiduciary responsibility, I think I sincerely applaud to all of you. Without you, the engines of stock market would have not been there. Earlier, we were only dependent on, the stock market per se, to depend only on FII. Now, DIIs, domestic institutional investors are way above the FII. And SIP is now become the other. So, to put it all in a one nutshell, yes, indeed, youth have to really follow the dharma of doing the core duty, working in a right industry and with the right intent of very apt knowledge, and it can actually create a better relationship with what we called as the karma, and finally achieve your moksha. I think that actually concises the whole answer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably Sandeep ji, just to probably loop in the wealth creation. What does the principle of dharma influence wealth creation and policy in today's India? But also I would like to seek your views on can India's growth be both competitive and compassionate?
Okay. The first part, what you said, that the dharmic model or, for the growth of entrepreneurship, we need to be very clear in that the government discriminates between the youth of this country, and I'll tell you how. So there is a section who is in the name of minority gets money for the birth of a kid, for education for his kid, for the coaching of his kid. Now look at the Hindu youth. He has to take care of his family, the birth expenses, the education, the coaching. Obviously his risk-taking appetite is very low. He can't become an entrepreneur that we keep talking of entrepreneurship, because by design his risk-taking ability has been curtailed. It's a jizya in a different form that we are paying. Look at a Bihar election. I feel ashamed that the promises are being made of a 1 crore job or a 3 crore job, while we should be talking of making entrepreneurs. But our policy doesn't allow our Hindu youth to become an entrepreneur. You know, just look at it. If you want to start your industry, you have to think your school's kids' fees, treatment, coaching. Obviously, you will not. You look for a regular cash flow. That means you are looking for a job and not for an entrepreneurship. So where is that entrepreneurship skill is being killed for the Hindu youth is by the government policies. So if you have to talk of a Viksit Bharat, we need to provide level playing field. And the second part that you had said was compassionate and competitive. So this, in the international world of today, there's nothing called compassion. We have seen what the language term is talking about. So just to give two examples from a past and from a present. After independence, there was a huge shortage of food in India before Green Revolution happened. So India was looking to import food. United States of America, in its magnanimity, agreed to provide food which they had grown for their consumption of the animals. And they said, we'll provide that. Thus, the condition they put was very simple. They wanted India to export sands which had high thorium content, which India had put a ban after independence. And they'll have many literature. And the food that it came with a lot of parasites. Again, there are a lot of research paper which was to destroy our agricultural food product. So there is no compassion in international world. And we all have gone through the Chinese virus recently. I don't know how many of you noticed or realized that to supply vaccines to Argentina and Brazil, guess what Pfizer demanded? Pfizer wanted their military assets to be handed over to Pfizer and their embassies to be handing over to the Pfizer. For Argentina and Brazil, and they're not smaller countries. Just go on the internet, it happened in front of our eyes, we didn't realize it. So the world, geopolitics, geoeconomics plays in a very different way. And India had a huge leverage. Just imagine if to give animal grade food, they asked that. Today to give vaccine, what all they would have asked for. We haven't thanked this government enough, I think, as a citizen. And I'll tell you a very interesting thing. So Taiwan is recognized by only 12 countries in the world. Now 11, Papua New Guinea took away its recognition of Taiwan as a country. And Paraguay is one of them. So Pfizer told that they will give vaccine to Paraguay, provided they de-recognize Taiwan as a country. And Taiwan requested India to give vaccines to Paraguay so that the recognition continues. Mind it, India doesn't recognize Taiwan as a country, so geopolitics, geoeconomics plays very differently. And India supplied vaccines to Paraguay, and Paraguay continues to recognize Taiwan as a country. And this came out from the foreign minister of Paraguay. He mentioned it in one of his talks. So geopolitics, geoeconomics plays differently. So no compassion in international competition.
I take that as we're closing, Rima, as well. Muthuramaji, you're a co-founder of Swarajya, as well as leading the smart technology. So India is in the phase of building the dharmic digital Bharat. So do you feel that from GST to digital India, do you see Dharma reflected in today's reform agenda? How do we ensure that this artificial intelligence or fintech and automation empower people rather than displace them? That is towards building a dharmic digital Bharat.
Yeah, thanks. I think we missed the bus a little. I think there is some consciousness that is coming back at this point of time for data localization, training models based on Indian data, this recent love for Zoho, and we are still a little late in this bus, but it is going to be a long journey. And fortunately for us, the artha, the economics is in our favor. As in, we are one of the fewest fast-growing large economies. No country, no company can afford to ignore India, and we can, if the government of the day has its priorities right, can insist on certain things. Like, for example, Pfizer is not asking the military on its own. Obviously, US government is directing it. So if our government can direct our Indian companies as well as foreign companies entering India to ensure data localization, to ensure anti-India bias in LLM models are removed, to ensure certain preconditions for entry and access to Indian market, which I'm sure as in, the current government is conscious of. I think we should be able to catch up on what we lost so far in the next few years. That's me.
Thank you. I think before they ring the bell, we conclude that Dharma Rakshita Rakshataka Dharma still protects. Thank you all. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. I'm afraid there's no time for any questions, but maybe we can have questions offline during the lunchtime. I would just request Dr. Murali to please felicitate Muthuraman sir, Shri Gopala Krishna ji to felicitate Guru Vittal ji, Shri Sangeet ji to felicitate Sundar Raman ji, and Shri Rajan ji to kindly felicitate Sandeep Singh ji. No, sorry.
This evening we have the first edition of the Varanda Smart Awards, and this is in collaboration with the Varanda Club and Smart with Muthuji and Meena leading it, Muthuji leading it. And we request all of you to call your friends and family for the awards. This is the first ever Varanda Smart Awards at 5:30 p.m. And now we'll have a very important session on the economics of the cow, Gau Raksha, by none other than Ashwin Sampathakumaran. He is an advocate and also he is the founder of Dakshin Vrindavan Goshala. In 2018, I visited the Goshala, and at that time they had 130 cows. And yesterday I asked him, how many cows do you have now? He said 700 and odd cows. And we are glad to have him back. He was a speaker in the first edition of the Western Ghats Lit Fest. And now welcome you. And Anuradha Goyal will be in conversation with Ashwinji. It is from Valukapari. It's about a 45-minute drive from Coimbatore. I urge all of you to go there and do contribute for Go Seva.
Just one small announcement. We have one more car which has been parked in the no parking zone. Request you to kindly have it moved. Car number is RJ14C02539. I'll just repeat, RJ14C02539. Kindly move the car from the no parking zone.
Namaste, Vanakkam, Namaskara. We celebrated Gopa Ashtami just 3 days ago. Yesterday on Devutni Ekadashi, the Devatas have woken up, and today it's Tulsi Viva. So it cannot be a better day to talk about cows. Okay. So Ashwin, most of this audience probably knows that cow is sacred. We know what the cow's importance or Gau Mata's importance in the Sanatan Dharma is. I want to begin with your journey. You are an advocate by profession.
Yes.
So how did you come to open a Gau Sadan, as you call it?
So, Dakshin Vrindavan was never planned to start with. I'm sure people have heard the story, but I'm sorry to be repetitive, but it is a bit of a good story, I would say. So, it was way back in 2013. I was just a 22-year-old boy, just finished my law exams, the final year law exams, and it was a Makar Sankranti day. So my mom, she asked me to feed some bananas to the cows. It's a tradition to feed cows. So I had been to a place a little away from a house to feed cows bananas. And there was a huge, he was not a farmer, he's a planter. So you can understand the difference between a farmer and a planter. A huge establishment, a lot of cows and everything. So there was a small calf, a 3-month-old bull calf, hopping around, running with joy, jubilance. It was such a beautiful sight. And we were playing with that calf, and we were, feeding the cows bananas. And that's when a person came from a community, and the owner of that particular farm was negotiating the sale of that bull calf to that particular person. We could hear the conversation. So the moment the guy left the place, I asked the owner, so you're selling this calf? He said, yes. And where do you think it's going? I said, probably they'll take it to slaughter. So then I looked around. There was a large photograph of Lord Shiva with garlands and incenses lit, clearly indicating the culmination of his morning puja. So I asked him, you are a devotee of Shiva? He replied in affirmation. And I said, and you are sending Nandi to slaughterhouse. It doesn't make any sense to me. So back in those days, just finished my law exams. It was a cardinal sin for me to argue for things. So I did argue, and I said, listen, by this act, you have just reserved a first-class ticket to hell. How can you claim yourself to be a devotee of Shiva and send Nandi to slaughter? So he said, listen, these are useless. They don't give me anything in return. So I have no other option apart from sending it to slaughter. So I said, I just can't agree to this. That's what I told him. And my intention was to convince him to take care of that particular bull calf. I said, that bull calf will simply live on the dried leaves that fall from the trees of that particular farm. It doesn't need anything more. So he said, you speak so much of dharma. No? Why don't you take the bull calf and show me an example out of it? Honestly, I wasn't prepared for that question. All right? So I remember looking at that calf, and I clearly remember asking myself a question, that am I ready to take care of that particular bull calf for the rest of its life, which means about 20 years of commitment minimum. That's the average lifespan, which means 1/3 of my life. I clearly knew what I should be saying, because that moment, that calf, which was until running around, it paused and it walked few steps towards me. I clearly knew what I should be saying. I said, yes, I'll take the bull calf. And I went there with my classmate of mine, Mr. Shankar Ramavarma. So we took the bull calf and we said, okay, we'll manage. And I came home, and needless to say, a 22-year-old boy who just completed our law exams decided to take care of one bull cow. There was a World War III in my house. With all due respect to my mom who sits there, so there was World War III in my house, but now we have 700 cows, so that's a history. So that's how we started it. But after that, it was non-stop. So people say, are you the founder of that bull? Still lives with us. His name is Balram. Yes. So he's as white as Balram is in the scriptures. It's like milk white. So we named him Balram. So I tell people, I am not the founder of Dakshin Vrindavan. He is the founder of Dakshin Vrindavan. People think, oh, you're being so humble. Absolutely not. I'll tell you why. I'm just putting the onus of maintaining the cows on Krishna, not me. If I'm the founder, I should maintain. Like, now the point is that at this point of time, every day we have 700 cows. The per day consumption of green grass is almost about 8,000 kilos. 8 tons is what we require to feed the cows for one day. So you can imagine what is the quantity of feed that we require for a month and for a year. And approximate maintenance expenses would come to about 1.5 crores to 2 crores easily. Just the maintenance. I'm not talking about the veterinary expense or infrastructure. If I had a slightest idea that I'll incur about 2 crore rupees to maintain the herd 10 years down the lane, I would have never picked up Balram. I would have never done it. So here we find the careful hands of the Supreme Lord who want his devotees to encourage in seva, to do kainkaryam as we call it in Sanskrit, and to engage in seva. And now we find something called as deep internal satisfaction, which cannot be explained but only to be experienced with Gau Seva.
Wonderful. We have in our Puranas the famous fight between Vasishtha and Vishwamitra about a cow. Okay? And that fight continues in some way in these times also. I'm a traveler, I travel around, and I've seen dog shelters, I've seen bear shelters, I've seen elephant shelters. But somehow the cow shelters are not as many. We have goshalas. We have lots of goshalas, mostly associated. In fact, another thing that was very tightly integrated with our temples was goshalas, right? So with the temples now becoming urban, even the goshalas are out of picture, and very few go sadhans or go shelters. So why is it so? And as an advocate, I also want you to touch upon the legal framework that protects cow, which is a state subject. So where is it protected, where the slaughter is not allowed, and where it is allowed, and why?
Of course, of course. Now to start with, we all know that unfortunately, the Parashurama Kshetra, what we call up as Kerala, is a hub where beef is maximum consumed. But I happened to read through a document, a very interesting document. When the Portuguese came to trade in India, they were having a trade relationship with the Maharaja of Cochin. So the Maharaja of Cochin keeps an agreement on the trade agreement. I still have that document copy. He says, yes, you can trade here, you can do your practices here, religion here, but you will not slaughter cows in my land. So that is the agreement that Maharaja of Cochin keeps. Now, sadly, it is in that particular state that we have about 20,000 cows getting killed every single day. Every single day. It's a staggering figure. Now, why we don't have dog shelters? Why don't we have so much of Gau Sadhans these days? For one, I'll tell you various reasons attached to it. To start with, you have to go a bit towards the scriptural aspect of cows. Now we are in Kali Yuga. We are all aware of that. We are in Kali Yuga. So the scripture speaks about the advent of Kali Yuga. Maharaja Parikshit, the grandson of Arjun, he comes and he sees that somebody had chopped off the legs of a particular bull. And there, scripture says, the Kali Yuga has started. So the attack and assault on cows is the first step of Kali Yuga, because the nature of Kali Yuga is that anything auspicious should diminish. That is the Yuga Dharma, unfortunately. And anything inauspicious will actually prosper. That's how it is. Now, cow is the very symbol of prosperity. Why? We'll go into it later. But she is a very symbol of prosperity, and she is a symbol of dharma. Now we know that, and things are slowly changing these days, but you know how hypocrite some of the so-called animal welfare organizations are. They go on berserk during Diwali because the cracker scares the dogs. But they go absolutely on a hibernation mode during Bakrid. Why is it so? That is a paradox which we have never understood. Shafaliaka have been speaking about it in and out, and it has actually given them sleepless days, by the way. Anyways, so the point is that keeping a dog is considered as a fashion symbol. Well, dogs have to be respected. Dogs are very lovely, by the way. In our scriptures, every animal is sacred. Every animal is sacred. We don't consider any particular animal as inauspicious or non-sacred, never. And our scripture says, Panditaha Samadarshanaha. We see everybody equally. But obviously, for various reasons, cows are not mere animals. They are not mere animals. The reasons we'll get to it later. But keeping a dog, petting a dog is considered as a fashion thing. And that is not the same case with cows, because cow was associated with dharma. And there is a vested agenda to destroy dharma. I have to give a small story here. The great Shaktan Tampuran was a great king of Cochin. On his birthday, he came quite late to the lunch. And his dhoti was all soiled with blood. So his mom asked, what is it? What happened? And he says, I had to kill a person. I said, you killed a person on your birthday? He said, yes, I had to. Why so? He was about to slaughter a cow. I couldn't tolerate, so I killed him. So whatever it is, you should have avoided killing a particular person on your birthday. He said that, how will I face my ancestors if I don't react to a cow being killed? I'm ready to take up the sin, but I'm not ready to take up the sin of not able to face my ancestors because I failed to protect a cow. And here we are talking about protecting one cow. Now we can see how this state has failed terribly to protect the cows, because there is a vested agenda which has been injected to us from years, basically because of the influences of Britishers and others, that keeping cows is considered as, attached to a religion, and dogs, no, it's considered as a status symbol. And coming to the legal framework of it, cow slaughter is pretty much possible in Tamil Nadu. People have a notion that cow slaughter is not allowed in Tamil Nadu. It's pretty much legal in Tamil Nadu. Cows of certain age could definitely be slaughtered in Tamil Nadu as well. There is absolutely no ban on slaughtering of cows in Kerala, West Bengal, and in some states. Cows are protected and they are forbidden to be slaughtered only in almost about, say, 60% of India's states. In the rest of the areas, cow slaughter is pretty common. It is allowed legally because cow protection happened to be a state subject. So, which is why that is how it is.
So let me ask you some questions which a lot of the people, especially youngsters in the audience, will face when they go out. Why is cow important?
We can approach this via two ways. Scriptures say scriptural aspect as well as practical layman aspect without any scriptural basis. Let's first approach the scriptural basis, because scriptures never go wrong. There are two important qualities of cow which makes her very important actually. One is upakari and second one is nirupadravakari. Upakari means every aspect of her existence is for the welfare of humans. Imagine she just consumes grass. You and me can't eat cellulose, grass. She eats grass. And in return, she gives milk. And from milk derives butter, buttermilk, curd, whatnot. And your cottage cheese, ghee, most importantly. These are all just bonuses. Now comes the practical aspect of it. The best thing that the cow gives is actually the cow dung. And our Shastras knew this very well, because scripture says, Gomaye vasati lakshmihi, not kshire vasati lakshmihi. Gomaya means cow dung. In cow dung lives Lakshmi and not in milk. Now, let me ask you something. If our scripture have to equate excretia of a particular animal to be the resident place of the goddess of prosperity, imagine what would be the status of that particular animal. We are talking about excretia of a particular animal. Now, let's take it hypothetically. It's quite bizarre, but let's take it hypothetically. You cannot go near the excretia of any other animal in this whole world apart from cow dung.
Not even your own.
You pile up a whole hill of cow dung, you can go to it, you can go near it. I'm talking about, when I say cows, I mean deshi cows, by the way. Because there's a wonderful minister in Kerala. He went to Switzerland. Then he saw that the milks there, the cows there give about 40-50 liters of milk. And he said, no, we should bring these cows to Kerala. In Switzerland, where the temperature is about 5 to 10 degrees Celsius, he brought the cows from there to a particular place where the temperature is 45 degrees Celsius. So that is the kind of politicians that we have and the wonderful policies. And it was a failure anyways. So the point is that when I say cow dung, it means deshi cow dung. You pile up a whole 5 tons of cow dung, you can go near it. You can sit near it, nothing will happen. But can you imagine that with any other animal in this world? Any other animal? It is not possible at all. And that is why she is so special. Because from the cow dung, you can do agriculture, organic agriculture. And with that, you get excellent food grains, fruits, vegetables, and by which you can actually get prosperity in 2 ways. One is through financial by selling it, and second thing is health prosperity. What has happened when we removed cow dung from the agricultural sector? We started feeding poison to the soil. Short-term money will definitely become. Ultimately, you have to give up all that money to the hospital because you will end up having cancers and other diseases. So prosperity here doesn't just mean bank balance. Prosperity here means your physical health also. That is the ultimate prosperity, by the way. So the moment we removed cow from the agricultural sector, we started feeding poison to the soil and thereby ending up having numerous diseases. So which is why cow is a symbol of prosperity, not because she gives milk, but because till the day she dies, she will give you cow dung. Which is why we never considered cow to be a milk producing machine. Cow was never considered a milk producing machine. I'll tell you why. The nature's arrangement is just wonderful. To speak about cows, the smallest of cows, not the new generation, but the smallest of cows is actually Vechur. Vechur cows in Kerala. Small cows. They're only this much. You can keep it in your apartment. And the largest of the cows are found in desert regions of Gujarat and Rajasthan. Not just the physique, but also in terms of milk. In a place where you get rains for almost about 8 months a year, the cows gives the least liters of milk. 1 liter, 2 liters maximum that particular cow gives. And in a place where you have the scarcest of rains, that cow liters 20 liters of milk. Just imagine how wonderful the nature has arranged the hydration system for humans there. Because humans have no other method of hydrating there. You get a lot of coconut water. There are plenty of things to hydrate yourselves down south. But that's not the case in Rajasthan. So you have to consume a lot of buttermilk and things to hydrate yourself. So this is how nature has evolved. The whole thing of milk is only a bonus aspect. The real thing that cows gives is actually cow dung. And which is why we say that when you start observing cow, when you start respecting cow beyond the milk aspect of it, you will protect her till she dies, because she will give cow dung till she dies. And with that cow dung you can do agriculture. Till the day she dies, she'll give cow dung. No matter how old she is. She'll give cow dung. And with that you can do agriculture, and there comes prosperity. Now
and
we have
Gomutra.
Gomutra, most importantly, the Panchagavyas. The Gomutra. The urine and excretia of a particular animal is considered sacred and to be the resident place of Mahalakshmi, and we mop our place with cow dung to offer worship to the Devi Devatas. So, what can you speak about the status of that animal? She is not an animal, she is the personification of Devatas.
Wonderful. So imagine I'm a urban dweller. You know, I live in this IT town of either a Gurgaon or a Pune or a Bangalore or Hyderabad. I have no connect with cow. You know, how can I establish a connect when I'm living in an urban setting, getting my milk in a packet, and probably seen cows at one-off excursion from the school? How can we re-establish that connect with the cows?
Most of the people here would have definitely seen the younger days where you had cows in your home. All right. When I grew up in a traditional agrahara, and we did have a lot of cows, but by the time I was in, there was no cows. But my mom used to always take me to a house opposite to a house where they had cows, and I refused to eat without seeing that particular cow. And the mom used to tell me, your curd rice comes from this particular cow. So immediately there is a bond established. Okay, she is feeding me. But now we have no connection because we get milk in a packet. We don't know from what that milk is, what thing that particular milk is, what not. But the point is that it's not too late for us to establish our connection with the cows, because I feel that we are right now the most empowered to make connection with the cows, much more than before. Thanks to technology. I will tell you how. We can have Gau Sadans where if each one of us take responsibility of maintaining one cow, and that cow is yours. Now we have technology, you can see that cow through pictures, videos, video calls. If our relatives are far abroad and we can't see them on a daily basis, we see them on video calls. Can't we have that establishment towards cows? Can't we use technology for dharma? To have a bond with a particular cow in a Gausadan? To cite an example, Shafali Akka, she has adopted a cow by name Subhadra. I have to tell her story because no speech of mine goes without telling the story of Subhadra. Anywhere for that matter, because she is that special to us. Subhadra was taken to slaughter from Tamil Nadu to Kerala. When she came to us, she could not open her eyes. Her eyes was always closed. And there was, tears coming from her eyes. Cows doesn't have tear glands, by the way. So, but there were water coming out from her ears. And we have veterinarian. She was extremely, she was not comfortable in any workers going near her. And she was not comfortable in anybody going and feeding her. And she was very ferocious, would put it in that way. And the veterinarian came and he slowly examined and he tried to open the eyes of the cows after putting anesthesia, of course. And he found there were green chilies inserted to the eyes of Subhadra. And there were tobacco inserted in the other eyes and in the private parts of Subhadra. I have to speak about this cruelty because most of us aren't aware of this. I know it is uncomfortable to hear. My apologies, but this is a reality. Let's face a reality. More than comforting words, reality is what is to be faced. Then that is when I learned that they jam-pack the truck with cows. If a cow sits, it will occupy more truck space, which means that in a place where they could load 2 cows, they could load only 1 cow. So that they wanted the cow to be standing always so that they can pack that particular truck with cows and load as much cows as possible in truck and transport it. So to make her irritated and non-sleepy, they'll insert chilies. Every eyes of the cows we have rescued, we have found green chilies. And due to some content in the tobacco or green chili, Subhadra is blind. So we tried treating her. The eyesight has improved a bit, but still it's not much. It has permanently damaged her retina. So the point is that we hear such unspeakable cruelty to the very embodiment of devatas. I am not talking about just any animal. Every animal, no animal deserves to be treated such way. That is a different thing. Nobody should have even a small ant. That is how we were brought in. But then, the very embodiment of dharma is being assaulted here. That is what I am trying to say. It is not a mere attack on cow. It is an attack on dharma. People are trying to blind not an animal, but people are trying to blind and assault dharma, the very existence of our civilization. So if each one of us, like Shafali Akka, decide to adopt and take care of one bull cow, now Subhadra is like a daughter to Shafali Akka. There's a fantastic bond between them. So likewise, if all of us decided to have one cow in some Gosadans near you, that would be the way for urban dwellers to own a cow. She's my cow. We put up the pictures on the fridge and on the TV, the wall. And if we all pledge to take one cow, and I'll tell you, no cows will get slaughtered in India if we take that vow.
I would like to see a future where the city planners or the builder community comes out with a planning where a goshala is a part of the complex. So that not just we have the bond, we get the local food, we get the local milk, and 90% of our problems are because something is being produced somewhere and being transported to us through multiple layers, and each layer adds a layer of corruption as well as pollution in some form and shape. So if there are any builders in the audience, please think about it. Maybe it will be a higher end, upper luxurious kind of a thing to start with, but whatever starts at the top percolates down very, very easily. Can we have, housing societies where Gaushala is a part of the design, is there? Maybe can support a vegetable garden as well on the side. So do you think that is possible?
It is very much possible. But the elementary step towards that is to see cows beyond milk. That's the first step. That's a wonderful suggestion. If we can have in apartment complexes 3 or 4 cows, medium-sized apartment, that's fine. The people of all the apartments can have a bond. She will just survive on the kitchen waste, mind you. She doesn't need more than that. She would just survive on the kitchen waste of these apartments. The wash water of the rice, all right, and then the vegetable peels and the fruit peels. She will survive on that happily.
It actually solves another problem. Most of the people who visit astrologers come back looking for a cow to feed.
Oh, yes. Now, when you have a cow below your apartment, what more can be beneficial thing? The point is that there's a conversation that happened with one person. He said, what is a dairy farmer? He said, see, listen, she doesn't produce anymore. What is the point for me to maintaining it? I said, with all due respect, that's the same case with your mom also. I had to be blunt here because our scriptures speaks about 7 mothers, not 1 mother. Our scriptures speak about 7 mothers. One is earth. And second thing is our biological mother. And third thing is Rajapatni, the wife of a king. And the fourth one is the wife of a Vedic scholar. And the fifth one is cow. And the sixth one is Dhatri. Dhatri is nurse. So the scripture speaks about 7 mothers, and only one of them is a non-human. I mean, 2 of them, the earth. She is considered as a Devi.
Rivers also.
Yeah, yes.
Rivers also.
So when we start seeing her beyond milk, then you will definitely protect her till her last minute.
So somewhere our bond is broken.
It is.
It's true for temples. It's true for basic tenets of Dharma. It's true for cows, which is the basic element of our Dharma. So somewhere we need to bring them together as an integral part of our life. Like when Sandeep ji was wearing that t-shirt, did you go to the temple today? The point is our relationship is so broken that we'll go a day before our examination, a day before I'm expecting my promotion, or the day, the test report of a doctor has to come. But we don't go on an everyday basis. To put it in a very WhatsApp language, they say don't use it like a step, like a steering wheel. Use Dharma like a steering wheel so that you'll have a smooth ride in life instead of using it like, to take it out when the steering wheel fails. So that's what it is. With that, do we have 5 minutes for questions? Okay, any questions? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we'll come to you in a minute.
Of course I can.
Hello. Check.
Okay, we'll come to him.
Because last time itself you never allowed me to ask a question.
It's okay, we'll come to him, sir.
Yeah. See, now that you are talking about, say, nativity cows, Natumad and all that. See, do you think the Operation Flood floated by Dr. Kurian was right for India? See, because of which, say, so much of contaminated milk, adulterated milk started coming up with mixing with, dairy farms. Is it right, or say, was it wrong?
There were few policies of Dr. Kurian which I personally don't agree with. One of the most important thing was to introduce crossbreeds to this country. When I say to introduce crossbreeds to country, I would fight that particular policy the same way if you bring a Gir cow from Gujarat to Tamil Nadu. Because that particular Gir cow is non-native of Tamil Nadu. When I say native cow breeds, 40-kilometer radius, that's about it. That is your native cow. I've seen, because in Dakshin Vrindavan, very interesting thing. Because there is a craze for this Deshi cows right now, and people go to Gujarat and bring Gir cows and Tharparkar cows and Shahiwal cows, the breed cows which gives maximum milk, and they bring down to humid places like Tamil Nadu, Kerala. And now the moment they don't give them the returns, because after 2 to 3 pregnancies, the cow's production will start dropping down. And the gir cows is where you find maximum case of uterine prolapse. The entire uterus comes out because she can't handle the humidity here. Now, I would fight that particular bringing of non-Indian cows to India the same way if you bring the gir cows to Tamil Nadu or Kerala, because 90% of cows, the cows in Dakshin Vrindavan shelter are actually gir cows or Tharpakar cows or Kankresh cows, because they are the one who have been brought up here because of the craze for native Indian cows. Having native Indian cows is the best thing ever, but that has to be your native Indian cows, not India's native Indian cows. Okay, and second thing is that Koreans, one aspect is really good. That is, it was able to get rid of the middleman in terms of milk, supply. The farmers were selling the milk to a middleman, and the middleman was making the profit. In that aspect, Amul was good, and that was nice. But again, in that aspect, the greed for more milk, by which he introduced the foreign cows, that policy I don't agree. So I can't put a blanket disagreement to Koreans' policy. But the introduction of the exotic cows to India was a blunder, for which we still face the wrath.
My take on this, sir, is that when Amul came into picture, India needed quantity. We needed a lot of quantity of milk and lot of other things, grains, everything. Now is the time to focus on quality, and for which we'll have to go back to small is beautiful. Okay. Yes.
Hariom sir, thank you for the amazing work that you're doing, first of all. My question is twofold. So the first one is, it's a lot easier to get hybrid cows in all aspects, economical, whatever. And what is the argument for, let's say, taking on desi cows when it's difficult, especially for small farmers or people who don't have as many resources to deal with it throughout the entirety of the life? And the second one is, I have a lot of friends who are, part-time animal activists, like vegans. What is the solution to that? Because they also have a point, which is that a lot of cows are treated very badly to take milk and like other products. So is the solution to go vegan, or is there some other solution? Like, what is your opinion on that? Thank you.
It's a very sensitive topic. I need 2-3 minutes to explain it. To start with, exotic cows do give large quantities of milk. I don't deny that. But then, if you see, the maximum lactation is about 3. 4th lactation, she is done with. She's exhausted. She can't bear in more childbirth. But at the same point of time, when you have a deshi cow, we have cows who have given birth to 30 calves in her lifetime. Forget about 3. So we are talking about long-term aspect. Short-term, exotic cows do have an upper hand. I have no denial about it. But then in long term, she gives. And second of all, the nutrient content in an exotic cow is really poor. And if you see, I don't know how you have observed this, and the exotic cow dung drops a cow dung, it's more liquid. If deshi cow dung drops, it's like a ball. It's like the excretion of a goat. It's like quite thick. It'll just get dropped, it gets spread there. And it has more nutritional contents than exotic breed cow. That is one aspect. So long-term aspect, indigenous cows do have an upper hand. And again, I speak about the prosperity, not in terms of financial, but also health as well. So in that aspect, yes. But when it comes to the veganism, it's a very sensitive topic. But I'll tell you what, here I always feel that moderation is the key. I don't think, to say for example, I don't think paneer was this much consumed in Tamil Nadu at least about 20 years back.
Paneer was not consumed anywhere in India like this ever.
Ever.
I grew up in Punjab. We never had paneer every day. That is what most of the rest of the country seems to think.
Exactly. I've heard stories from my parents that they have never heard of paneer in the menu at all in any restaurants. So I think here moderation is the key. And I have to say that Hindu Dharma doesn't advocate veganism. But it does advocate the way in which you take the products of any cows. For example, the cows have 4 udders. We have scriptural basis of taking care of cows, by the way. You know what the scripture says? 2 to 3 udders is for the calf. 1 udder you consume. That's what the scripture says. But right now what is happening is, the calf is, forget about that. I'll tell you what is happening these days. The calf is getting sold to slaughter. And I'm sure you have seen this thing. And the slaughterhouse, they give back the hide of that particular calf back to the farmer. The farmer will stuff that particular hide with hay, and that whole animal will be kept near the cow so that the cow will start lactating, thinking that it is his calf. Right. So this is what is happening here. Now the point here is that the moment we start deviating from scriptures, our downfall will start. We started deviating from the scriptures of instructions of taking milk from the cows. We started taking extract her maximum as possible. And obviously that veganism, what the point was, veganists are correct. Because you are denying the calf of the milk. That is correct. And most importantly, consumption of animal products, especially milk, was not this much. I'm not just about milk basically, but the milk products. Well, tea, maximum about 150 years. You don't find common man drinking tea or coffee about 150 years. I'm not saying you should go against it, but the point is that we were not dependent upon the cow products like this, long time back. We do need milk for puja. Havans cannot be performed without ghee. No denial about it. So, by dharma, we don't advocate veganism at all. But again, that comes the huge but. It also depends upon how you take the product of that particular animal. We are definitely against the commercial dairy farms who sell the calves to slaughter, who sell the cows, the old cows to the slaughterhouses, and who sell the bulls to the butcher houses. If you want to consume milk or milk products, the ideal thing, it is a far ideal thing, but it is not impossible. We can have, as we spoke about the Hindu fund here, we can have ideal goshalas in places where infrastructure is possible, where you have a section where milk is extracted just the way the scripture says. And associated to it should be a shelter where the old cows get retired peacefully, the bull calves get retired peacefully, and the sick cows get retired peacefully. So that the cow is not abused. Here, the point is, when vegans say the cows are abused, they are abused, no denial about it. But you should not use cow dung, you should not use milk for puja or something. I'm so sorry, we are not going to agree to it. We should extract the products of the cow without abusing that animal. And again, veganism, that has to be approached in a huge, wide aspect. I had a funny question to ask. It went on to become a very serious conversation. Mridangas for bhajans, for Carnatic, not just Carnatic, for all tabalas and everything. The hide of that particular, the skin of that mridanga actually comes from cow hide. But then, that cow hide, in those times, it actually came from this cow which had a natural death. Now it is slaughterhouse byproduct. Will Krishna or Rama will be happy if you beat around a particular skin of an animal which has been slaughtered mercilessly? I have videos to show you, but that will freak all of you out. But I'll describe that videos to you. We have taken videos some places where the cow is standing, and to improve the blood circulation, I won't say improve, to push that blood rush in that particular animal where the meat will look really red, they hammer the cow's forehead many times before they slaughter it. I have the videos. I'm not speaking without any proof. It's too graphic to be shown here. And then they slaughter. So, which is why we in Dakshin Vrindavan, we have kept a policy. We have decided absolutely not to breed any cows. We don't breed cows, we don't milk cows. The reason is very simple. Breedable cows in Dakshin Vrindavan is almost about 250. Suppose I allow them to breed. And the next year I'm going to have 250 calves. And those 250 calves are not rescued. Given the huge limitation on resources, the funds for maintaining them and the land, I would prefer to rescue 250 cows from slaughterhouses than increasing the most of it inside the Goshala. It is not an ideal situation, I'm aware of it. But sometimes you have to take up difficult choices. I feel bad in denying cows their rightful, right to be a mother. But what can I do when I have many cows waiting in the slaughterhouses? They need to be rescued. So we have just sorted out our priorities. In one way it has helped because our workers never, like in Goshala, that cow gives 10 liters of milk, so feed her little. Oh, that cows give 20 liters of milk, give her more food. I have seen common workers differentiating cows in Gaushalas based on the productivity. And Dakshinamurthy, that will happen because all cows, none of them give milk. So all of them are treated equally with equal care and attention. So the point is that Gausadans are the key. I have the minister of Kerala, there was some HRNC of Kerala, called as Devasam. I'm sure how you have heard about a particular temple called as Ambalappuzha Sri Krishna temple. That temple is very famous for the kheer they make, the payasam that they make, Ambalappuzha Pal payasam. It's extremely delicious. And somebody, out of his devotion to Krishna in that temple, donated 40 cows. Please use that particular milk to, take the milk to make the kheer payasam. The temple was buying milk from outside, the packet milk. So, the temple had huge wealth, by the way, in record, quoted. It's a government temple. So, you know what they did? 1 month after he donated, I have the letter in my email where he says, no, please take the cows and take it to your shelter. I said, what is wrong with them? They are young cows, they are capable of giving birth and take milk. No, it's very difficult to maintain them. It's a headache to maintain them. That's what he told me, the commissioner there. The headache to maintain them. If we don't take care of it, it'll die here, then the people create an issue. Now, if we auction it, then also people create an issue. So you better take it to Dakshin Vrindavan so that we are saved. This is what he told me. I have an email with me. And I have one of them visiting my residence and requesting, please take those particular cows. We did, because we love the cows. But the point is that our wealth, which is being managed by the government, is to be used to maintain these cows. But that is not what is happening. And the temples which had land, Padmanabha Swami temple, the temple had huge lands. Huge lands. You won't believe me. We shelter about 25 retired cows of the temple which has the maximum wealth in the whole world. We humble Dakshin Vrindavan. We've been blessed to take care of those cows. That is a different thing. We are blessed. The temple has only 15 cows, but we take care of 25 cows of Padmanabha Swami. Because there is no Gausadans there, what to do? So the whole thing would be to establish as much Gausadans as possible, Hindu-centric Gausadans, where the cows are treated not as a commodity, but as a very embodiment of Devata, because she deserves to be protected. Our kings, last 1 or 2 words, our kings, I always say this, I am Ashwin here, and this is Anuradha ji, this is Shafali ji. We are all here with this name because our ancestors did 2 things. 1, they fought against the Mughals, tooth and nail with their weapons, or they paid tax called as Jizya for 900 long years. Otherwise, I would be Abdul Rahman. If my ancestors have sacrificed for 900 long years by fighting, by paying money, somehow we have to preserve this religion. No, I can't protect a single cow. Then how can you face your ancestors? 1 cow. 1 cow. I'll tell you the exact cost. It takes 125 rupees to maintain 1 cow for 1 day. If we can't do it for our lifetime, and our ancestors are done for 900 long years, can't we do this? If you don't do this, let's stop calling ourselves Hindu with all due respect.
I'm seriously surprised that Padmanabha Swami has only 15 cows.
The government has taken over all the lands. The temple had 17,000 acres of land. Everything taken away.
Another reason to reclaim temples. Any questions? I'll take it from that girl. Yeah. Ji. Ah. Do you want to elaborate the process, how people can adopt cows at your
The whole purpose of Dakshin Vrindavan is not just to shelter cows. The whole purpose of Dakshin Vrindavan is that 700 cows have 700 families connected to it.
I think this is where we need to use technology.
We have absolutely no patent on this concept, so all Hindu organizations can take up this particular topic. No, I'm just telling you on a lighter note.
Right. Okay, we'll have to,
Yeah.
sir, we'll
That
take it
girl-
offline.
Yeah.
Yeah, one girl, please.
Sir, he has already said that, articulated it very well. Thank you, point taken. Just one question from the
Hello.
girl from
Please say that your
Chinmaya. And then
yeah, then we'll say.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
had...
Ashwin will be available. You can always ask him. Yes.
So during the discussion, there was a recommendation saying that we could keep the cows in the cities as well. And I come from a city. So I just wanted to ask that, considering the fact that cows would need like a very peaceful environment and that there's a lot of pollution in the cities, noise and air pollution, etc., how would that be practically possible? And if it's not, then how would we get pure, like, good milk from the cows? Because we get packeted milk. So
It is.
It's a catch-22 that you've given us. So we'll have to start somewhere.
Yes. Now, it's a very, very long topic, but it requires a lot of policies to be made. When we can make policies of setting aside certain area as garden, certain areas park in terms of financial planning of, the planning of a particular place or something, I feel it should come from the policy part where some acres of a particular land, where it may be urbanized, like a township, some acres have to be set aside for Goshala. That's the only way
We
it
can
works.
have multi-story parking slots. We can definitely have one floor for cows.
And she has a point when it comes to the place where cows have to move around and everything. She has absolutely a good point there. But it comes from a planning from the government. The government have to plan it. We can't do anything about it. The government, okay, now in this particular block, there are about 20 houses. You have to have about 10 acres of land where the cows could roam around. It should come for policy. And those places where you have trees and cows, that will be the lungs of that particular area. So it is a wonderful concept, but the policy have to come from the government.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so
Ashwin,
much.
and thank you everybody for being such a great audience. Thank you.
It always fills me with great pride when I listen to him talk. He's very articulate. Maybe it's his training as a lawyer and the passion for what he does. I request only one thing. His Goshala is 45 minutes away from here. If all of you go and visit the Goshala and see for yourselves the kind of amazing work that Ashwin and his friends have done at Dakshin Vrindavan, you would also feel like connecting. One great thing, and I've seen many cow shelters all over India, but one great thing that I see at Dakshin Vrindavan is that there are no nose ropes. It is one of the very, very, very few Gosadans which have cows. They range free for some time of the day at least, and they don't have nose ropes. That's really amazing. So please visit Dakshin Vrindavan and do contribute, do adopt a cow if possible, because what he's saying is not valid if we do not support it. Subhadra and adopting Subhadra has been a great experience for me. It has brought a lot of goodness in my life, the greatest of whom is standing here. And so his parents are also here. I request them to come on stage. You know, it's not easy as a parent when your 22-year-old son brings home a calf on a scooter and says, okay, this is what I want to do. And they have been supporting him. Please give them a big hand. Before we go to honoring him, I just have two small announcements to make. Now we'll break for lunch. but we'll meet at 2:15 sharp. We have some more interesting sessions after this. And please do not leave after the last talk, because the last session today, it's about the Veranda Awards. This is the first time that we have instituted awards, and there are some very interesting people and interesting causes which are getting to be awarded. So please stay back for the award ceremony as well.
Yes, thank you so much. I request Lakshmikant Shroff ji and Meenakshi Agarwal ji to come on the dais to do the felicitation.
So one thing is that Akka doesn't say he is like my brother. Akka says he is my brother. Right? So a great mentor of mine says, Gauseva connects people. He says that, and I have seen it happening. Gauseva do connect people. Cows do connect people.
We break for lunch now and we begin sharp at 2:15 after lunch. The lunch counters are outside the hall. There are multiple counters, so please feel free to
hundreds of them. And most of them were the aristocratic women, the royal women, most of them were widows. Just like Rani Lakshmibai. Rani Lakshmibai's own main general was a lady called Jhalkari Bai. Have you heard of Jhalkari Bai? Jhalkari Bai was Rani Lakshmibai's friend, and she started a women's corps. And when Rani Lakshmibai had to flee for her life on her white horse Badal, it was Jhalkari Bai who impersonated her and fought till her death. So you have hundreds of these women who are completely unsung, whose roles have completely been forgotten. And it's not just the royalty, it's not just that they were all royals. Many of them were actually not.
My sons are all trained as Maharathis, but 13 years in forest, has it softened them or something? So I quote a song by a lady called Vidula, how she inspires her son towards battle. Right? So that is how, women were not proud of their own husbands or sons if they turn away from their duties. Right? And same with Draupadi, and I'm moving on from the nurturing to the leadership element as to, so in the Vanaparva, I think somebody quoted it yesterday, when Satyabhama asks Draupadi, how do you, all your husbands love you so much, tell me the secret. Satyabhama has the best husband in the world, but still. Then Draupadi narrates what she was doing as a queen. It's not just, sitting on the throne and being an ornamental this one, but she talks about the administrative duties, she talks about the treasury duties, she talks about interacting with commoners. So she's like, I used to do this, so they realize my value. It means that, yes, they look after me very well, but I've earned every bit of it, right? And I know Shefali-ji, that runs in the, continuum of our legacy. So yes, we've spoken about women on the battlefield, but women on the throne, I think Shefali-ji has done extensive research on Ahilyabai Holkar. So about the administrative abilities and rejuvenating temples inside and outside her kingdom. Right, that's something.
But before I turn to Ahilyabai Holkar, let me turn to somebody closer to this land. How many of you have heard of a queen called Sembyan Mahadevi? Okay, this is too much of an exam. I'm sorry. I keep asking you questions. How many? Raise your hands again. Again, proving my point. 100% hands should have gone up in a room like this.
At least a popular film comes showing her a couple of scenes. I think everybody should know her.
So Sembyan Mahadevi was the queen of Gandaraditya Chola and the mother of Uttam Chola. And after Gandaraditya passed on, she was the queen regent for her minor son. And even after he became the king, she wielded tremendous political power. And what she did is astounding. Not too many leadership figures today also have been able to do what she managed to do. She rebuilt temples. She built original temples, she rebuilt the older brick temples, and she started what is known today as the canon of Chola architecture, the standardization. Of course, later on, Rajaraja Chola built upon it, and that's why you have the big temple in Tanjavur, and in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, which are the finest example of Chola temples. But she was the one who standardized it. She was the one who rebuilt temples, built new temples, and she had such a sense of history. This is what I find it really amazing. She did not destroy the epigraphs that were there on the older temples. She preserved them. She added them onto the temples that she built, so there is a record of who built the temple before her. This sense of history, this sense of record keeping, this sense of leaving a legacy for the future is not something even today's leaders are born with. to have that kind of vision. She was also the person who is behind what we are known as Chola bronzes, the enormous Chola bronzes that we have today. Of course, they were being made before her also. As somebody said, they were done by the lost wax, Madhuchishta Vidhan as it's called, that technique. But she standardized it again, and the enormous Chola bronzes that you find, those bronzes are thanks to Sembian Mahadevi and her patronage to the arts. Not only that, she also made administrative changes so that single women, widowed women, women with minor children could donate to the temples, could have a say in the running of the temples, and they could give dhanams in their own name. Today we think it's easy that I Shefali Vaidya, not Mrs. somebody, can donate something to an institution like Dakshin Vrindavan under my own name. Today it's normal. But this happened in 10th century CE. And in all her epigraphic notes, she writes Sembian Mahadevi, I, Sembian Mahadevi, wife of Gandaraditya, has donated this. So this kind of pride in your own identity, this kind of pride in your own name, the kind of agency that you have is really amazing. And this happened in 10th century CE, which I find really, really remarkable. Now we move on to her original question, Ahilya Bai. So the story that starts with Sembian Mahadevi sort of, continues till Ahilya Bai. And Ahilya Bai again was a widowed queen. She was widowed at a very young age. She was barely 27 or 28 when she lost her husband. And in those days, by that time, the practice of sati was fairly prevalent among warrior families. And she was all ready to go sati. That is when her father-in-law stopped her. He said, you are very capable. The exact Marathi words are, Bai, maza unhala karun jates ka? Meaning, are you leaving me in a parched summer? I know you are capable of maintaining my kingdom. My son is dead now. You please come back. Do not go sati, and you become the queen of Malwa. And that is exactly what happened. She became the queen of Malwa. And today, I see the women in my generation, and I include myself also in it, we become very stressed out over small things. The domestic help doesn't turn up, oh my God, I'm so depressed. I got stuck in a traffic jam, oh my God, I'm so depressed. My child has a little bit of a cold, oh my God, I'm so depressed. This was a woman who had nothing but adversity in her personal life. She did not enjoy probably a single year of pure happiness. Maybe initially when her husband was alive, but even there he had too many other women. He was not the right man for her, for somebody who was so virtuous and so strong. So even that marriage by today's standards could not have been very happy. Her son was, she had only one son. Her son was a total cause of shame for her because he was sadistic, he was addicted to a lot of substances, he was not a capable leader. And when he died, she actually said that with his death, he is also released and the people of my kingdom are also released, because if he were to be the king, the kingdom would not be very happy. This is a mother saying this. She had a daughter whom she got her married to a commoner who was a brave man, not an aristocrat. She actually put a competition and said, whoever tackles the bill problem in my kingdom, that brave person I will marry my daughter into. And she got a commoner as her son-in-law. And she kept seeing everybody she loved die before her. Her husband died, her son died, her son-in-law died, her daughter committed sati, her grandson died. So she saw all of this. Her personal life was nothing but a litany of sorrows. She did not complain. She did not blame her fate. She did not blame God. She said, okay, this is what is given to me, but I am not going to be a victim. I am not going to cry. I am instead going to treat my populace, my praja, as my children, and I'm going to look after her. And she was one of the best administrators that we had even today. Even she allowed widowed women in her kingdom to take a child in adoption so that they would not be treated as destitute. She made roads. She invited the weavers from Gujarat to Maheshwar, and the Maheshwari sari that you see, Jagan's mom is wearing a very beautiful green one, Maheshwari sari. So that Maheshwari sari, which is being woven even today, is something that Ahilya Bai herself designed. Because she herself preferred very simple designs, that is why Maheshwari saris are very simple even today. They don't have too many motif work, they do not have too much of jari. They just have a plain body and a very thin jari border. She built a palace. How many of you have gone to Maheshwar? Okay, quite a few people. But if you go to Maheshwar and if you see her quote-unquote palace, it does not feel like a palace at all. It just feels like a reasonably big home of somebody well-to-do. She was a queen of Malwa. And even in that palace, she lived in one room which is stark in its simplicity. It just has one mattress on the floor. Because she had lost her husband very early, she ate only once, she wore only white sari, she spent a large part of her day doing pujas, she had bare minimum needs. She built temples, rebuilt temples all over India which were destroyed by the Muslim invaders, including the Somnath temple, including the Kashi Vishwanath temple, the Vishnupad temple in Gaya, all of these. She built Ghats on the rivers in Maharashtra, in UP. She built dharamshalas. Her dharamshalas still stand all the way from Kedarnath to Rameshwaram. And she was not even the queen of a huge expanse in India. She was a queen of a little tiny thing in central India called Malwa. And she managed all this through her personal income. Because her needs were so limited, she wanted to build a dharamshala in Rameshwaram. But she was fair-minded to say that this money will not come from the taxes of my citizens because it is not their desire. I want to do it for the Hindus of India, but I will do it out of my own private income. And yet, today, people come and tell us that Indians or Hindus have no parampara of philanthropy. How many queens? She was a contemporary of British queens which were very profligate, who did not repeat their clothes. And here was a queen who spent all her personal income in trying to build a legacy for the Hindus, not just of her kingdom, but Hindus all over India. And those dharamshalas, those ghats, those temples still stand today. That is the legacy of Ahilya Bai Holkar.
So, and it should not be a surprise to know that this kind of, commissioning temples, rebuilding temples, and, looking at the administrative aspects of the kingdom, it's not just one superwoman who did that. We had such examples all over the country throughout the time. So, I'd request Nandini to shed light on the Gupta princesses, which...
So, thank you, Sai, because one of the most fascinating characters from classical India that stands out for me is a lady called Prabhavati Gupta. Shefali ji just talked about Sembian Mahadevi. Prabhavati Gupta is also relatively unknown, relatively. How many of you have heard of Prabhavati Gupta? Okay, so there is just 2 hands. Prabhavati Gupta was the daughter of Chandragupta Vikramaditya, the great Chandragupta Vikramaditya.
And he's different from Chandragupta Maurya.
There's a millennium difference. So Chandragupta Maurya came nearly 1000 years before Chandragupta Vikramaditya. So Chandragupta Vikramaditya's daughter, Prabhavati Gupta, was married into the Vakataka royal family. So Vakataka royal family is Western India. It was a very, very large, very prosperous kingdom. And she lost her, first her father-in-law and then her husband in very quick succession. And she had 2 very small children, so she became the regent, the queen regent. Now, why am I bringing up Prabhavati Gupta and how is she connected to someone like, say, Sembian Mahadevi and later Ahilya Bai Holkar or someone like Rani Durgavati? There is a very interesting copper plate inscription. It's called the Pune copper plate inscription, where Prabhavati Gupta is making a grant. Why is that inscription interesting? Because in that inscription, she is referring to herself. We know that among Hindus, when a daughter marries, her gotra changes, right? So the daughter when she gets married, she assumes the gotra of the family in which she's getting married into. Here's the interesting thing. In the Pune copper plate inscription, Prabhavati Gupta refers to herself by her father, Chandragupta Vikramaditya's gotra, and not by her husband's gotra. So she is referring to herself by her father's gotra and as a Gupta princess. Is that agency or not? And this is happening roughly 1,600 years before Western feminists came up with the concept of feminism. Okay, and just like the other women queens that have been mentioned so far on this discussion, she was an exemplary ruler. So she ruled her kingdom for about 20 years. Not 1 year, not 2 years. You know, our historian section of our historians jump up and down about Razia Sultan. How many years was Razia Sultan on the throne? 3 years. How many years was Prabhavati Gupta ruling her kingdom? 20 years. So, you know, we see this continuity. We see her as an administrative and governing entity who was considered not only legitimate, but also very, very efficient and compassionate. And this is something that we see not, so we are talking about here 4th century India. Let's take a time jump and look at somebody like my favorite, like I said, Rani Durgavati, who came roughly another 1,000 years later, all right? And again, we see the same kind of trend. What Shefali was talking about, Ahalya Bhai Holkar, Rani Durgavati, we were just having this discussion prior to this panel where we were talking about how Rani Durgavati invited Brahmin scholars from across India. So she'd invited Dravida Brahman, so Brahmins from South India, and Panchadash Dravid Brahman, and she settled them in her kingdom. She also invited Brahmin scholars from Kannauj, and her Raj Purohit, Mahesh Thakkar, was later given a kingdom in Bihar by Akbar, and that became Darbhanga, and Mahesh Thakkar was the first king of Darbhanga, and that's where the Hindu scholarship, the school of scholarship, the Mithila / Darbhanga school of scholarship came from there. So you have a lady who is not only scholarly, well educated, but understands the importance of scholarship. And we have several instances of court poets, of scholars in her own kingdom, in her own court, including one particular book that was commissioned by her. We have a copy of that book. It is currently there in Asiatic Society. Commissioned by her, called Prastab Ratnakar, which was meant for her son, for her teenage son. So she's commissioning books. She's got scholars, she's got Hindu scholars and Purohits from all over the country coming to her kingdom. She's building temples. There are temples in Burman Ghat and other parts of Garha and Mandala, which are definitively associated with her name. She did Mandir Sanskar, a lot of temples that were going to rack and ruin. She refurbished them. And there are multiple sort of references. There is a Ramgarh inscription which clearly says that she spent so much time doing yagna, doing in her sacred duties, that she was called Kamadhenu, you know, like a goddess of fortune. So, you know, and in terms of just being a good administrator, she was responsible. She knew that her region, that Garha Mandala region, which is current day Jabalpur and surrounding areas, was very dry. It's not a very lush, not like Tamil Nadu, which is lush, green, and very fertile. So she decided that she would encourage her people to turn more of that rocky forest land into good cultivable land. So she said that anybody who digs a lake and turns the surrounding areas into cultivable area, cultivable patches, can keep the land. And this very small introduction meant that the entire kingdom not only produced enough grain to feed its own people, it was exporting grain to Gujarat and to Dakhin. This is mentioned by Abul Fazl in the Akbarnama. So you have a dry patch of land which becomes a grain bowl and which starts exporting grain because she is intervening in water management and land management. This is smart governance, you see. So this is the kind of women leaders we have had who are not just, not just brave, which they were, did not just have agency, which they did, but they were also excellent administrators.
And talking about water management, you would be surprised to know that most of the step wells in Rajasthan and Gujarat, one of the most arid regions of this country, are actually not built by kings, they're built by queens. They're built, even the very well-known World Heritage Site of Patan is built by the queen in memory of her husband. Not all were built by widows in memory of their husband. Some were built as public works, basically, because the women who were in charge, they were aware of the struggle for water in households better than the men, and they knew that women from ordinary households would spend a great amount of their day just fetching water for the household. So they were humane enough, they were understanding enough of this, so their intuitive understanding of water management and the need to create water resources was, I think, far more than the male counterparts. That is why one of the most important things that they did in this region was to build huge step wells to collect rainwater and to act as a water reservoir.
Rani ka bhav, no? That was also...
So wonderful. That was about valor, that was about leadership and administration. And coming to the next myth to be busted is about education and expression. Right? And again, a Tamil Nadu related question. So, how many of you have heard about Muddu Pallani? Muddu Pallani. Only Swamiji has heard? Sure. So Muddu Pallani is now not a queen. She is a courtesan. And she has written one of the boldest Kama texts called Radhika Santvanam, which has got very bold expressions about lovemaking. And she gets this idea that, she has to, write this work. And the king, Raghunatha Nayaka, sorry. No, it's the Tanjavur Nayakas. So Tanjavur king, he says, he didn't say, why do you want to write such a book? No. Instead, he encourages her. He not only commissions the book, he also employs 2 scholars to help her compose it in poetry. So she acknowledges those 2 scholars' name for teaching her advanced poetry so that this whole kavya can be written in the chandas. So those 2 Brahmins, they sat with her, edited her work, and made it an immortal text. And now, and that work was celebrated, in drama, dance, and all. Now, who comes and bans it? British. Right? And now the West comes and tells us, so, you women don't have right to express in India. Seriously? Exactly. So even, coming to, the Muddu Pallani was one example close home. Another example, because I think those women also realized that modern historians are going to distort, so they thought at least some of them thought they'll record their own adventures. And Madura Vijayam, right? It is the story of Veera Kamparaya or Kumara Kamparaya, who dreams of Meenakshi Ammal coming and telling him, instructing him to uproot the Madurai Sultanate and win back Meenakshi, and somehow There are some historians who tell, oh, Vijayanagara is a foreign empire to Tamil Nadu. Literally, I mean, like Madurai Sultanate grew in the soil, right? Yes, this round will focus on the education and the scholarship of women of ancient India.
Can I just intercept for 5 minutes? I'm from Pondicherry, so you were talking about this courtesan. If you go to Pondicherry, there is a huge park in the center called Bharti Park. And there's a white monument there. It's a very French-looking monument. And that monument is called Ai Mandapam. I want to quickly share the story of Ai. Ai was a courtesan, very famous courtesan in that area when that area was part of the Vijayanagar kingdom. And there was a period of severe drought. And Ai was responsible. She was, as a courtesan, she was very rich. So she was responsible for digging the biggest tank just outside Pondicherry, and that tank continues to supply water to this day. And when Pondicherry became part of the French Empire, the French Emperor Napoleon III, somebody went and told, because they were demolishing existing structures and rebuilding Pondicherry. So somebody went and said, please don't do anything to this part because there is a memorial to somebody called Ai. So the whole story was narrated to Napoleon III, who was so impressed and he was so moved by the story, then he said that we will create a memorial. So that memorial still stands. If you ever go to Pondicherry, do go to Bharti Park and check out Ai Mandapam.
You know, this education thing, so normally now the modern narrative is women in India, they did not have the right to educate themselves. There were no schools, they did not know how to read and write, and then the British came, and then the movement to educate girls started and whatever. If this was true, and when the British came, it was true that largely the standard schooling for women was not there. That is true. But that happened in that interim period because of the Islamic rule. But before that, if women in India did not know how to read and write, how did Rukmini write a letter to Sri Krishna asking him to come and rescue her? How did Shakuntala write a letter with her nails on a Kamalpatra to Dushyant? How are there sculptures of a Patra Lekhika, of a woman who is writing in both Patan Ki Vav, which was built in the 11th century, and the temples of the Hoysalas, which were built in around the 12th century or so? There are so many figures of the Apsaras, of the Surasundaris, and they are writing on a slate. How could this would have been immortalized in sculpture if there were no examples of it? Forget this. We come to Shivaji Maharaj. Shivaji Maharaj became Shivaji Maharaj because of his mother. Because when he was being raised by a single mother, she was the one who told him stories from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and who basically constantly told him about the injustices of the Islamic rule and encouraged him to fight. Now, if she did not know how to read and write, how did she know in detail about Ramayana and Mahabharata enough to teach her son morality, what is right and what is wrong? So there was a system of education. There was a system where women could learn to read and write. There were no schools in the sense of the British sense, Western sense, yes. But that too, because of the Islamic rule, there was so much of destruction, there was so much of atrocities on women, that this whole system of keeping women indoors largely happened after the advent of Islam in India. And this has been documented, by the way. This is not just me saying it.
That's true. A quick addition to what Shefali ji is saying. There are extant letters written in her own hand by Tarabai, where, the couple of words are literally in her own hand, in the medieval Modi script. There are also letters written by Rani Durgavati. So literally written by her, and we know from Abul Fazl himself actually that she invited Mahesh Thakkar to her court so that he would tell her stories from the Puranas. So if she was an illiterate woman, she would not want a very scholarly, erudite Brahmin to come and tell her stories from the Puranas. And again, if we go take a time jump back and we look at the queens in classical India, we look at, say, Prabhavati Gupta and others, there is a very strong tradition of them being educated in statecraft, not just not just education in the sense of learning literature and poetry, but also statecraft. And there are, if you look at some of the sculptural examples that have come to us from the 1st century CE, which is from Chandraketugarh in and around Bengal, there are clear references to women writing, like you were referring to, on steles, on like slates, and they are writing. And so, and this whole tradition of sending a letter to your beloved, Rani Durgavati herself did that. She sent her Bipra, which was her priest, sent a letter through him to her beloved, to who was going to be her husband later on, and asked him to come and Haran Vivah her. So this entire myth that there was absolutely no education of women is not true. But obviously, as you said, because of Islamic invasion, women were kept increasingly indoors.
So as a concluding note, I just want to also, before I open the floor for questions, we have some time for questions. Okay. So, and also there is another argument that, oh, education, okay, women are educated, you are quoting one queen, one princess there, here, only the upper castes had that privilege. And yesterday Dushyanji quoted the Telugu Ramayanas, one by Molla Ramayana. And Molla was not a Brahmana. She belonged to, her father was a potter, right? And she wrote, almost 600 poems long, 600 plus poems long Ramayana in Telugu. And, when we quote Ramayana, mostly our memory goes to Molla Mamba. And again, Ranganatha Ramayana, again, not written by a woman poet, but he is called Gona Buddharaja Reddy, who is a, small-time Reddy king, warlord will be the, and then, so most of the Ramayanas in Telugu were written by, somebody who are not Brahmanas. So that is one, and one by women. So, that's just one, view of, or outlook of how knowledge was actually all pervasive throughout Indian society. And yes, on that note, we'll open up for questions. Swamiji wanted to. So, by the way, the writer of Madhura Vijayam was Queen Ganga Devi. I didn't get to take her name. Ganga Devi, wife of Kumara Kamparaya or Veera Kamparaya, who's the son of Bukkaraya.
One big credit to our all sisters, especially thousands of years we have a struggle with Islamic invader. Not a single Sanskrit scholar, Brahmin or non-Brahmin, have anywhere recorded Islamic atrocity anywhere in the literature. And these main fellow, Brahmin, non-Brahmin, they were all busy in writing about the beauty of women, but they never mention anywhere the atrocity of this Islamic in this record. Only credit goes to Gangabai in Madhura Vijayam. She is the one who has recorded all the atrocity. That part we need to highlight. Coming to the, why I don't want to mention, because many of you are busy, because I am very critical to this point, because all these men scholars have never recorded anything. They were all busy in writing the beauty about the women, Second point, you are mentioning about the education of women in the higher education. I have written in my book, Malti Madhav, read the reference to Malti Madhav. Two bhikkhuni, they are discussing. We were trained under the same vice chancellor, where the two our classmates have become ministers, So they also trained in the higher education, and those girls are not coming from their same village. They have come from the different area to study in the different higher institution. That is what Malti Madhav has mentioned. So there was a provision for girls for higher education, and there was an institution for them also.
Yeah, talking about that, there is a compilation of poems called the Therigatha, which is written by women monks in Buddhism. And if you read those Therigatha, Theri means female monk. the kind of themes that they have handled is really astounding. It is full of abstract philosophy, full of examples, very learned way of expressing themselves. So obviously, I mean, whatever the modern Marxist history tells us and whatever our evidence is, they do not tally. Before we start, open the floor for question, there is one queen and she's pestering me because she's saying this story is not complete without my mention, probably because she's from Goa and I'm from Goa. Her name is Nayaki Devi, yes. So she was the Kadamba princess from Goa and she got married to King Ajay Pala of Anilwad, which is today's Patan in Gujarat. After her husband died, she was the queen regent to her son, whose name is Mullah Raja II, and he was just a 2-year-old baby that time. And Muhammad Ghori attacked Anilwad at that time. Muhammad Ghori was very sure, male arrogance, na? There is a 2-year-old baby who is a king and his mother is ruling in his as his regent. So the kingdom will just fall if I just snap my fingers. If I say surrender, they'll surrender. That is what he thought. But this queen was so strategically thinking that she chose the place and time of the battle at a terrain which Ghori's forces were not used to. She sent letters to all the kingdoms nearby her and said that my kingdom is very small, but this is a fight, not just my fight. If I lose, then you all lose too. So we have to get together and fight together. Then the third thing she did strategically was she realized that, okay, she is putting in a fight, do or die, but if she loses, then having seen how Islam treats captured children and women, she knew that she did not want her praja, the women from her kingdom and her children to fall in the hands. So she requested her surrounding kingdoms to take her kingdom's women and children, so that they would be at least away somewhere safe. And then she sent a large part of her army as deserters to join Ghori's army, pretend to be deserters. So they joined Ghori's army and that is when she attacked. And when she attacked, the people who had infiltrated Ghori's army, they also attacked. And that is when Muhammad Ghori was soundly defeated in that battle. And because of that, he went back and he never attacked India from that side. If you see the letter history, he was the one who defeated Prithviraj Chauhan and all that we know. But he came from another side. He came from Punjab. He came from Delhi. But he never came back from Gujarat because this woman had defeated him fair and square. Jain literature describes her as Simhahridayi Vidyavati, lion-hearted, knowledgeable woman. So obviously she had education, she had leadership, and she was a very brave queen and a very young queen.
The Solanki queens also. They are also. Rudrama Devi.
Rudrama Devi. One thing about Rudrama Devi, most of us know Rudrama Devi maybe thanks to that movie or whatever, but her sister Ganapamba was also a very able administrator. And the thing with Rudrama Devi, she never lost a battle till her last one where she died, and by the time she was a grandmother. 80 years old. And Sampadanandaji
Yes. So adding to what Swamiji said about women education, we celebrate Chatushashti Kala, the 64 arts. Almost all the kalas are women centric, except few. And also like the word Vidya and Kala are feminine, right? Vidya samastas tava devi bheda. So Kalaha samastah. So, Sakala Jagatsu, all the Vidyas and Kalas are feminine in nature. So, that is the importance which is given to the women education. You can see Chatushashti Kala, how do we celebrate? This is what I wanted to add to what Swamiji said. Thank you.
There's a young friend here. Yes. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, there's that young friend.
Yes.
I would like to ask one question.
No, can we just allow the youngsters to ask, please?
Hari Om, Ma'am. I'm a person who has studied in two different boards, ICSE and CBSE. And as Shefali Ma'am said, it's not the fault of the youth that you're not aware of these things. In both the history textbooks, I've seen a grave injustice taking place. Most of the British generals are prefer their title as sirs, but then Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj has not even been mentioned with this title many times. So what would you think would incite a response amongst the government to correct this mistake made by them in the history textbooks? Because that's the first information that we're getting regarding Indian history. And so many different great examples have been quoted by all of you. And when we hear those things, we are able to tell it to our friends, our people, our parents. But then most of the students in India, most of the students in a lot of places are not getting this information. And that is the thing that's keeping them ignorant of the rich history that India has. So what would be the things that the Indian government has to do, or what would be our duty to make the Indian government introduce some reforms into our history textbooks?
See, none of us are in the government, so we cannot give you a correct answer to this question. But if your question is, should history books be changed? Yes, they should have been changed 75 years ago. Very true.
No, but from your side, what you can do is read history for fun. Read history yourself, because if you look at actual evidence, primary source evidence, you will see where the story has been changed.
Another thing what you can do is and this is for not just true for education, but we don't take that effort. If something bothers you, so any civic problem also, write to your public representative. Keep writing. Because unless you become a pressure group and unless you put it out there in writing, outrage in closed halls like this is not going to really result. You guys are going to be first time voters in, I don't know, next election. So you guys should absolutely say that this is important to us, and you will get our vote only after these issues have been addressed. So if there is enough pressure, the government moves. The point is, we talk a lot in public, not you, it's a very valid question that you asked, but most of us, we talk a lot in closed halls, but we do not put our demands in writing. So that is, in a democracy, if you keep asking and form a pressure group, the government is forced to act. And as Swami Mitrananji said, things are changing. Like Chinmay Mission has, and I've seen those set of books. Those books are excellent, 6th, 7th standard, 8th standard history books that they have made.
No, I think NCRT is also changing the curriculum.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Do you have a question? We'll take a question, and then if we have time, the girl has a question.
Yeah, you can always meet us afterwards.
Yes. The girl has a question.
You told us a lot of situations where women were widowed, and then the kingship that was originally their husband's passed on to them. But have there been ever any cases where directly a king or a queen was able to pass on rulership to their daughters?
That is your Rudrama Devi. So the father had 2 daughters, and there was a lot of pressure on him to crown his brother's son as a king. But he was very insistent that my daughters are capable and they will be kings. So he had to do Putrika Yagya to sort of, say that there is a divine blessing for it. But Rudrama Devi was the inherited queen of the Kakatiya Empire.
Also,
but yeah, there should have been more examples.
Oriya queen, Mahadevi. There's an Oriya queen also. Yeah.
And to quote Meenakshi Ambal herself, right? And this story is not a part of the main Mahabharata. I think it's a part of Jaibiniya Mahabharata or something. So there is a king called Meenakshi Ambal's father, Malayadhvaja Pandya. He participated in the Mahabharata war and he gets killed in the hands of Ashwathama. So after Pandavas win the war, Yudhishthira is taking care of, whoever fought on our side and got killed. He sends them special gifts, and whoever is remaining in the family, he sends consolations and all. And there is a beautiful message by Yudhishthira he sends through Bhima to Madurai to Meenakshi, who was a 16-year-old princess at that time. So he says, you are the only daughter of your father, so it becomes your duty to pursue one education, one arts, because don't stop enjoying life just because you are struck by a strategy. Then also get empowered, rule the kingdom. So here we'll offer you all the support that you want as the Chakravarti and all that. You take on, you should sit on the throne and remind your population about your father and let them not feel orphaned because they lost their king, because you are there. So that message to Meenakshi, it just has the message of women empowerment, encapsulated in that.
There's also Chitrangada. Chitrangada, another example.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to my wonderful panelists. I wouldn't have, been able to cover the length and breadth of this topic, without passionate historians. Thank you, audience. Okay, thank you.
We move on to a critical keynote session right now. We have with us Honorable Justice N. Sai ji, who will be speaking on the topic Viksit Bharat, Positioning Judiciary. He brings the voice of the judiciary into this national dialogue. In this session, he explores how law can serve as the guardian of Dharma, ensuring fairness, dignity, and progress as Bharat steps forward. Let us invite Honorable Justice onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. It was such a fascinating experience to be as a participant, listener of a previous session, heard so much about women empowerment, women education, and how we thrived. I just compare that with the contemporary world. We don't see the best of worlds. After all, the sane will not come to the court. He who cheats or he who gets cheated, they come to the court. Here, I wish the children are brought aware, made aware about the distinction between entitlement and empowerment. That is where the world gets struggled these days. And I've got my reasons, but then that is not my topic. Viksit Bharat, positioning judiciary. Before I chose the topic, in fact, the organizers were kind enough to ask me to speak on a topic of my choice, something to do with Viksit Bharat. What can be great? The first half they chose, the second half I chose the topic. Before the topic was chosen, I was there in Delhi, participated in a program which deals with strengthening tribunals. Now I am part of the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. So I was invited. I find, and there were people were rambling with statistics, trying to project how bad the tribunals are functioning. And eventually, because there is some NGO which policy making there was main focus or objectives, they work in tandem with another NGO in Delhi. They all combine to produce a lot of statistics to show that tribunals do not function. And surprisingly, I came to know in my speech, during my speech and after my speech, that not one of them were before any tribunal to see how a tribunal actually works. Therefore, I thought when I chose this topic, I requested the organizers to circulate questionnaires, about 4 or 5 common questions, the great opinion citizens have about our judiciary. It was circulated. I'm told that about 300 questionnaires were circulated, and it evoked only 48 responses. And this morning, I came here to collect those, to just know what kind of, how people actually responded. Only 18 among the 48 say they knew something about courts. Rest of them, they said, no, or I know something about courts. You have to check with him. You want an action replay? Okay. So there are 300 questionnaires, I'm told they were circulated. 48, we got only about 48 responses, of whom, as I went through the answers, I find only 18 say with confidence, I know something about courts. Rest say, I know something about it, and many say, no. Honest answers. And the criticisms, or observations, after all, citizens are entitled to make their observation about the institution which is intended for them. As expected, long pendency and delay, corruption, judicial corruption, including bias and political biases, attitude of the judges, lack of accountability, there is no logic in many case judgments, and lack of consistency in judgments. But then solutions, we are talking about, the more you want to need solution, don't talk about problem, talk about solution. Solutions, 3 were honest. Don't ask a society. Society has become asura. So don't ask the society, but no solution has come. And someone has said, cut all vacations, something I expected for the judges, and also privileges. And the same gentleman has also said, increase the workload of judges. Then 4 people made wonderful statement. Society must take responsibility for the institutions. Some said, give up archaic procedure. Another said, bring in AI. And only one supported judiciary as it exists, because the one who answered it as ambitions in judiciary, but indicated it. I want to become so and so. I respect each of these observations. Having said that, we are not. So here is an audience, about 200, 300 questionnaires circulated. Only 48 wanted to at least participate in a discussion or a discourse on transformation of judiciary to make it relevant to Viksit Bharat. So where are we? We are here to I represent judiciary, not because the Supreme Court or the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has nominated me. After all, I have spent 20 years as a lawyer, 20 years as a judge. I think I have got fair enough number of years of experience to make some statements about it. I do not for one discount the fact that we don't require transformation, updating ourselves to meet your expectations. But where are you going to start it? Someone said, cut all privileges for judges. Wonderful. You know, in spite of these privileges, we don't get quality judges. People are not willing to come forward to become judges. Why? It's a backbreaking, thankless job. Nobody wants to take up these days. Who decides that? The society decides that. A lawyer somewhere decides that he may be a best of quality, but he decides not to come. Then you have to make choices with available choices. Who is to blame? When I became a district judge, when I was appointed as a district judge, that was a time I was speaking up as a lawyer after quite a number of early years of struggle, which any lawyer would necessarily undergo. I was in two minds, to be or not to be. And I discussed this with a senior counsel in Madurai. He said, it's a call of the nation. You know, many people who want to become Jawan and stand in the queue in the winter for the selection, for selecting 100 Jawans, some 1,000 able-bodied men go and stand there. Each one of them know that they are likely to be killed if they want to serve the nation. They are even ready to die for the nation, yet not everyone get the good fortune of being selected as a Jawan, appointed as a Jawan. So this is a call of the nation, call of the divinity that you have to serve, don't look for money. I did that. But then I have a family. Please understand, I will start from the perception. I'm not here to position judiciary because judiciary is your institution, not mine. You have to position judiciary where you want to. This is, therefore, the problem in this country is anything that does not belong to me and anything which I want to do well for me, it belongs to somebody else, and that somebody else should take care of every one of my needs, and I'm not going to take responsibility for that. I will tell you something, a few anecdotal experiences. I have handled as many number of cases in my chamber meeting of all variety, from corporate disputes to family disputes to partition disputes. I want to see if something can be solved by discussing to the parties. Here is a lady who came in. I asked her, what's your problem? She said, my husband doesn't even allow me to wear the saree of my color or the choice of my color. It's a problem for her. It's a problem for her. You may consider this absolutely ridiculous. Even I consider that. I called her husband. What's your problem? He said, sir, I can ask only my wife to wear the color of my choice. I cannot ask my neighbor's wife. For us, it's something to laugh about. For her, the problem. For her, it's a problem. I can give umpteen number of such nonsense cases. I did not ask the spouses to fight. I did not ask somebody to squat on somebody's land. I did not ask somebody to forge a document and file a suit. I did not ask anybody any brother to deny a sister a share in the property. I did not ask anybody to break the contract. Who do it? You do it. And you dump everything on the court. Problem I create, solution I outsource it to the court. This is the attitude. Please understand. When you go for a patta, I did not ask anybody to, you had to go for a patta, somebody has to look at your title deed and give you the patta. If he does not do, I don't ask him not to do that for you to come to the court. If you have got a problem in identifying the boundaries of your property, you have to go to the surveyor, pay the charges, and ask him to measure the property. The surveyor under law has to give notice to all parties who are adjacent to the property which is required to be surveyed. The moment the notice comes, they come to the court. Rather, he has to stand in the field, help the surveyor and understand the matter. And when the matter actually comes to the court, we appoint a commissioner, the same surveyor goes on behalf of the party and measures the same land. Where's the problem? See, we are not a garbage truck as you think to solve everybody's problem, but you dump problem on us and blame us for that. I have no issues on that. But then you all continue to have, unless you take responsibility as to the quality of litigation that should actually come to the court, the inflow of litigation can never be stopped. It's human temptations, essentially based on greed and lack of compassion. I did not ask anybody to throw their parents on the road. I did not do that. I did not ask anybody to drive their wife and children onto the road. I did not do that. Therefore, when are we, the society, going to take responsibility for the institution that we have created? It is not for my benefit. I have got a lot of anger there. Here's a scenario where, so unless you take responsibility for the institution, please inscribe in your mind before you show an accusing finger to the judiciary. Yes, we have got ills. Yes, we have got a lot of problems inside. There's no meaning in talking to you. That's a platform talking where I have to talk to them. But where are we going to stop? See, for instance, if there is a blockage in a drainage, or let us say your tap, what does a plumber do? He first closes the supply line, then attends to this. Can we do that? Can we do that? And merely because there are sanitary workers to collect garbage, is it necessary that you should dump garbage on the road? That precisely is happening to judiciary. At least in my experience in the last 20 years as a judge, most cases, at least about 30-35% of the cases are just useless cases. But we do not know. There's something called judicial process. Please understand, the famous saying is, justice must not only be done, but seen to be done. What is the seen to be done all about? I must hear, and I must hear her too. You measure everything in the barometer of time. There's a time, you have to ask only 20 minutes. Who are you to say that? See, I cannot do stop clock justice. Each case has got a different complexion. I always used to call courts or doctors of bleeding rights. We are doctors of bleeding rights. Whether everybody follows the same attitude is a different issue. That is about individuals who man the court. But all I would like to state is, do you ask a cardiac surgeon, there are about 100 people waiting in the queue, but I get a date only in some 7 months hence. Do you ask? For you, your case matters. If those who have got any litigation in the court, for you, your case matter. For us, every case matters. If your advocate argue for 2 hours, explaining everything, repeating, re-repeating, you are absolutely happy about it because you are paid him, your advocate speaks for 2 hours and court was extremely patient. But then the one who argued before your advocate is also equally entitled to make statements on his case. But where is the time? Say, the overload the judges. Overload judge with what? You have ever known a judge's life? I've been a judge for 20 years. For the third time, I'm talking about it. I've been a judge for 20 years. I'm entitled to 2 LTC every year. Please understand, vacations, we are sedentary work. Right from morning 7 o'clock to evening 9 o'clock, you only see the visible portion. 10:30 to 4:35 you see. But we work way before that. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, evening 8 o'clock. See how many judges go home by 8 o'clock. Have you ever known that? And we have got our health issues. Our occupational hazard due to our sedentary lifestyle is enormous. So when the vacation comes for about 10 days, most of us go for this Kovai, this Ayurvedic pharmacy, KAP. Most of us will be here. You go here during summer vacation, most of them will be here. To get an appointment during summer vacation will be, they have got only few beds. We have to make well in advance. And remaining 20 days, we actually work on the cases which we have reserved for, where we require to break our back and brain to write a judgment. Do you know that? So it is much easier to write off a judge and to give a bad name to a judge and hang him. Much easier. But where is the social responsibility? Therefore, gentlemen, it's all, and the decision making. It is not, we are not, it's not like an ordering for an espresso coffee, give a tenner and get a Coke or get an espresso coffee. No. We all take decisions. Please understand, we all take decisions. You go to a restaurant. You just all go to, 10 of you go to a restaurant. You will be served, a menu card will be circulated. How much time you take to choose your favorite dish? Right? The only person who makes quick decision in all his life is, in my mind, is the football referee. Without a blink of an eye, he pulls a yellow card, red card, good, bad, or ugly, the game progress. Because the game itself lasts for some 45, 1 2 hours, the whole game gets ended. Life is some kind of a T20. It is you are right involved. If somebody loses a case, who knows the fate of that family? I see a litigant, hence I said, I'm not concerned about the lawyers. But the important thing is, we are concerned and overly concerned about the one who is behind him. One who we do not see. His rights are involved. His fortune, his life is involved. It is much easier to dispose. I can easily, safely say, why all odd numbers allowed, all even numbers dismissed. I can do that. I can do that. Why should we break our head? So this is, some of you will be in various clubs, association, or companies presiding over the, board meetings. Everything is there. You take decisions. There will be differences in the club or in your, so even resident associations. There will be a committee. There will be meeting. There will be some difficulty for you to take decisions. Eventually, when you decide, only the decision, the last part of it, the resolution forms part of it. You don't require to write why you come to that decision, for which you have to spend 10, 15, 20 pages. And if those 20 pages, everything has to be measured in time. Everything has to be measured in time. So unless our workload is reduced, for which society has to take a lot of responsibility, you are never going to see. We can speak. You can speak, you criticize, judiciary is corrupt. I agree, judiciary is corrupt. It is biased. Yes, it is biased. What are the alternatives? Somebody said collegium. I expected it. Collegium system. Now, collegium system this is a wrong perception. Vis-a-vis Viksit Bharat and collegium system, I don't see a connection. What is collegium system about? 5 judges sit together to pick judges. You say there is nepotism, there is bias, there's blah, blah stuff. What if all the judges so selected are actually competent to become judges? How does it matter to you? The issue is, the accusation is, it does not produce the right kind of judges. They don't select the right kind of judges. So it is not so much about collegium system, it is so much, is all about the choice of judges they select. Possibly, yes. Therefore, let us start in Ramayana. There is a own beautiful character. I always love that character. Hanuman is one popular character, is a Superman, who he enters appearance almost after 1/3 of Ramayana and continues even till Mahabharata days. And this Hanuman is a superhero. Everybody, most of us, and anyone given an opportunity, everybody wants to become an Hanuman. And many pretend they have already become Hanuman. But I go for another beautiful character, squirrel. That little squirrel, it may appear, if you make Ramayana into a movie, it may appear in 1 or 2 scenes. That little squirrel only tries to do what little it can do. We all can be squirrel, trying to contribute what little we can. If there is a dispute in the family, we can step in. But are we doing it? The broader question is, who is going to take, nobody is going to heed to me, nobody is going to listen to me. Then where lies the problem? If I cannot even talk to my children, if I cannot talk to my neighbor, try to help solve the problem. And it's my problem, it's his problem. Who created that kind of a society? We are not created. We are not created it. Therefore, there must be social action. There was a bulwark already available. The family system was available. But today, the questioner, some people said that, there were some responses which say that issues relating to women must be expedited. Why not men? It's an equal country, equal gender. Everyone has got right, and court cannot discriminate. Yet we have got separate courts. Therefore, the problem is much, much larger, and we cannot be compensated with, it cannot be, you cannot find solution to the problem with such cosmetic discussion. Everyone should strive hard to see how to preserve the institution which the Constitution has created. It has been there even before Constitution in a different way, historically too. But important thing is, every such institution is for your benefit, and it is for the society to take care of the institution it has created. To sum up, I don't want, therefore, the questions, if you want, again I will say that when you want to, reach destination faster, you need clean roads. And we do not know, somebody said I was drawn to the case deliberately. But I did not ask your opponent to draw you. But having come, I have to hear you both. One may be a fraud. One may be, might have been a wrongdoer. But I will come to know only at the end, not at the beginning. You may know it, but there's justice must be seen to be done equally. And both must have an equal say in that. I have to demonstrate it is done equally. Then the larger issue is about bias, corruption. It is about the choice of person. When the society's morality level, society takes care to preserve the moral values within it, whoever comes to occupy the position of a judge, he is going to be morally correct. He will worry twice, thrice before he try to think of doing a wrong thing. Attitude, yes. So effectively, judges come not from heaven, but from the society. Therefore, I'm not going to wash my hands saying that everything is rosy in judiciary. There are ills. That has to be addressed. But then, by shifting every blame to the judiciary, the society should not think that judiciary is separate, we are separate, Therefore, if judiciary has to do something, it has to take care of itself, and we have no role to play, is something which is constitutionally a constitutional anathema to me. Let's do it, I'm happy. And let's do it, we can. Thank you. And positioning judiciary in Viksit Bharat, just position this idea within your mind. Try to see what best can you do. If a family dispute, as I always ask my, whenever I would have interviewed about 400 plus couple in my chamber, try to see what best I can do. I always used to ask them, they would have been married for 1 year, 2 years, and fresh from the marriage, they all been there before me. I asked them only one question: how long you have been, your parents are married? The boy and girl invariably would do 25 years, 30 years. Have they ever fought? They said, yes, they have fought bitterly. Then go and ask them why they are living together and you are living separately. See, for nothing we are getting cases. Nothing we are getting cases. Second part, if you go to bureaucracy, they fear, there are two things. Either they are corrupt, inefficient is one thing, as though it is not, inefficiency is just a virtue of the judiciary. It is equally there. The larger, one who wants to decide, they don't want to decide because they are not sure how judiciary will eventually consider that. So they defer taking decision. And when you actually look at it, it is an easy way to pass on the bucks to judiciary. Actually, we are not concerned. We, on the other hand, we say, you go decide. You have got the power, exercise the power, do that. They don't want to do that. Simple case, bank. I am presiding the IBC, the insolvency banking court business. You go to the banks. Okay, you have got a debt of about 100 crores, a business, some company has a debt of 100 crores. He offers a OTS for about 20 crores. The bank would not accept it these days. Instead, they will go to the IBC and everything, it's a long drawn process after 2-3 years. Eventually, after the resolution process, they get the same 20 crores. So why they don't want to decide? You ask the banker, he would say, sir, at 75, when I'm relaxing and watching television and playing with my grandchildren, I don't want CBI or ED to knock my door about something which have happened some 10 years back. I would have even forgotten. Some decision I would have taken. So another burden on the court, what creates a burden on the court is refusal to decide by those who are in law are required to decide issues. We did not create the situation. Somehow, I just want to require each one of you and also to spread the message that we take responsibility for judiciary and try to intervene wherever we can to help people solve the dispute. When you create the problem, when citizens create disputes, they know where it arose. Indeed, they are the best judges to resolve the problem that they have created. They are outsourcing it. I always used to quote one famous quotable quote of Justice Mida of Bombay, Delhi High Court, who in his farewell speech said, I love that. The litigants know the truth and the courts are on trial. This is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Sri Srinivasan Iyer to felicitate Justice Seshasari Saiji. Thank you so much for reminding us that a responsible civil society must act as the squirrel in the Ramayana, small yet purposeful, contributing diligently to the larger task of justice and nation building. Thank you so much. We move on to not as preservation, but as participation. I am delighted to invite the panelists, Srimati Anuradha Goyal, Srimati Sai Swarupa Iyer, Sri Pankaj Saxena, and the moderator for this panel will be Sri Ritvik Subramanya. And the topic is living.
Namaste to everyone. Before we start the panel discussion, let me ask one very vital question to the audience as to what is the difference between animals and human beings. Yeah, you can answer it loudly, no problem. Pardon? Intellect is somewhat right, somewhat wrong, because most other animals also have intellect. The biggest difference between animals and human beings is human beings know or they build places of worship. No other animals on planet Earth build places of worship or for divinity. So I welcome you all for this interesting session called Living Traditions and Living Temples. Firstly, I would like to ask Pankaj as to why humans really built a temple.
There are two words in Sanskrit. Sanskar, which is called Prakriti and Sanskriti, are called as a binary, where Sanskriti is just you acculturate what is already there in nature. A lot of rituals in both the Vedic period and the other period is to reflect what goes on inside your own and to reflect that process outside, because it becomes easier if you want to concentrate on that process, if you want to visualize that process, then you need some vessel to see what's happening also inside you. That's the process that happens in a yajna, that's the process that happens in a temple. Whatever is happening, the internal process, a Vedic sacrifice is an internal process which is reflected outside. So earlier it was the Vedas, and later on it became, the temples became more the vehicle of this same urge, so it would be a simple answer to that.
I have read somewhere that more than the spiritual evolvement and seeing oneself in the temple, the most important thing was humans suffered from fear and from nature and from fellow human beings. That is the reason that they relied on gods and temples. So fear was the single most reason as to why they built temples. Do you agree with this?
No, not at all. That's what we call the anthropologization of all the non-Christian cultures. Whatever they could not, whatever the Christians could not understand, whatever the biblical people could not understand, they classified it, oh, they were primitive people, uneducated, superstitious people, so Badal Garja dar gaye, Badai dar gaye, and that's why they built temples. That is not at all the reason. That's actually a very, very colonial, very Christian colonial understanding, which sadly, as you said, is taught and written in textbooks. And you might find still textbooks which mention such absurd reasons, but according to me at least, it's patently wrong. There is no truth in it.
What do Anuradha ji have to say? She vocally said no.
Not at all. I mean, whatever Pankaj has said is I think all of us believe that it's out of reverence. It is like he said, yatha pinde tatha brahmande. So what you cannot see inside you in the microcosm or in the cosmic version of the universe, you put it in a symbol. And I'll give you an example that all of us understand. Today, if there is our tricolor, our Tiranga Jhanda, it represents India. In the international conferences or anything, we see that tricolor and we know it's India and we respect it. It's just a piece of cloth. But for us, it represents India. Similarly, whether it's in a stone, whether it's in a murti, we symbolize that Brahman, that super consciousness, for the want of better word, in that, so that we can comprehend it. It doesn't need comprehension. People who are siddhas, they go beyond it. They don't need any of this. But for most of us common people, we need something that we can relate to, something that we can comprehend and converse with. So that is the reason. Second, if you look at how the ancient towns were made. A lot of South Indian villages, if you go to, you have a temple in the center and then you have the town growing around it.
Correct.
And most people, it will be at a crossroad, people will cross, they will not even step into, they will just bow their head, say a silent prayer, move on. A good example is Dwarka, where there's a huge temple and there's a town. Wherever you are in town for 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers, you can see the temple. It's the tallest building. So whatever you do it in the view of the God. You know that the God is looking at you, whether it is to see that you're doing right or wrong, whether it is to say, I'm there to protect you. So there was a very living relationship that we had with temples. Today we only think of it as an annual ritual to visit it once a year.
So again, I think Pankaj should correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not as, I'm not an expert in the Shastra like Pankaj and not an avid traveler with a keen eye to spot, uniqueness of Kshetra like Anuradha but Nigama and Agama, right? Nigama, which is basically the Veda, is equated to Shiva. And Agama, right, which is the knowledge of constructing temples also, right, that is equated to Shakti. So basically it's not a fear, but it's some kind of a beautiful holding of that energy is the temple. And temple, yesterday Dushyanji spoke about all the Purusharthas, right? And temple is that one unique, which is why it is the center of each ancient township, because it is the one structure which serves all the Purusharthas. It is the center for arts and craft, which is why it serves the Kama. It is the center for Artha. So a lot of trade happens when there is a temple growing there. The trade just shoots up. I mean, I think we saw how the land rates in Ayodhya shot up once the mandir was built, right? So temple encourages Artha. Of course, the temple stands for Dharma and the temple grants moksha. So that is what a temple stands for, which is why it is the center of each of our urban, so that we don't lose the sight of moksha even when we are in the middle of samsara. So that is the sense of balance that a temple gives.
Okay, now that we know why...
I want to add one thing. She mentioned economy. We had a full session on temple economy. while temple fuels economy, that's not the motive, goal or purpose of temple. The temple is a place to earn punyas. It's not a place to look at from a GDP perspective. India has recently started talking in the language of numbers. And everybody likes to say Kashi Vishwanath used to earn 4 crores and now it earns 200 crores. But where is that coming from and where is that going? Was that money going to 100 odd people or 100,000 people of Kashi and now going to one person? Are we not, by putting ticketing system, are we not restricting the rights of a common Indian who dreams of going to Kashi, and now when he goes to Kashi, he does not even get half second in front of Kashi Vishwanath. So we must keep in mind that temple is to earn punya, not to earn money. Yes, it fuels trade, but that's not the purpose of temple. For that you have your businesses and your jobs.
So, Anuradhaji, I completely agree, but because the government gets very excited with the GDP, I am happy if the government keeps pursuing building those temples which are destroyed. If the economy is the reason, I'll take that as a good enough reason. The rest of the society can do the other things.
Not as long as they don't make it a picnic spot
That
where only the rich and famous can go.
That is our responsibility. But I'm saying if the government gets involved because of the economy, that's okay.
Pankaj, where is your and my agency? Now, if a VIP goes to any of these temples, the temple is literally handed over to them. They can be there and everybody is restricted. Why do I need to pay? A temple is one place where everybody should be equal. There should be no VIP darshans. And if you want to enter that temple, please stand in the queue. And honestly, queues are not as long. There is a lot of built up crowd so that economy can be fueled. But anyway.
Let's come back to know about what are the different types of idols in a temple. So we go to a temple, there is a Swayambhu Linga, there is Swayambhu type of idols, then there is Arsha, then there is Daivika, then there is Pauranika, and also Manusha. Man has also started to build temples. So can you please elaborate as to what Swayambhu, can any of you elaborate about what Swayambhu Linga is or Swayambhu idol is, like that of Tirupati or like that of Kashi?
Yeah, Vigraha. Vigraha is a very good word. Icon is nearer. Icon is better than idol, but yeah, idol is completely wrong. So we have started saying Vigraha, and now actually most of the people have also started more in South India, less in North India. But at least the Vigraha, the word is taking on. So Swayambhu, of course, is where the god, the deity, is not sculpted by man, by us, but found or appears in someone's dream, appears on its own. We all have those stories, not just the most famous like Kedarnath, but in every city, in every town, you will find that just like I was born in Gwalior. So just outside Gwalior, there is a hill which was called Hanuman temple, which is called as Gargaj ke Hanuman. So the story, the legend went that one day, there was a great lightning, some disturbance was going on, and the lightning struck the hill, and out of it, the hill broke into two. Out of it, the figure that appeared looked like Hanuman, and that same night, some priest had a dream. So that's how they got established. So Swayambhu, and then there are many other categories of Dev, Arsh, Puranik. All the rules in the Shastras, so Swayambhu Ling or Swayambhu any Vigraha does not need any consecration. It is good, it is consecrated as it is because the Bhagwan, the deity, has appeared on her own. So it doesn't need any consecration. Only Manush variety. Manush is the temples created by human beings, by kings, by Vaishyas, by people like us, ordinary people, because our consciousness is not at that level. So we have to follow all the rules, follow all the rules of consecration. So Manush and some Puranik also, it is believed that our ancestors, followed all the rules for all the Agam Shastras, and that's how it came to be. Another thing is that Puranas are also as good in instructing that, not just the Agamas. What happened is that in North, Puranas are more famous. Even in the rules of how the rituals should be conducted in a temple. In South Agamas, the Agamic tradition is more powerful. So of course there are more rules, more rituals, but like Vishnu Puran and Shiv Puran, they mention a lot of rules of architecture, sculpture, iconography and that. So Puranas also compete with the Agamas, but yeah, Agamas are quite good in it. So Swayambhu is that, and then there are other categories. With Manush we have to be really careful. That's why all the rules have to be followed very, very properly, which are laid in the Shastras. If you would like to add something?
Yeah, that's it. So, like he said, Swayambhu has the will of the deity to appear. And he mentioned one story of deity appearing in somebody's dream. Second, very popular story, again, you find an instance almost in every district, if not town, is a cow going and giving milk at a place, and then some deity, mostly Shivling, but some deity appearing out of it. So these are some of the signs that deities give. Sometimes those are hidden murtis. They were hidden by during some invasion or sometime. Sometimes it's just a stone. And if you go to, especially to Devi temples, in North we call it Pindi. It's just a stone. It has no shape or something. Somebody started worshipping that as a stone, and over time it has gained the power of a deity. So that also happens, that over a period of time it becomes Swayambhu for 2000 years later. And like he said, with Manusha, you have to follow. Then you are selecting a stone, and then now you want the deity to come and inhabit this stone. That's when you have to follow all the processes to invite the deity and be in that murti.
Sometimes what they do is, when a Swayambhu ling is found, they carve something on it also. So for example, in Mandsaur, that Panchmukhi Shivling is actually, it is carved later on, but that Shivling was found as it is at a nearby place. So that also happens.
Even in Bangalore, Mahalakshmi temple has this very recent Anjaneya, huge Anjaneya murti. It came in somebody's dream saying that this is Anjaneya. They could see a slight impression of Anjaneya, and later they carved it. So that also happens.
So according to Sri Agama, the text says that the body of the divinity, the body of the Daiva is the Garbhagriha. The Murti or the Vigraha is the Jiva or the soul. And there is something called a ceremonial copper pot which is dug inside the earth, and then they put Navaratna, Navadanyas and other like soil, herbs, and they call it as creation, which denotes creation or prosperity. So these three aspects together make a Hindu temple, and that is why Hindu temples are called as living temples. So can you please elaborate on this? Can any of you three can elaborate?
I have a few words to say, and then of course you can carry on. This is a very important part of temple tradition. One Kalash everyone is aware of. Kalash is a very important part of the temple that is at the top that we all can see. So that Kalash is not concrete, it's hollow, and there is Navagraha, Naivedyam inside it. So they are put ceremonially there. But there is another Kalash which nobody sees. Underneath the Garbhagriha, just directly underneath the Vigraha, there is another Kalash, exactly in the line of that Kalash. That also has Navagraha, the same thing. Now what is that? The Kalash that is above, it is supposed that when an Archaka invokes the deity, what happens is that that Kalash above is the vehicle through which Supreme Consciousness, or say Brahma, or whatever word we use for Parashiv or Mahavishnu, he or she descends from above, the Shakti, the Supreme Consciousness, and the Kalash that is underneath, it has the seed of that particular deity, particular Kshetra, and from there consciousness ascends, and in the Vigraha, this ascent and descent of consciousness, that process can be seen. That act of witnessing that act of ascent and descent of consciousness is actually the act of darshan, and that is the most important goal of going to a temple. This incidentally is also the same process which happens when you meditate. Your Kundalini, which is residing at the lowest chakra, Mooladhara, and Sahasrara is the place where the Shakti descends from above. And so I call it, because we have to really need to encounter the enemy ideologies in this, I call it the clause of infinite compassion of Sanatan Dharma. That if you were to take 1 step towards the DT, DT takes 10 steps. So if you were to decide, if your guru decides that gives you Diksha and you just sit down for meditation, the Shakti actually literally comes down many levels, takes your hand, pulls you above. And that is the process that happens in meditation. That is this process is described in many, there are many allegories of this all over our Shastras, the koshas, the chakras, and this goes on, Srishti, Sthiti, Laya, all of this evolution, involution process goes on, which is also reflected in temple. So I will just end with the sense that the beauty of Hindu disciplines is that no matter what discipline you pick, if you start to go deeper, you will reach the highest stage wherever, because all Hindu disciplines take you towards the highest spiritual knowledge. Something as concrete as a stone. The language of stone and architecture, they managed to make it so abstract that you are elevated to the highest level. So that is the process of it. Anotherji, if you would like.
So there are many ways to explain the Garbhagriha and the architecture around it. One of the things that I would, very simple things, the kalash below the murti, if you want to see how it was placed, I would say at this point in time, if you go to Modhera Sun Temple, the Garbhagriha is empty and you can see that pit, where you can still see the pit where they would have kept all the precious stones to concentrate energy there. One way to look at it is Patal, Prithvi and Swargalok. So that temple is something that connects you across the planes, across the lokas. That's one way to look at it. Then in the architecture textbooks, you will find temple itself as the body, where the Garbha comes exactly at the point of Garbha if you're sitting like this. If I have to put it in a nutshell, then Garbhagriha is the which you can take a bit when you visit and spend some time there.
Right. Now that we know about...
We'll have to, not exactly. I just want to add to the point because of the importance of the Shikhara, the Kalasha in the Shikhara, right, being the Sahasrara. I think there was a discipline followed in the olden days that the temple remains the tallest structure in the township. Why? Because I don't want my home, my building, my structure to be blocking the drishti of any seeker in the village. And this discipline was followed to an extreme that I was talking to you about the Ramalingeshwara temple in Tadipatri, right? So when you go to Tadipatri is a town near in Ananthapuram district, and when you go to the Bugga Ramalingeshwara temple there is the architecture is just beautiful, typical Vijayanagara, and there is an incomplete Gopuram there. Right? And I asked the guide, maybe thinking this is, one of, maybe it is destroyed during the Islamic invasions. No, he said no. I mean, of course, there are a lot of temples that are destroyed during the invasions. This was left purposefully incomplete. Why? They realized that the completed structure would be taller than the Kashi temple. Kashi Vishwanatha temple. And where is Tadipatri? Where is Kashi? Nobody can even see the Shikhara of Kashi from Tadipatri. But the respect of, given to the Kshetra from by a temple constructed by, this is a Manusha temple, right? And the Manusha temple, the respect it gives to the Swayambhu Kshetra is that, I will not be as arrogant as to outbid the tower of Kashi. So that is the,
Wonderful.
discipline.
So now that we know what and how a temple is built, let's come to the various variants in worship. So there is, according to Vishnu Tantra, it mentions 4 different types of worship. One is japa of the deity or daiva, and there is dhyana, continuous meditation. Third is archaka or archana of the deity for Agnihotra. So according to that text, it mentions that archana by archaka, be it at home or at the temple, is the most best way to worship a deity, worship the god. So can you please elaborate as to why we need to opt for archana when compared to 3 other methods?
Yeah, I have a view of that. I mean, it's not my view, but this one. So, not just 4, but there are 5 practices. The 5 practices, directly connect us to the Panchabhuta. And from, once we get connected or resonate with the Panchabhutas is when we travel beyond the, to the Saguna, Nirguna and, the whole journey there. So, as you said, Archana or Puja, the Shodashopachara Puja, its connection is with the earth, which is why everything, the Vigraha comes from the earth. Whether it's a metal one or a clay one, it comes from the earth. The flowers are grown from the earth. The fruits are grown from the... So everything without earth, you cannot do Archana. So Archana always reminds us of our connection with the earth. And it's the most of the, tangible actions we can do to connect with the divine, which is maybe, which is why it is put in the higher. Next comes the Tarpana. And now, Tarpanas are of 3 kinds. When we say Tarpana, I think everybody remembers the Pitru Tarpana. But there is also a Rishi Tarpana and there is a Deva Tarpana. So, women can do Deva Tarpana and Rishi Tarpana according to my Guruji. And Pitru Tarpana is something only men do. So, Tarpana connects us with the water. Right? You don't need much, you just need a turmeric, this one, and icon, and you just, keep on offering Tarpana. Then comes the Yajna, which is Agni. Right? It connects us to the Agni. Then comes the, before Agni, then comes the Pranayama, which connects us to the Vayu. So Pranayama, I know we very symbolically we do it before a puja starts, taking the mantra as the gap, and but that connects with the Vayu, and the Japa connects us with the Akasha. So we came from the most tangible to the most abstract. So all of them are practiced, and I don't know whether we can rate and rank them. I'm not an expert on that topic, but I think when we connect to the earth, I think that is something everybody can connect to. So maybe that makes Archana the most popular.
Actually, different texts have different views also. They class them differently. One thing in Archana is that it also has a very social dimension. For example, there has to be a priest there, so it needs a temple, and temple needs a whole various different dimensions. So ecosystem that develops around it, that just does not develop individual spirituality, but social spirituality also. So that's why it becomes more important for a society.
Yeah. So Archana that a Archak does in a temple, it's done for society actually. For individually, you do at your home, Archak does at his home. The Archana that a Archak does for a visiting devotee is, both of them are actually doing it for a larger society.
So, very simple question, who is qualified to build a temple? I come across a lot of terminologies like Sthanika, Stapaka, Sutragrahin. So the one who surveys the temple, who surveys the land to build a temple. And there is Vardaki who builds the temple brick by brick. So can you please elaborate as to the different classifications of how Indian temples are built?
I think others would be better qualified for it. But this question that who is qualified to, I think it needs all other... Yeah. So that needs elaboration, but I think they all are needed in that temple building.
So you are talking about a team that needs to build the temple, but to if I have to say a sponsor, who sponsors the temple, that comes from 2 types of karmas that we are supposed to do, Ishta karma and Purak karma. Ishta karma is your yagya and everything. Purak karma has a lot of these building activities, digging wells, all public service things. So in that category, anybody can build a temple. People have built temples after Ichha Purti as Mannat, as they call it. Maybe what's the equivalent word for we have Ichha Purti. People have done it victory after winning wars. They have built temples. They have built temples when something has happened, or just when a temple was needed. So sponsor is the first person who will say, I want to build a temple. Then comes in all the technical team of sthapatis and people who build and the kind of temple to be built. So all that is the operational team of temple building, but I think the sponsor can be anybody.
I have seen, I've heard about even courtesans being the sponsors, weavers being sponsors. So a temple happens only if all the classes of the society come together.
In fact, the most beautiful aspect of temple ecosystem is that if you study any festival, you will see a participation by every part of the community. So flowers will come from one community, milk will come from one community, chariot will come from one community. Yes, the basic archak responsibility remains with Brahmins because they traditionally had it, but everything else is divided, and whoever formed the community at that in and around that temple will have some role. Just like our weddings, if you study our wedding rituals also, every relative, every friend has a role to play. Even if it's just a small game kind of a role, it's there. Similarly, in temple rituals, every community was involved in some way or the other. It was both their duty as well as their adhikar. It was both adhikar and kartavya.
Time up? Okay. One last remark, if you could, each of you can speak about your best experience or mysterious experience, mystical experience that you've had with any of the temples in India. One each for one.
I mean, it's very, very tough to choose, for a Hindu. But right now, what I remember is Kashi, because that place, it's just not the the temple, but it's just the whole kshetra is so much charged, and I don't have a miracle to kind of narrate. But something, I visited Kashi in the, pre-2014 days when, things were not really that good, and, a lot of the cleanliness was not exactly the priority at that time. And then we were wondering, and I had visited it that too during Kumbh days, the last Kumbh Mela with my uncle and aunt. So something that struck me, the level of garbage that is piled across the city, and one of the holiest cities, it is our holiest city. I was just struggling to reconciling with, how do we treat our own kshetras, right? But then my uncle told me something. This level of garbage in any other city would have caused a plague outbreak. But Vishwanath ji is guarding the city, and that itself is a miracle. It need not be some supernatural thing happening, but everybody comes to Kashi and goes and remains healthy. In fact, I've heard there is a ashrama or something where sick people come thinking that they'll die, and if they are going to die, let them die, let me die in the place of Kashi, and they come there and get better and go. Apparently. So
but I think we should give Kashi Vishwanath better things to do than save us from all this.
I would just say, I will borrow Sandeep ji's line. Please start visiting temples. Please start engaging with them than merely going, saying one namaste, and coming back. If you have to meet people, try to meet them in your neighborhood temple. Try to see that your temple has the garden, the flowers that are offered or the leaves that are offered to the deity, they are from the temple. Make sure there is a water body. You cannot have a temple without the sacred grove and the water body of the temple. Most of the urban temples do not have that. So see if you can create one and maintain one, however small it is. See, I've started one experiment in, and actually I've not started, somebody else has started, but I've joined them. So there's a group of youngsters, we meet in a Ram temple in Koramangala once a month, and we do bhajans for about 2 hours once a month. See if you can do this. I would love to see those automated drums go out of the temples or music systems go out of the temples, and we should be the one going and playing and singing, because every time I hear that machine, it tells me there are no devotees around who can play or who can sing. Okay, so see if we can do this, if we can engage at a level. I think our engagement level is very, very transactional with the temple, and till we build that connect, the temples will not come. See if you can, do your voluntary work there. If you are a doctor, volunteer an hour. If you can teach somebody to volunteer an hour, if you can go and tell our people the schemes available with the government in the temple, because any kind of 1 hour of volunteering activity will bring the community together with temple at the center of it. If you Right, sir, but we need it a lot in the younger generation so that they are guided by Dharma and they don't discover Dharma towards the end of their lives.
Yeah, as to one temple, I think, it's almost impossible to choose one. But I will just try to illustrate one point. For me, the favorite temple is the one just 10 kilometers away from my home, which is not an ancient temple, which is not an aesthetic temple. It has 4 walls, bathroom tiles all over. But it has, just right behind the Bhagwan. But it is a Hanuman temple. And I have never felt more capable of concentrating, of meditating. And I have never felt more peaceful in any other place. So that illustrates the principles, because my guru, he always taught me everything almost I know. It comes from him. When I started stumbling upon, and I am a student of temple architecture, and I've been to more than 1,600 places, and I've seen almost every single most wonderful temple that has ever been created. But even after that, what is the most important intent of a temple? That if there is a deity who is in worship, who is in, the worship continues, Archana continues, if the Shakti of that place is alive, that is the purpose of the temple. It doesn't matter if it's extremely beautiful or if it's ugly. Ugly in quote unquote. Like in Andhra, what's happening right now is that Hindus have now caught up to the game of the church. They are now occupying every single hill, and they are planting a temple there, which are not, would be aesthetic. It's a very simple structure with all the colors thrown in at once, those temples. But I love those temples also as much as the great temples that are there. So we should not forget the spirit in pursuing the aesthetics. Kumar Swami would teach you that. That's why I just stated this principle through this example. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Saiji. Do we have time for questions?
We are out of time, sir. I apologize. Can we take this offline, please?
It's for the benefit of everybody. I think they missed on very two important point about temples. You said that temples are Swayambhu or man-made. But there are 2 temples in Tamil Nadu which were made by Bogar. Bogar is a Siddhi. One is Panani. Another one is near Kodaikanal.
No, we've already spoken about it. Siddhar comes under Arsha, built by Rishis. So we've already spoken about it.
And another point is, she mentioned that, in a village, the building should not be above the cobra. There is a scientific reason. If the cobra is taller and the houses are, smaller, during lightning, the Navadanya inside the cobra attracts the lightning and protects the houses in a temple. That is why they say, Kovil illada uril kudi irukade. There is a scientific reason for that. I think you missed on that.
Right, sir. Point taken.
Okay, thank you.
In respect of some of the important temples, there is a saying, unless there is a bulava, you can't reach. This has happened to me, and I see very clearly this. For many years, for many temples, I had tried to go. I had the wherewithal, I had the time, but could not go. And you least expect, and suddenly you land up there. Is it true? This has happened with me in Vaishno Devi, Kashi, Ayodhya, even Tirupati. Tirupati, for 30 years I tried, I couldn't go. 31st year, I landed up by chance. So is it true that unless you are destined, you can't go?
So, for Tirtha Keshra, this is, sorry.
No.
So for Tirtha Kshetras, this is very true. I have, almost everybody in India has experienced this. We also have experienced this for Tirtha Kshetras.
But, yeah. Yeah. No, but I am saying, sir, you can never prove it. So every time you manage to reach there, बुलावा आया है, नहीं जा पाए तो नहीं बुलावा आया है, so you can prove it. So it's a good bhav to have.
Ji, I'll have to interrupt all of you right now. Due to paucity of time, there are flights that authors have to take, and we have the first edition of the Varanda Smart Awards. So we'll wrap this session up now, and looking forward to seeing you all in the next post-coffee break for the session on Hindu economics with Professor Kanagasabapati ji and Sandeep ji. And after that, we will have the first edition of Varanda Awards. Sai Surupa ji's book, it's a latest book, Saranyu, Surya's wife.
November 5th is the release date according to the...
And Varanda, Western Ghats Lit Fest, as Shefali Akka was telling yesterday, is one of the few literary festivals in the country where there is a pre-online release, and we are grateful to you and the publisher for sharing the cover. And we take this as an honor, and we look forward for your release on 5th of November. Akka.
Sure. Thank
you
you.
so
The
much.
story is about Sharanyu or Sanya Devi, who is the wife of Surya, and she existed, she's the mother of Manu, so she existed, that's why we exist. So do please check out the book when it gets released. Thank you. Thank you.
Both are renowned scholars in their own right, cultural economists, and known for their research work. Request all of you to assemble back in the hall, please. Sir, we can start, sir. Yes, sir.
Namaskar, everyone. It's a great privilege and honor to share stage with Professor Kanak Sabapati ji. And it's always started working on this subject after reading one of his books, among a couple of more that were available those days. Though looking at my white beard, you may not feel that I'm younger to you, but so coming to the issue is that how our economic model is different. And I'll try to tell you through small examples what I call the philosophy of Indian business, and I'll try to share one huge strategic example how it is being used. Where do we start with? So how do we write profit in Sanskrit, or most of the Indian language will be? Do we really write love, or we write something else? We write Shubh Labh, So it has to be an auspicious Shubh Labh. If you have made money by wrong means, it is not welcome in the society. So there are many such small nuggets that I'll share with you, and you will and sometime you might shock yourself that how come we didn't realize it so far. Have you bought anything from the vendor who sells using the weighing scale? Sure. So if you ask him to give you a 1 kg of potato, what will he do? He'll put it, and this is a generation which knows when I talk to MBA students, generally they can't recollect what happens. If you realize the steps, he'll wait and they'll add little more to it. Now, the poorest of the poor seller will do this in India, in all parts of India. Yes. If you ask why does he do it, he won't be able to answer you. Many people may not be able to answer, but when they open that shop, they still follow that. So the thought behind that is very simple. Even though it looks perfectly balanced, it still might be unbalanced. There's some error. I own that error, and hence add a little more to it. So depending on the commodity, in a day, he might be giving 5 to 10% of his product free. Now you all must have shopped in Coimbatore or come from Bangalore or Chennai in a mall. Have you noticed up to how many decimal places you pay in a mall after decimal? How many? It's 3. Normally people think 2. So even if you bought a potato and it weighs 1.023 kg, you end up paying for 0.023 kgs. So that's a huge difference how the business is transacted. The gold is sold, if I'm correct, can't think of buying a gold from a long time looking at the price and being an author, but I think still sold at 2 decimal places and not 3 generally. So our practices are very different. So if you look around, take it further, in India, normal, and I think in some smaller Mufsil town or interiors of Mumbai, Kalwa Devi, it might be still true, that every morning when a shop is open, they'll keep a stool or a chair outside. So assuming in a row there are 2 kirana shops, so once the first sales of the day is done, what you call bohni in most part, yes, the shopkeeper will take the chair back inside or stool inside the shop. If he gets the next customer, he'll peep out of his kirana shop, he'll look at the other kirana shop, If his chair is still outside or stool, he will send the customer to that shop. Because every businessman must have a start of his business in the morning, though he might compete throughout the day with him after that. And it takes you to the next level when you move. You'll find something very unique, and I think it's unique to India alone, that you'll find there are shops, 5 shoe shops will be together. 5 medicine shops will be together. And you'll be surprised that once one person opens, he generally invites the other relatives to open those shops. So you'll think that where is the sense of competition? So think of a stationery shops. There are today 500 kinds of pen, 100 kind of folder, and one shopkeeper can't store all of them. So if a person comes to buy, he doesn't get here. I think it happens only in India. The shopkeeper will guide you to which shop you will find it. Look at the Western model. I'll build the biggest mall. I'll sell A to Z everything. I don't want others to survive. So that's a huge difference in this business model. And I'll come back to this point, where does it originates from? You won't find a word for blackmail in any Indian language. As a concept, it didn't exist. There are many words which are in English. You can't find them in Hindi, from Hindi in English. But it gives you a drift, what kind of words you don't find in English and you find in Bharatiya languages. So there was one word for blackmail. As a concept, it didn't exist. So the next question comes is that then how come we become so corrupt? So it started with that we have been talking about mandirs a lot. So one of the reasons is that Jagannath Puri could not be destroyed completely because it was too far for Aurangzeb to go and see. So his people who came, they were bribed that you take that money and tell that mandir has been broken. And this was done once for Tirupati Mandir also. So that was the bribe. And most interesting, East India Company is to send a monthly report to England headquarters, like a good corporate. So they write that, and it's quoted, it's available, one can go and verify, I'll give you the source. Is that they write that as and when we move to the different parts of India, Indians learn to be corrupt. And most probably they learn this from us Christians. This is the exact word they write, because there was no secularism, communalism theory. So they honestly admit that, and that's how. So there's a word for pagoda, I'm sure. That was the word they used to use when they used to go extract money, British officers, from a businessman in Tamil Nadu. It was called shaking the pagoda. So that's how the business have been different and our concepts have been very different. So how do you inculcate such things? So the head of GMAT made a very nice statement that you can't teach ethics in MBA colleges, So generally the Western model as is that the kid will be corrupt, and then suddenly after he joins a corporate, we'll send him for ethics training program and he'll become ethical. It doesn't work. It has to come from the society, and I told you several ways. I'll give you 2 more examples and stop. So normally you'll see is that there is a picture of a Devi and Devata in an office or in a shop. So why do you think it is there? One, obviously you'll say is that because you are Bhakts. But there are more reasons behind it. So in Leicestershire in United Kingdom, there was a coffee machine in an office, and it was it was not manned. So whoever went to pick a coffee, he can take 1 cup of coffee and can leave whatever amount it was. Say 1 cent, he should leave 1 cent. If the guy has picked 3 coffee cups, they should leave 3 cents. They realized that the collection was very low, almost 1/10 of that what used to be consumed. So this theory that only Indians are corrupt is not true. British were original corrupts. And so they decided to experiment. So 1 week they put a sticker of a leaf there. Nothing changed. And the next week they put a picture of eye. Collection went up to 90%. So when you see is that in our system, Bhagwan Jagannath is all eyes. Then Tridev. When you look at the eye, the first recall comes is of Devi. So eye is very important part of it. So when you think of doing, it's like, there are danglers in the shop. They are called in marketing terms, last point of recall. You have gone from home to buy Lux, and you will see a dangler saying 20% discount on Hammam. You will buy Hammam and come back. And what happens to in home is a different story. But so it stops you from taking a wrong mistake. If you watch a movie, Rocketman, Salesman of the Year, the very interesting, the lullabies, the lories, the kid games, and the stories that we hear as a kid make Indians a better entrepreneur. And it is a study done by David C. McLean in 1860. I'll just give an example of it. So the Saap CD, snake and ladder, that game you see, was called Moksh Patamu and was invented in India by Jain Munish. So there was no 1, 2, 3 in that. So if there was a greed, you'll get a snake. If you did a charity, you'll get a ladder. And so on and so forth. So 99 was lust. Excessive desire of anything is lust. Like for me, it's eating rasgullas, signal to organizers. So, and 100 was moksha. So once you crossed lust, then you have a moksha. British couldn't connect with these words as usual and changed, and it eventually evolved in a game what we know today as a monopoly or a business. So monopoly or business is the game played most sold game in the world. There are competitions, there are guides, people do PhDs. So in monopoly, you land up in a jail. Those of you who would have played, So you have two choices. You pay a fine and move out, or you remain in a jail. What will you do? So 99% is the answer. Nowadays, one of kids in MBA colleges race that, I'll save money. So if a game that tells you is that to save money, you can be in the jail, that tells you how an economic model will be. And it's not surprising that every 7 years from I started working, America comes under recession because some great CEO has done a great scam. So those small things.
We have believed that there are only two economic models in the world, namely capitalism and communism, Western capitalism. In 1989, the then USSR President Gorbachev announced, it was a communist country, that communism has failed. So in 2008, there was a global economic crisis. All of us know this Western capitalism has been facing serious difficulties over the last 150 years. And in 2008, there was a serious crisis which affected most of the countries, particularly the richer countries of the world. So the Nobel laureate who won the prize in 2008, himself an American economist from Princeton University, his name is Paul Krugman. He openly acknowledged, I quote, much of our economic theories have proved to be harmful to the society. Their meaning Western. So much of our economic theories have proved to be harmful to the society. So it is clear now, both the Western economic models, namely capitalism and communism, that have been dominating the global scenario for the last 150, 200 years, have failed. And all of us know that now the West is having very serious problem. If you take, say, for example, maintenance of families, societies, they call it as social security expenses. It is between 20 to 30, 35% in different countries, which they will not be able to spend. In France, for example, as per latest data, the social security expenditure was 32% of GDP. In US and the UK, 20%, 22%. So this was the position. So Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations was written in 1776. Marx, Das Kapital was written in 1867. So how can these books, which were written in 1776 and 1867, can guide a nation with thousands of years of civilization, with prosperous economic history, how can it guide us? So this is the fault of our policy makers and the economists in independent India. Bharat has always been a performing economy. We all know that the first textbook on economics was written here 2,400 years back. And cities like Harappa, Mohenjo-daro were international commercial cities 5,000 years back. Whereas the Western economic powers, if we can say so, now they are not powers. US, UK, countries like this, they entered the global economic map only in the 15th and 16th century, yes, by their own their own admission. So this is the position. And their economic development was also is based on looting of different countries through wrong policies, destructing the colonial economies and all. But if you see Bharatiya economy, you know, till maybe 1800, 1850, ours was more balanced economy. You know, there are three sectors, what we call agricultural sector, industrial sector, services sector. Only when there is a balance, there will not be any economic problem. So we were always a finely balanced economy. This is a unique future. And our economy is always based on, our economics is based on ethics. I can give several examples. Tirukural, Tiruvalluvar has written an entire chapter on means of wealth, how to earn wealth. Araninum, inbamuminum, Piranarindhu, Tidindri, Vanda Porul. If you want to get satisfaction, as well as, you know, the kind of dharmic feeling, then you have to earn wealth only through proper means. So there are nine other verses like this. So there are practical examples for it also. Then the third aspect is, a third unique aspect of Indian economy is, we always viewed economics as part of the whole, integrated whole. Economics is related to families, societies, and it's all driven by culture. But in the West, economics is always viewed as something separate from other aspects of study. So economics is not fully connected with society, family, culture. So this is the unique features of Indian economy. Recently in January 2025, in the World Economic Forum, an important report has come. Report published by Oxfam. Oxfam, the famous popular NGO. It's titled Takers, Not Makers. It says, in a period of just 135 years during British period, between 1765 and 1900, 64.82 trillion worth of wealth was taken out of India. In 135 years, 1 trillion is equal to approximately now 9 lakh crores. 9 lakh crores. 64.82 trillion was taken out of India. That means today the present GDP of America is around 30 lakhs. So more than twice the current GDP of India were taken out of India in a period of 135 years by Britain. I quote one of their lines in the report. This amount will be enough to carpet the surface area of London in British pound, British 50-pound notes almost 4 times over. So if you cover the amount taken out of India with 50-pound notes, I calculated this morning, it was about 5,800 rupees. Maybe we can take it as 6,000 rupee note. We can cover the entire London 4 times over. So this was the wealth that was looted from India, as a result of which we became poor nation. In 1750, our contribution to global industrial output was 25%. In fact, it was decreasing due to Mughal rule. But even then it was 25%. In 1900, it was just 2%. So Bharatiya economy was completely destroyed by the Britishers. And if you take Madras presidency alone between 1800 and 1830, 30 years, 1/3 of the farmers were driven out of agriculture because of very high taxation policies. So all of us know our education system was completely destroyed. In 1820s, our literacy rate was somewhere around 96-97%. In 1891, it was 9.1%, as per Will Durant data. So this was how Bharat was destroyed. This we have to understand. But if we see now, after independence, now 78 years, in just 78 years, we are the 3rd largest economy in terms of purchasing power parity. We are the fastest growing nation in the world, and we have the largest number of entrepreneurs in the world. This many of us may not realize. We have the largest number of entrepreneurs in the world, and all the international agencies, all the multilateral bodies, research consultancy firms, research firms, they unanimously say Bharat would be the most important potential power in the coming years. Just 78 years. 78 years back we were a poor nation. Today we are the most potential nation. If you read the economic history of the world, last 2000 years, details are available. No other country has achieved this distinction. 78 years back you were a poor. Today we are the most potential economy because of our resilience. So this much capacity we have, but we were insulted by our own leftist economists in the between 1950 and 1980s. Our growth rate was slow, 3.5%, and they called it as Hindu rate of growth. But we compared that growth with the growth rate of Europe and America. When you compare it with the growth rate of America and UK, Europe, it was either equal or much better than them. But even then we were, our growth rate was, called as Hindu rate of growth. But it was Nehruvian rate of growth, it was socialist rate of growth, nothing to do with the Hindus. But this is how they were treated. So for a period of more than 60, maybe 65 years in Bharat after independence, either communist policies, approaches, or the globalized Western policies were in place. But in spite of it, Bharat has been growing. So in spite of the wrong policies, unsuitable policies of the government of India, we have been growing. This is the uniqueness of Bharatiya economy that we all have to understand. This is because we have our own ways of functioning. We have our own way of functioning. Here, economics is related, closely related with families, societies. It is the Hindu culture that is driving the Bharatiya economy since the ancient periods. So we have been very, very prosperous economy for thousands of years. Some of you may be knowing Angus Madison study, which says that during the beginning of the common era, 2025 years back, our share of GDP, global GDP was 33%, 32.9%. We were the superpower. And this number one position continued for several centuries. Bharat and China were the top two economies during the last 2 millennia for almost 80 to 85% of the time. So we had sustainable economic systems with us, and because of which, even after complete almost near destruction of Bharatiya economy, today we are regaining it. So this we have to understand. This is because we have our own systems as such. I'll stop here. I'll give it.
Thank you. The next question that comes to mind is that did we build brands or did we have our own unique Indian strategic models? So I'll just give you one example of it. So when the so-called liberalization, which is the next part I'll talk, happened, there were multinationals coming to India, and Indian companies were rightfully worried. They didn't have an access to technology, the finance, and because of Nehruvian policies. So they were asking for level playing field. And they were, there's Bombay Club, what was called, of Rahul Bajaj, Ratan Tata, Kumar Mangalam Birla, Aditya Vikram Birla was that time, talking about it, liberalization, how to give a level playing field to Indian companies. But there was a Pepsi and Coke were coming to India, and they were the biggest threat to the people who sell Nariyal Pani or a Nimbu Pani. Right? Say Campa Cola had a wherewithal to fight it out or sell them out. What will a Nariyal Pani guy do? And for the young generation who may or may not realize is that when Pepsi or Coke were launched, the queue was overnight. Cities like Bombay, the way you see for new iPhone launch. And some people would have seen, when the can was launched, people used to keep can their office as a status symbol. You walked in and the can is there that I had 6 cans of Coke or a Pepsi. So that was the kind of craze. So you can imagine, and this Nariyal Pani sellers or a Nimbu Pani sellers didn't have an association or no political party to speak for them. And they survived. and they fought. So what did they do? That's a very interesting part of it. So what they did, they got a thermocol box, put Coke, ice inside, and they started selling Coke and Pepsi also along with Nariyal Pani or a Nimbu Pani. And slowly today, if you look, that desire to have consumption has gone up because of the population has gone up, but I think per individual consuming Coke and Pepsi has gone down. The price point of Coke or Pepsi when they were launched was rupees 5 and 10. Today the price point, lowest price point for Coke and Pepsi is 10. Nariyal Pani those days was 10. In Bombay, depending on where you stay, it varies from 90 to 750 rupees. Yeah, so it varies where you have and where you want to have it. So how did these guys fought back and what kind of thinking was there? So you have to understand, if you look at the marketing term, a Pepsi or a Coke is here to increase the market share of Pepsi or a Coke. The Nariyal Pani seller or a Nimbu Pani seller is not in the business of increasing the market share of Nariyal Pani or a Nimbu Pani. Imagine he hasn't gone to an MBA college, he hasn't hired a consultant, he is very clear what business he is in. He is in the business of quenching thirst. And he will sell anything which satisfies your thirst. So this understanding of the business is very important, and people, it is a traditional wisdom. It's not one-off case. I'll give another example. So when Cadbury's was launched, and my generation people would have seen how it started. The first ad came because the chocolate used to be only for kids. That the crazy ad of my generation that the girl walks in the cricket field, which they had launched some time back. That was to get the youth to eat chocolate. Then it came before that came an uncle and walking, and a bus, school bus passes and a football drops. Uncle kicks and the ball goes, and then it comes a chocolate. So the parent should eat chocolate, and then become mahine ki pehli tarikh hai, so that it should become part of grocery. And they were successful. In my house, it was ordered along with monthly grocery, 5 packets of Cadbury's bhi bejna hai. And many houses. So they look, it's a brilliant marketing people, and great Piyush Pandey, who passed away recently, had done all those creative and thinking was that. So that time, I was more grown up and I was with Swadeshi and have read Kanak Sabapatiji's book. I was worried what will happen to Indian mithai walas, and I'm a big sweet tooth. So I spoke to one of the biggest mithai shops in Bombay. I said, why don't you all, some of you collect together, we'll make counter advertisements, to counter. He said, Sandeep, yaar, chodo mithai khao, hum log dekh lenge. I said, it's perfect. And dekh liya un logon ne, So what did they do? So if you look in India, you give us anything, we'll make a laddu out of it, right? Just think how many type of laddus we have. Give us anything. So they created chocolate laddu, chocolate ki barfi. Imagine the Cadbury spent over the years thousands of crores in advertisement to make a brand out of Cadbury's. Our mithai walas reduced it to commodity, just put another tray of laddu. And now what, you go and tell ki kaju katli bhi dena to kaju ka dena, Cadbury flavor ka dena, thoda mango flavor ka dena, that's all. Again, these guys were very clear. These guys were in the business of increasing market share of Cadbury's. This guy was in the business of selling sweets. It's very important to understand what business are you in. And I'll give you a big corporate example. It is Ratan Tata. I think they wouldn't have removed it, still on their website of Tata Sons. I've quoted him in my book that he said that he started thinking, what business are we in as a Tata Steel? Because the steel that they produce was consumed maximum by the automobile company. But today you have to make automobile lighter and stronger because of fuel consumption. So they said fiber is a better option. So Tata Steel has to think which business are we in, to increase the market share of steel or to produce products which will make better cars. And Tata started having investment in fiber because fiber is more stronger and lighter. And the second thing they did was that they sold off the tree plantations because they said we are in the business of tea, not growing tea. Because one crop goes bad, since it's your garden, you are stuck with it. Now they go around the world and wherever the best tea is available, they buy it. Why should I'm in the business of selling tea, not producing tea? So it's so important to understand what business are you in, and it's our, the traditional wisdom. And the mithai walas, they didn't form a union, they didn't go to a consultant. They know how to deal with multinational companies who come. And that's the beauty of our Indian business and strategic models. So I've given you just one example of it. My book is there and called Indian Ocean Strategy, where I've given you 10 such different strategic models. That book was written under the guidance of Swami Vijnananji. And why did I call Indian Ocean Strategy is equally interesting? Is that, have you ever thought, I keep asking people, how many of you can draw a map of Indian Ocean? And for rest of you, not your fault, because only ocean named after a country, it's not taught in our geography also properly in schools. And I ask people, do you think, what is the southernmost tip of Indian Ocean? It touches which country? Australia. And so 33 countries are around Indian Ocean rim. 60% of world trade, 80%, 60% of world crude oil passes through that. That's the importance of Indian Ocean. So why was it called Indian Ocean? Because our ancestors traded with all the nations around Indian Ocean. And I was talking in Jalgaon, sir. One of the businessmen stood up and gave me an additional information. He said, when you go to the southernmost tip of Africa, the two oceans meet. And we might have seen videos that the water doesn't mixes up. I'm not very sure. I have not been to that place. But he told me that the local folklore is very interesting. He said people who came from that side, that the west of Africa, they represent that ocean because the ocean is very violent, and the people who are violent, Europeans, Americans, they enslaved them. Indian Ocean is a peaceful ocean because that's how the Indian businessmen were when they came. They treated as a human being. So that's a great legacy our forefathers have left. You know? And you will be very surprised that Pakistan initiated a movement backed by Saudi Arabia and Indonesia to change the name of Indian Ocean. And now it will be more difficult because now it's moved to Asia Pacific from we have moved in geopolitics to Indo-Pacific. So yeah, but that's the important part of it, and that's something we must remember, the impact that we have. So that's...
Thank you. So the reason for the superior performance of Bharati economy over the last several millennia is due to her own native models, native functioning methods. You take the present situation. All of us know in the last 70, 78 years, Bharat has always been having higher savings rates. We are one of the highest saving nations in the world. Last year our saving was 31% of GDP. And Indians, wherever they are, even when they are with people around them spending money in USA, Europe, etc., they save money. If you see the World Investment Report over the last 10-15 years, it is the NRIs, Indians, who send the highest amount of money to their home country. Last year, $125 billion. It is not the Chinese, it is not the Mexicans, it is Indian. So we accumulate enormous savings every year, and the amount of gold that we have, we do not know. It is estimated recently that it could be anywhere between 35,000 tons and slightly more also. So much amount of wealth we have. Second, for any economic activity, particularly business, we need to mobilize funds. And here we have our own method of mobilizing funds. You know, different regions of India, Bharat, we have our own local methods. Our people have developed. For example, in southern part of Tamil Nadu, the Nadar community, who were all earlier engaged in Palmyra tree climbing, community people to enter into business, and today they are one of the most entrepreneurial communities in India. Local model. I can go on giving examples. In Rajkot, for example, we know Rajkot is the most important engineering center in the world, not just India, world. When we asked them, you know, how did you enter into business? When you entered, how did you mobilize funds? They said, sir, we come to this town to learn business. And after 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, when we learn, we go back to our villages and announce, I am going to set up my own unit. So more than 50% of the people said they mobilized funds through their own relatives and friends. So this is a Bharatiya method of mobilizing funds. And as I told you, the kind of entrepreneurship that we have, enormous. We have about 3,000 clusters in India today, more than 3,000. And each of these clusters are homegrown. Coimbatore today has only one engineering college, one polytechnic, one arts college. but this is one of India's most important business industrial center, vibrant center, completely built by the local people. So everywhere this is like this. Surat is just one city, 2 lakh crore turnover, annual turnover. Only 2 businesses, diamond business and saris, wholesale sari shops. There were more than 25,000 shops when we calculated last time. So these are all our own native models. Entrepreneurial methods are something unique that we all have to understand. For the role of our own women, our own mothers, sisters, grandmothers, wives, they play a very, very significant role in economic development, but there is not a single line about the role of family and our own mothers and sisters in our modern economic textbooks. So we have a unique system that we have to understand. So this is time for us to rethink our economic pathways, whatever method that we have to take. So rethinking prosperity is very important. That is the title Jagan has given today for us to speak. So it is time for us, because now it's proved that Bharat has her own native functioning models, performing models, superior to many of the models in other countries, Western countries. So this we have to understand. First we have to recognize that there are the local native models functioning at the local level, and we have to understand it, disseminate this information. Everything, is it perfect? It may not be. We have to improvise it, but we have to understand that it is because of the Bharatiya models based on our Hindu way of life that we are progressing as an economic, emerging as an economic power. And there is completely an Hindu economic system functioning in this country, in this great country. Absolutely, there is no doubt about it. We need not hesitate to say that there is no place for Hindu ways of life. No. In 1905, Max Weber wrote a book, Protestant Capitalism and Protestant Ethics and Spirit of Capitalism. He said only Protestant countries would prosper. After a few years, he wrote a book on India and China. He said countries that practice Hinduism and Buddhism will never progress because they believe in karma and rebirth. But it is these 2 countries that are coming up now with Bharat emerging as a global power at a faster rate. So Hindu faith is working at the ground level in terms of economics and business fields. So we have to understand it, study it. So our pathway to prosperity is through Bharatiya ways of approach rooted in our Hindu Dharma. Thank you very much.
We have 2 minutes. Since Sir talked about, the important, that insulting remark that they have left for Hindu rate of growth. So studied, and what I call is that it was not the growth that we see in 1991 is not due to the so-called liberalization, because if you remember, liberalization was called LPG. Liberalization, privatization and globalization. There was no T in that. There was no technology transfer. What we got is a McDonald's burger and Coke and Pepsi. And the very interesting part of it is that Mr. P. Chidambaram went to London and made a statement that you rule India for 200 years, come once again and make money. And he repeated the statement in New York. So that was the policy of liberalization was. What I say is that from 1991 things started turning out, changing for us is because it was a new India, more resurgent India, because it believed that it can make the Ram Mandir, and the construction started from that time. So I see the growth that we see from 91 onwards is actually Mandir rate of growth. That is what you will find on the cover of the book, and that's how we need to talk it. Thank you.
Awesome. Sir, with your permission, can I say that you have introduced a new course for the first time in independent India's history in Delhi University, sir? Delhi University, in Delhi University on a subject called Hindu economics. I think this is the first time a subject like, it is the first time a subject like that is being introduced in curriculum, and the effort to mainstream this is being fructified. So things are moving in the right direction. Thank you so much. Sandeep Singh sir, thank you so much. Sri Sandeep Singh ji has books on temples. Did you go to Mandir today? His t-shirt says. So he has a big project in mind. So we'll be discussing it post the event. Now we move to the most awaited event of the Western Ghats Lit Fest. Vignesh, get the stage cleared. No, ask them to come in. Just a minute. We'll just clear up the stage and move for the awards.
Point out here. With regard to these smart awards, I think we are very thankful that these awards have been selected with a great deal of thought, and the awardees have also been selected in a way that what Veranda Club stands for: our culture, our civilization, people who are rooted in Bharat. And I think I think we have made a fairly, what shall I say, decent stab at trying to get the awards to be recognized as such. And now I yield the floor to Jagan and start with the award process itself. Thank you, Jagan.
Next up, I call Sri Meena Vishwanath, Deputy Director of SMART, to introduce SMART to us and also all the good work that they do.
Namaste to all of you present here. This is our third collaboration with the Varanda Club, and SMART is immensely proud to be associated with Varanda Club, and we are so happy. We're so happy to see all the people here under one roof, and to see all of them who share common vision, come together. So SMART was born for this very purpose, to come together and to support our ecosystem, to build, to nurture, and to excel. I mean, you all would agree that for decades, news and narratives as a commodity was manipulated and selectively controlled by established entities. I mean, since independence, there was a monopolistic ecosystem that has wielded enormous power in shaping narratives to fit certain agendas. So, but luckily we are in 2025 and we have social media, independent voices have started to emerge, and many of you here on Facebook, Twitter have used these platforms to, question the status quo that was said decades ago, and you all are challenging the monopoly of the old order. So, across India and abroad, journalists, neo-historians, independent reporters, researchers, authors, and think tanks has been surfacing. I mean, they always scattered, brilliant but disconnected. So that's when we realized the need for the unity, a platform where these voices could converge and resonate and grow together stronger. And this is how SMART was born, an initiative to build a network to independently functioning news creators, from YouTubers to news websites, from cartoonists to lyricists, stand-up comedians, print journalists, authors. SMART serves as a beacon for those striving to create a rational ecosystem for Hindus and for India. Now, I'll tell you why this is necessary. Let me give an example. You take the global narrative on the All Eyes on Rafah. It was amplified, a hashtag amplified with a perfect coordination by celebrities, political leaders, and media across the world. Everyone is free to voice their opinion, but when similar atrocities happen to, say, the Hindus in Bangladesh, we don't see the same intensity of amplification happening. Why? Because the group on the other side, they are very powerful in engineering narratives. They're established. Or you take Dharmasthala, the sacred temple of Lord Manjunatha. You all would have seen how severely under attack it had come for 3 months. And the News Minute, they alone did 30 videos on one subject. So, and the Dharmasthala entire narrative was built by one YouTuber in Karnataka. He said a schoolgirl's rape and murder case was linked to Dharmasthala, and powerful politicians and journalists, they all claimed without evidence that 40,000 girls were raped and there was a mass grave in the premises and all of it. It was amplified not only in Karnataka but also in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala. Of course, after the SIT came, it fell like pack of cards. Their narrative fell like pack of cards, but the damage was done. The precision, the way they hit, the precision was so powerfully amplified by them. And this is exactly why we need a platform like SMART, where like-minded truth tellers come together, speak truth to power, and counter those who attack our country and Dharma. So this is how our model works. Some of our members include Swarajya, who's also here, Op India, the Raj Dharma, Chanakya Tamil, Janam TV Malayalam. So we managed to bring 600 plus such people across India, including journalists, influencers from every corner of our country, east, west, north, south. And today we are 630 members with SMART. And our impact is real. So we were instrumental in shutting down a missionary that was operating in Andhra Pradesh through our amplification program. So there was portal called The Commune. The Commune broke the story, and we did an orchestrated amplification with all our members at SMART, and we were able to shut it down. And until 2020, the Open Society Foundation by George Soros was virtually unknown in India. Nobody knew it until one of our members, The String, has exposed it. But the next day after he published the video, Google had taken down the video and his channel was also taken down. And we are fighting in the court on behalf of String in Amravati High Court to restore his channel. So once that is done, it will set a precedent that, simply one cannot take down a channel just because it's not suiting their narrative. And one of our members in Kolkata called Niranjan, he's a very popular YouTuber with a viewership of 60 million plus. He spoke fearlessly about the anti-Hindu policies that is being placed in West Bengal. In response, goons entered his house, they broke his house, they beaten him to death. He came to Goa 1 month back to the digital democracy dialogue with plastry and walking stick and all of that. And we are fighting for him also in the court. This is, SMART is also doing a lot of legal services for its members. And this is a reality we face, and that is why we exist, to protect, to support, and to amplify who dare to tell the truth. And we support pro-Hindu influences along with Indic authors, because authors are very, very important, and we have brought authors together. SMART has 180 authors with us as our members, and we have also managed to bring lawyers together, because one side, Deepak Ayar, cannot fight for everyone. We need to bring lawyers from the grassroots, and we've managed to bring at least 50-60 authors under Justice for Bharat initiative. And we have forged partnerships with esteemed think tanks like the Western Guard Lit Fest, the World Hindu Congress, Mangaluru Lit Fest, Jaipur Dialogues. So we are trying to manage the elite forums like this and also support those who are working in the grassroots level. And we managed to launch 20 books in the past few years, including Anant Ranganathan's book, Rahul Shivshankar, Abbas Maildar, etc. Recently, our chairman, our founder, Jaikishan Javerji, he has thought that ashrams and mats are coming under severe attack. And we came up with an idea to conduct ashram retreats for our members. So we have collaborated with the Isha Foundation, where we bring influencers, journalists, all of them, especially the Instagram influencers who are young. They have not gotten exposure to what an ashram does, what kind of social work outreach they do. So we give them exposure to ashrams and mats. And it's a win-win for both. Ashram also gets some kind of a positive narrative about them on media, and our people also get trained. They get to see what ashrams do. So we've had forged partnerships with Isha Foundation, Art of Living, the Chinmaya Mission. Recently, we have planned to do a collaboration with them. So I take this opportunity to invite all journalists, influencers, authors, think tanks who are in this room to please join SMART. And on behalf of SMART, our director Muthuramanji and the entire SMART family, I thank Varanda Club for giving us this wonderful opportunity. We are immensely proud to jointly present Varanda SMART 2025 awards to exceptionally talented individuals who have contributed to Dharma in their own unique ways. So together, let us build a counter ecosystem of truth, and together let us stand united and unapologetically for Bharat. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Real groundwork. Another round of applause, please. Thank you, SMART, for the collaboration. With that, we move to the presentation of the awards. The awards will be presented by the guest of honor for the evening, Lieutenant General Vinod G. Kandare, PVSM, AVSM, SM. Welcome you, sir, to the stage. I'll take a minute to introduce the jury members, sir. I'll just say about the jury members. We have an eminent of 7 jury members, with which we had a long deliberation, a lot of nominations, discussions, and post which the selection process happened. Today with us
Mr. Satish Santanam has just returned from US, so hence he is not here with us today. All the other 6 members are with us today. So the format for the awards that we will follow for the Varanda Smart Awards is that for each award, we have 6 award categories. For each award, we'll have 1 jury member along with the guest of honor with the recipient. And the guest of honor will present a silver medallion to the recipient, and the jury member will felicitate the recipient. The first award category I'd like to introduce is Abhinav Bharati Award. It is celebrating new expressions of eternal culture. This we will be giving to Sanatani organizations, startups. We want to celebrate Sanatani entrepreneurship because Dharmasya Moolam Artha. This is the silver 25-gram coin that we have made. It shows a bird flying out of the temples on the other side. And of course, this side we have the Varanda Club Smart and the Abhinav Bharati engraving. The recipient of this award is Tushar Diwan of Agami. May I now request our jury member Amar Govindarajan, CEO of Swarajya, to join the dignitaries on the stage. Go to the stage. Tusharji, please. Agami, you would have seen his stall outside. I'm wearing his jacket. He's wearing the jacket he has designed. And all the creatives he has done. This is not just that. You should see what's Agami on Instagram, their store, agamistores.com. You'll be amazed to see the kind of work they do. Agami masterfully translates the philosophy of Sanatana Dharma into stylish modern merchandise. Be it Kumbh Mela, Mahakal, G20, Y20, wherever events are happening, Ram Mandir, they are there with the merchandise custom made for the event. They have a stall there. I call him during Kumbh Mela, he says, Ho jayega ji, not a problem, I'm going to Prayagraj, I'm in the train, I'm in the flight, it will be done. Yes, and soon after watching Chava, some of us felt that we should recreate the 3 swords of Shivaji Maharaj, Tulja, Bhavani and Jagadamba. And there is only one Tulja available in the London Museum. And Baki to there is not even a reference, I mean there are articles on it, but there is no physical reference how each sword looks like. But based on the articles and about 2-3 visits to various museums in Mumbai, Shivaji Maharaj, Shangralaya, everywhere, we got some kind of an inspiration, and finally we had a doubt to name. The naming mein thoda sa there was a confusion, and then that was also cleared, and he has recreated 3 swords, and those are the mementos being presented to the authors at the Varanda Club Western Ghats Lit Fest. And a sample of it, you can see it, and post this event, if any of you want to purchase it also, you can place your orders with Agami and purchase these merchandise. Digital printing has been done. A lot of effort, R&D. It's a proper R&D effort has been done to recreate these things. Congratulations on behalf of Varanda Smart. May your tribe grow. The next category is Parampara Pratibha Award. Talent upholding tradition for cultural icons. This award is being presented to cultural icons who are exceptionally transferring the Guru Shishya Parampara and carrying on the tradition of our rich Bharatiya Sanskriti and culture. This award is being presented to Guru Vidushi Srimati Mridula Rai, founder of and director of Sri Natya Niketan School of Dance. Yesterday, a spellbounding performance by your students, disciples on Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. Last year on Nirvikara, Dasavataram, phenomenal ma'am. May I now request our jury member, Aishwarya Rao, director of Vivekalaya Group of Institutions, to join for the award. Srimati Mridula Rai is also a recipient of Nritya Ratna title and a dedicated disciple of Ullal Mohan Kumar. And her team was part of, the dance school was part of the 2022 Republic Day parade in New Delhi. They were invited to perform there in the tableaus. And she's very humble. She doesn't have a count of how many people she has trained, but she trains 1,000 kids a month. So approximately close to 100,000 of students have been trained in Coimbatore alone. 100,000 is not a small number, it's a staggering number. Over 25 years of dedication for the Natya. Congratulations and pranams, ma'am. The next award is Sanskriti Ratna Award, Jewel of Culture for institutions upholding dharmic values. This is the design. It shows a lamp and a lotus blossoming. And of course, the award name and Smart and Varanda Club logo. The light signifies dispelling of ignorance and jnana being spread. This award this year is being presented to the very dedicated Anadi Foundation. Anadi Foundation, founded in 2015 by Siddhi Yogi Sriman Adi Narayanan ji and Matru Shri Ananta Lakshmi ji, is a socio-spiritual organization and founded in Ivarmalai in Palani, and they have now opened a center in Austin, Texas, and also Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, Bhagyanagaram to be precise, not Hyderabad. They have about 18 IKS publications and outreach across 250 schools, and 200 children are there in the Gurukulam, and it reaches about 50,000 learners through their IKS program. May I request our jury member, Sri Ramachandra Prasad ji, and invite Sri Agastyananda Giriji Swami to receive the award on behalf of Anadi Foundation. Sri Adi Narayanan and Matru Shri are in IIT Delhi, hence Swami Agastyananda Giri is receiving the award. In the closing, it's a Varanda Club, Western Ghats Litfest custom to see the children of Anadi Foundation display their yoga through gymnastics. We'll be witnessing that. Thank you, Swami Agastyananda Giriji. Dhanyavad. The next category of award is Navodaya Puraskar, New Dawn Award in recognition of unrecognized talent, upcoming artists in the field of art and culture. We believe that new talent should be recognized and brought to the forefront and celebrated. This award is being presented to the magical voice of Shankar Narayanan. Both the days, yesterday and today, he mesmerized us with his voice during the invocation. He is one of the few disciples of legendary K.J. Yesudas. May I now request Sri M.N. Padmanabhan, President of Nanneri Kalagam, to join for the award. He is also trained in the profound Hindustani Drupad tradition under Miss Mithu Banerjee and later had the rare privilege of honoring his craft under the legendary Dr. K.J. Yesudas. Congratulations, Shankar Narayanan. May your voice echo and marvel many more to come. The next award is Samvada Ratna. It's an honor that celebrates excellence in dialogue, expression, and responsible media. In an era of where media is called paid media, dalali media, sold media, we need to celebrate honest voices amongst us and recognize them. This award is being presented to Senthil Kumar, founder of Archives of Hindustan. He's the founder of Archives of Hindustan, and his channel has about 1.3 million subscribers and over 1100 videos. He has traveled from Kashmir to Sri Lanka, bringing to light many unrevealed facts. May I request Sri N. Muthuraman, Director of SMART, to felicitate Senthilji. Congratulations, Senthilji. The next category of award is Kala Chakra Award. Wheel of Time, bringing the best out of people, startups, organizations making a mark and positive change. A company truly internalizing the spirit of Atmanirbhar and Make in India. This shows a dawn of a new rise, and also our culture and all those temples and all that in one side, and the other side, of course, is smart branding and Varanda Club. This award is being presented to the founder of Vilva, Kritika Kumaran. She's traveling, hence her husband, a better half, Mr. Tamil Kumaran, and Adya, their daughter, will be receiving the award. Founded in 2017 in a kitchen, has grown to a global brand loved by over 85 countries. Vilva goes to 85 countries. And they have a FDA approved laboratory. All the products are done in an FDA approved laboratory. May I now request Sri P.T. Rajan, our jury member, to join. And they are also deeply committed to sustainability. Kritika leads a team where women make up to 70% of the workforce, all while empowering local farming communities through fair trade initiatives. Congratulations to Vilva. And so with this, the awards are a wrap. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General, for graciously honoring the awardees. Next, we move to the closing remarks for the 4th edition of the Western Ghats Lit Fest by Festival Director and Director of Varanda Club, Srimati Shefali Vaidyaka.
Namaste, and closings are always very emotional. And every time I come to this moment when a new edition of Veranda Club comes to an end, I really feel emotional because a lot of hard work has gone into planning this event, to executing it. Mine is the easiest job actually. My job is just to identify speakers and arrange the sessions, decide the topics as a curator. The real work is done by the rest of Team Veranda, Jagan, Shravanan, Vignesh, and all the other people who make these arrangements so seamlessly. And I've got this feedback from every speaker every year, not just this year, that they all go to other lit fests as well. But they all give me the feedback that this is the place where every guest is treated Atithi Devo Bhava. Really, they actually live it. This year has been year 4. Next year is going to be year 5. Our dates are already out, October 24th and 25th. So please block your dates for the next year's Western Ghats Literature Festival, edition 5. And I really think we need a bigger hall, because both the days we have had packed houses and we have had standing rooms. So next year for sure we'll need a bigger hall. We'll have more sessions, the awards will continue, and I would like to see the participation of more young people. That is my wish list for next year for the Western Ghats Literature Festival. And meanwhile, as I said, the event may end, the conversations will never end. So continue the spirit of conversations, and let's make Kowai not just the cotton capital, but like I said yesterday, the consciousness capital of India. Thank you. Oh, I'm supposed to say bye in Tamil. Aduthu varudam sandhippom.
A number of people, the media houses that have supported us, and of course the team from Vedic founders, Hari and Namrata, have graciously hosted the last 2 days. We'd like to felicitate them. So I request Shefali Akka to felicitate the founders of Vedic Pond, Hari and Namrata. I request organizer Surendarji and Venkateshji. Next up, Kiranji from Samvada. Wait. Venkatesh. The Hindu books. RSS books. I request from the organizer, Surendarji, who's come from Hyderabad to cover this event, and Venkateshji. 2 of RSS books also will be released during this felicitation. A Century of Service, RSS and its works among scheduled castes and tribes, and Hindu-Muslim conflict to cover the event every year. Last but not the least, the most supportive media house in Coimbatore, apart from Swarajya, along with Swarajya. No, not the last. I request Amarji to receive the felicitation. Okay, we'll hand it over to Amarji. We'll invite Dinamalar, Sudarshan Babu to receive the felicitation from Dinamalar. Hugely supportive. We are the only English content which is being live streamed for a 4th year in a row by a Tamil daily. Okay, I think he's gone for a break. I can understand it's been live telecast both the days. Thank you, Akka, for graciously presenting. May I now request Director of Varanda Club, Sri Saravana Kumar, to present the vote of thanks. No. Anadi. I request children of Anadi Foundation to do their performance before the vote of thanks. Bhavana, you come, please. Akka, he has come. The most unassuming person in the hall, perhaps.
शरीरात्म संयोगम शरीरात्म संयोगम प्रणवबाण प्रयोगम प्रपंच क्लेश वियोगम आदियोगी कृत महायागम आदियोगी कृत महायागम आनंद शंकरागम आरोग्य भाग्य योगम आनंद शंकरागम आरोग्य भाग्य योगम शरीरात्म संयोगम शरीरात्म संयोगम वेदान्तपुराणकाव्येतिहासवर्णितम् भक्तिज्ञानकर्मध्यानचतुर्विधेन गीताबोधितम् यमनियमासन ॐ ॐ प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार ॐ ॐ धारण समाधि शिव ॐ ॐ पतञ्जलि दत्त अष्टाङ्ग साधना शोभितम् अनन्त शान्तिकामुकम् अचिन्त्य मोक्षदायकम् शरीरात्मसंयोगम् शरीरात्मसंयोगम् योगी योगेन्द्र यतीश मौनीन्द्र शिष्य भूषितम् ब्राह्मण वैश्य क्षत्रिय शूद्र चतुर्जनेन मनसा स्वीकृतम् इन्द्रिय निग्रह ॐ ॐ मूलाधार स्वाधिष्ठान ॐ ॐ मणिपुर आज्ञा विशुद्ध्यनाहत ॐ ॐ सहस्रार चक्र द्विसप्तति नाडिनां भासितम् वसुधैक कुटुम्ब प्रेरितम् समस्त शक्तिपूरितम् शरीरात्मसंयोगम् शरीरात्मसंयोगम् प्रणवबाण प्रयोगम् प्रपञ्च क्लेश वियोगम् आदियोगिकृत महायागम् आदियोगिकृत महायागम् आनन्द शङ्खरागम् आरोग्य भाग्य योगम् आनन्द शङ्खरागम् आरोग्य भाग्य योगम् नमः
Vanakkam everyone. Respected dignitaries, distinguished authors, esteemed speakers, generals, members of judiciary, professionals, patrons, and dear brothers and sisters. As we come to the close of this wonderful 4th edition of the Western Ghats Literature, it is my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Veranda Club. First and foremost, my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished and learned authors, speakers, general, justice, and professionals who have joined us over the past 2 days. Your presence, thoughts, and words have highly enlightened and inspired our city, passing on knowledge and insight that will reverberate for a very long time to come. Hearty congratulations to all the recipients of the first Veranda Smart Awards. Special mention and thanks to Shri Dushyant Sridharji for beautifully defining the Western Ghats Lit Fest. A special word of thanks to our patrons, sponsors and donors. Your unwavering support has enabled Western Ghats Lit Fest to grow from strength to strength over the past 4 years. Your faith in our vision continues to motivate us, make each edition more meaningful and impactful. We are equally grateful to the management, staff, and students of various educational institutions who have participated so enthusiastically, nurturing the next generation of thinkers, readers, and storytellers. Our sincere thanks also go to all our media partners, particularly Dinamalar, Swarajya, and Samvada, and all our knowledge partners for amplifying this initiative and taking the essence of Western Ghats Lit Fest to every corner of the country. A big and sincere thanks to Team SMART for all the support and association in the first Veranda Club Awards. I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to our chairman, Professor Kanaka Sabhapati ji, Chief Mentor Sri Sundar Ramasundran sir, for his unconditional support and constant backing. A special word of gratitude to our Chief Mentor, Sri Ramachandra Prasad sir, our one-stop solution for all challenges. We are ever grateful to all the three of you for your guidance and wisdom. My sincere thanks to Shefali Akka, Director of Veranda Club and Curator of the Western Ghats Lit Fest. The support you render to this initiative cannot be captured in words. You bring together a wide array of speakers from across the country, add color and depth to every topic, and conduct session in. Your own imitable style make our task of engaging the audience so much easier. A big thanks to Jagannathan, my friend and brother, founder of Veranda Club, and the newest author on the block, who never says no to anything. He ensures that everything we plan executed to perfection. My appreciation also goes to Vignesh, our senior correspondent, for the tremendous work he has done. His dedication and delivery have been fantastic. Heartfelt thanks to all our steering committee members who have stood by us steadfastly in making this event a grand success. My kudos to Tushar and the entire team Agami for the exceptional creativity in bringing out the mementos and the artwork of the event. Hats off to them for their outstanding contribution. Finally, to the management and staff of Grand Region who treats this program as theirs and help all way out. At Veranda Club, we have committed ourselves to do something far greater and much bigger than our individual capacities. A shared vision of celebrating Bharatiya literature, culture, and thoughts. We also thank all those who have recognized our efforts and contributed in their own way to this collective journey. It is truly heartening to see how much warmly the city has embraced the Lit Fest. Your participation and enthusiasm make all our efforts worthwhile. With your continued encouragement, we are confident that the 5th edition will be even more vibrant and far-reaching. Thank you once again to everyone who have been part of this journey. Together, we continue to celebrate the richness of Indian history, art, culture, heritage, literature, valor, and thought that the Western Ghats so beautifully embody. Requesting everyone to make Western Ghats Lit Fest and Kongu Tamil Sangamam as your yearly calendar. And please attend the same for acquisition of wisdom. Bring your family and friends. Our 5th edition of Lit Fest will be on October 24th and 25th of 2026. In 2026, we all in Tamil Nadu have a bigger task in bringing change for the larger good for the state and Bharat. So let's do our bit as squirrels of Dharma. Jai! See you soon in our next program. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you so much, Saravanan-ji. And a special mention for Himanshu Verma, who has come all the way from Delhi and covered it silently through podcasts and live telecast through the day. Please come. Thank you so much, Himanshu-ji. Thank you. He runs a channel called Bhakts.com. Bhakt. Big round of applause for him. Thank you so much. It's a rap, and we'll raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक